Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry became overpowered by abandoning Mercy. Here is short summary. Realizing that Mercy only strengthens his enemies, Harry takes a ruthless approach to war. With strategic brilliance and overwhelming power, he ensures the light side no longer makes reckless mistakes. But can an overpowered Harry hold on to his humanity, or will he become what he once fought against? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It actually took an embarrassingly long time for Harry to realize that the grand manor the Snatchers had taken them to was in fact Malfoy Manor. He blamed it on worry for his friends and the fact that his face ached as if every bone was in the wrong place and every muscle torn. He didn't know what kind of spell Hermione had used to make him look less like himself, but he really hoped that he wouldn't have to be subjected to it again after this. He could hear Ron curse and struggle in his Snatcher's hold, but Hermione was surprisingly quiet, and that made Harry worried. Harry glared up at Bellatrix Lestrange as he was forced on his knees on the gleaming marble floor. Well, he glared up at the blurry form that was Bella. He didn't know where his glasses were and one of his eyes was swollen completely shut. He could see that there were other people in the room, but he couldn't make out who they were from this distance. Draco watched his aunt pull Potter's head up and back by the hair and beckon him over, feeling a growl try to rumble in his chest at the rough treatment of Harry. He felt odd, his skin prickling like he'd walked through an electric field and his heart hammering in his chest as he looked into Harry's swollen features and met the single visible eye. How could they not recognize this as Harry? There was no one else with eyes like his, no one else in the world whose eyes were so beautiful and striking a green. Only Harry had that insanely messy hair, that rangy, seeker's body that sometimes bordered on starved thin, that unique smell of shadows and wind. Something clicked into place in him as he stared, and then he was frozen in shock at the realization that was now tickling the corners of his mind. He jolted when a soft tap brushed his shoulder and looked up at his mother in confusion before moving back from Potter. He slunk to the side of the room, trying to reconcile what his Vila instincts were screaming at him with a lifetime of teaching and preconceptions. He barely noticed his aunt starting to scream and screech as she grabbed Granger and hexed the Snatchers, but he did notice when Harry was led away towards the manor's dungeon. Every last one of his senses were attuned to Harry's presence, and he started to sneak down after Pettigrew, hiding in the shadows of the hallway as the rat left. He could easily pick out Harry standing behind the bars next to Weasley, his ears picking up the wispy tone of Lovegood's voice as she greeted them, and he grimaced just a bit at the sudden flare of light as Weasley fiddled with some kind of device. He cast a disillusionment on himself so he could watch without being picked out. It wasn't long until screams came from upstairs and Draco could smell the anger and distress it put Harry in, and his claws slid out, digging into his palms as he clenched his fists. He wanted to fling open that door and take Harry into his arms and reassure him. His instincts struggled for him to do whatever was necessary to ease his mate's distress. And that was the problem. Harry Bleeding Potter was his mate. The boy he'd practically hated and spent 7 years doing his damnedest to make his life hell was his mate. He clenched his teeth and wanted to fling a fireball at the wall. A growl did escape him as Pettigrew returned and brandished his wand at Harry as he grabbed the goblin and dragged him upstairs. He didn't know what to do. Vilas only had one shot at a mate, and once the mate had been found, no other would suffice as a partner. Without his mate, he'd slowly lose his magical strength until he was essentially a feathered squib, and worse, if Harry died, he'd follow soon after. No matter that he didn't feel anything beyond the mating pull now, it would turn him mad and suicidal if his mate died. And Harry would die here if he didn't do something. Already the swelling was going down, and soon he'd be recognizable and the Dark Lord would be called, and then Harry would die. He could feel the feathers on the top of his head he usually concealed with his hair raising up like a crest in outrage at that thought. No, he couldn't let Harry die. His Vila instincts refused to countenance it, and so did his self-preservation instinct. There was only one thing for it: he'd have to get Harry out of here. He shucked his jacket, standing in the black, long-sleeved, backless turtleneck and drawing his wand as he dropped his disillusionment charm. What the F***? Ron stumbled backwards at the sight of the black-clad blonde. Where did the ferret come from? Ron's eyes narrowed and he looked at Draco more intently. And what's wrong with his hair? Harry had pulled Luna behind himself as he too looked at Draco. He had no idea what Draco was doing there, if he had decided to come and gloat. He didn't know why Draco hadn't told Bellatrix who he was. Harry knew that Draco had recognized him, but maybe he had something else planned. The screams from upstairs had stopped and Harry didn't know if that was a good or a bad sign. He needed to get out of the dungeons and he needed to get out now. He tilted his head and wondered if there was a way he could get at Malfoy's wand. Draco sneered at Ron. I live here, you cretin. Put the matter between your ears to use for once. He recognized the light of battle in Harry's eyes and made a disgusted groan. You and your bloody hero complex, Potter. I'll get you out, for a price. He might be Vila, but he was a Slytherin first, and if he had to betray his parents for the Pratt who lived, then he'd make bloody damn sure that Pratt would hear him out. Ah, finally Malfoy said something normal. Strangely, Harry could feel himself relaxing at that. A sneaky, bargaining Malfoy he could deal with. Harry looked up at Malfoy. Damn, had the git grown taller. He blocked out Ron's indignant stuttering and concentrated solely on Malfoy. What sort of price are we talking about? You listening to me with an open mind once were in a safe place and letting me stay around you. Simple enough. A blonde brow lifted. So do we have a deal? Harry, don't listen to him. We can't bring Malfoy along on our search and you know it. We can't trust him. Ron pleaded with his best friend, eyeing Malfoy suspiciously. Harry nibbled on his bottom lip as the thought. Simple enough indeed. It sounded too simple. Still, it wasn't as if he had a lot of choices right now and they had to get out of there before Voldemort was called. Sighing deeply and hoping that he wouldn't regret it, he held out his hand towards Malfoy. We have a deal, yes. Draco grasped the offered hand, inhaling sharply at the frisson of sensation it sent through him, and shook briefly before unlocking the door and holding it open. Hurry. I doubt my aunt will let Granger live much longer, and I know you won't be leaving her. You got that right. Harry's mouth was a straight, grim line and a muscle in his jaw twitched. I should have killed that bitch when I had the chance, after she almost got serious. He mumbled more to himself than any other. He made sure Ron, Luna and Ollivander were out as well before they followed the slim blonde. Draco led them silently up the stairs, crouching at the top for a moment as Bellatrix snarled at and questioned the goblin. He darted a look over at his parents, then looked at the sprawled form of Granger, feeling a small surge of pity for her. As insufferable a know-it-all as she was, no one should have to face his aunt's talents in torture. He cursed softly when his aunt took the first step towards Granger, knife in hand, and Weasley lunged out to send a curse at her. Harry called out after Ron, who was now crouching over Hermione to protect her. Neither of them had a wand, but he had still managed to throw a curse at Bellatrix. Harry was impressed, but it was still such a stupid move. It was like something Harry could have done. Harry rushed forward to tackle Pettigrew and wrestle his wand from him. He felt some satisfaction hearing Wormtail's nose break under his fist. Lucius stood like in shock, seeing his son coming up from the dungeons with their prisoners. Draco, what are you doing? Draco cast a summoning charm for the Golden Trio's wands before he met the cool gray eyes just like his with apology and shook his head. I'm sorry, father. He whipped around with a feral growl, leaping to block the curse his aunt had tried to cast on Harry. It bounced off the wing he extended to shield his mate. A bright blue fireball formed in his hand and he threw it at Bellatrix, following it up with an Expelliarmus that had her wand flying towards him. He caught it with a snarl and flew at his shocked aunt, a clawed hand slashing over her face and claiming the knife she held before he moved back to Harry's side. Hermione, still trembling from the lingering pain that arched through her body, forced herself to rise, clinging to Ron for support. She took in Draco's appearance in surprise but nodded in understanding. Ron, get the sword. Ron nodded and cupped Hermione's pale cheek quickly before rushing across the floor to grab the sword. He shouted at Harry, who stood watching Malfoy like he'd been hit with a confundus. This was not the time or place to get awed by feathers and claws. We need to get out of here. Ron hurried back to Hermione's side, the sword of Gryffindor gripped tightly in his hand. I know where we can go, but we need a way to bypass the wards. Harry managed to snap out of it and he nodded. Can you get us out, Malfoy? Harry's eyes were still drawn to those bright white, shimmering wings, and he had to struggle to look away. Draco nodded, wrapping a wing instinctively around Harry before looking at the others briefly. "Grab hold of me." Weasley whispered the location. He raised a shield against a spell shot their way by his mother and met her eyes, seeing understanding along with grim acceptance. Hermione placed a gentle hand on Draco's other wing, leaning heavily against Ron. She looked over at Luna and Ollivander, who both were touching Draco's back at the wing joints, and gave them a shaky smile. Luna smiled back before the pop of disapprobation sounded, and when they opened their eyes next they were met with the sound of the ocean and their feet were buried in fine sand. Ron wrapped his arms around Hermione, keying her brow and whispering apologies that he hadn't been with her and that he hadn't managed to get to her sooner. Harry felt warm, safe and comfortable, and it was rather difficult to step away from Malfoy and the thick, fluffy wing that was wrapped around him. He couldn't stay snuggled to Malfoy's side though. Thank you, Malfoy, for getting us out. You kept your word. I assure you it was entirely self-serving. Draco concentrated and drew his wings back in as well as his claws and folded his arms across his chest and gave Harry a once-over to make sure he wasn't injured anywhere. Hermione slumped heavily against Ron, her legs not really having the strength to support her any longer, and turned her face into his shoulder. "It's not your fault, you came when it mattered most. I will always come for you, my own, as long as I still breathe." Ron placed his arm under her knees and picked her up and cradled her against his chest. "I'm still sorry it happened at all." He looked over his shoulder at the others, most of them looking somewhat worse for the wear. "The cottage is just behind those dunes. We can rest up there, it should be safe." Harry followed Ron over the sand. He and Luna helped Ollivander walk. Harry was very aware that Malfoy was just behind him. He could almost still feel the heat from the other's body. Once they had made their way over the dunes they saw a small cottage decorated with seashells, and when Harry looked closer he saw Bill and Fleur Weasley standing in the small garden. Draco reached up to smooth his hair down, making a frustrated sound as his head feathers tried to resist before finally laying flat, and repeated it when he noticed that his gaze was focused firmly on Harry's, but the startled noise that came from the garden had his head lifting. Fleur stared at Draco in surprise as the group made their way up. "Mere did you." She clamped a hand on her husband's arm when he growled and would have attacked the young Malfoy, non-Bill. Bill didn't stop the deep growl rising from his throat, but he couldn't go against his wife, his mate, so he stayed in place but made no effort to hide his displeasure over Draco's presence. "Bill, Hermione needs to lie down." Ron walked over to his oldest brother, Hermione still in his arms. "Do you have any healing potions here? She's in pain." Sending one more glare at Malfoy, Bill nodded shortly and showed Ron inside the cottage where he could make Hermione comfortable. Harry scratched his head sheepishly and waved at Fleur. "Hello, Fleur. Sorry to come barging in like this. We hit a snag on our trip and was captured. Malfoy here helped us get away." She nodded and looked briefly over at Luna, Ollivander and the goblin. "Mademoiselle Lovegood, if you would take Monsieur Ollivander and Monsieur Griphook in and get them settled in Z2 guest rooms at Z top of Z stairs." "Of course, Mrs. Weasley." Luna gave Fleur a dreamy smile and nodded before she herded the goblin and the old wandmaker gently inside the cottage to get them settled in. "Are you okay, Fleur? You and Bill? How are the rest of the Weasleys?" Harry walked a little closer to her. "Haven't really been in a position to hear any unfiltered news lately." Draco made a sound between a growl and a whine and reached out to grab Harry's wrist, his instincts recognizing Fleur's creature heritage and seeking to keep his unbonded mate away from the female Vila blood. Fleur lifted an amused brow. "Be very glad Bill was not heir to growl back, neophyte, and that I understand." Harry did not understand at all. He looked down at Malfoy's grip on his wrist with bafflement in his green eyes before he pulled loose. Malfoy's hand was too hot some way. Harry's whole arm was tingling from where Malfoy had touched him. No, Harry didn't understand and it made him uncomfortable. "What's wrong, Malfoy?" Draco shifted uncomfortably and looked away, glaring at Fleur when she chuckled. "I think, Ari, that you and Monsieur Malfoy should speak with each other right now. I will go. Bill take care of Hermione. Monsieur Malfoy, I will speak with you later." She went inside, leaving the garden to Harry and Draco. The blonde met emerald green eyes. "Time for that open-minded listening now, Potter." I did promise to hear you out. Harry nodded, still feeling a little wary. He looked around the garden until his eyes settled on an old, creaky two-person swing. He walked over and sat down on it, waiting for Malfoy to do the same. When did you grow wings? Draco transfigured a decorative rock into a simple chair so he could face Harry rather than sit beside him. He wanted to be able to see Harry's face and read the emotions there during this conversation. This summer, I was fed a potion that activated long-dormant genes. Green eyes widened. What? Why? He grew silent and searched Malfoy's face for something. No, I think I know why. It's because of what happened at the astronomy tower, isn't it? Why though? Why would Voldemort want to make you into a creature? He gave Harry an incredulous look and held out a hand, creating another fireball in the palm of it. You have to ask that. He'd planned to have me become an amalgam of several different creatures, but Severus created a potion that would instead bring my dormant Vila genetics out. He closed his hand, putting the fireball out. Magical creatures, most especially ones that can pass as human, are twice as powerful as your average witch or wizard Potter. Had his original intent succeeded, he'd have had a tool powerful enough to take out an entire Auror Corps on my own. Harry's face darkened at the mentioning of Snape, but he kept his mouth shut. With some effort. I'm glad that Voldemort's plan failed then, for all of our sakes. Still, no one should have power to decide something like that, to decide to remove someone's humanity or to make them into something else. It's so bloody wrong on so many levels. It's why he needs to be stopped. Harry kept his eyes on Malfoy. I'm sorry this had to happen to you. I know your feelings on creatures after Lupin was our professor. It can't have been easy for you. Oh, for bloody. Draco ran his hand through his hair. My opinion about Lupin was because he's a werewolf. He's dangerous to the general populace without Wolfsbane potion, and if you tell me he's never forgotten a dose, I will call you a liar. Was I pissed about my humanity being taken away? Yes, of course. I spent years tottering about, quite content without any extra appendages or urges, and then I'm hit in the face with several, so no, I was not pleased, but I am not telling you this because I'm having an attack of poor me, or because I hate being a magical creature. Then why are you telling me this, Malfoy? I don't understand. You don't want pity or vengeance, but what do you want then? Why are you here with me? Harry fiddled with the cuff of his jacket. His wrist was still warm from where Malfoy had gripped him. Oh, and by the way, I don't see a difference between you and Remus. He's lived his whole life being more human as a werewolf than you were as a pureblood. I won't stand for you badmouthing my family, deal or no deal. Draco ran a hand over his face. I swear fate has the worst bloody sense of humor. He looked at Harry again, eyes sparking with irritation. I was not bloody badmouthing Lupin. I was speaking no less and no more than the truth. He is dangerous on the full moon without the potion, and he has forgotten it at least once, the year he was teaching. 28 days out of the month he's a perfectly fine wizard that I've no problem with. Fine, my apologies then. Harry rubbed his hand over his eyes. He was so bloody tired, it felt as if he hadn't slept a whole night in months. Probably because he hadn't. Hermione was hurt, and in reality Harry didn't have time to sit here and talk with Malfoy. He needed to be out there and find the rest of the Horcruxes. All he wanted to do though was sleep. You still haven't answered my other questions. Why are you here? Why me? I don't understand what you want me to do for you, Malfoy. Vila are blessed, or cursed depending on your point of view. His tone hinted that he was edging towards the latter option, to know their lifemates as soon as they encounter them. One look and it's like walking through lightning-charged air, and from that moment the Vila's instincts are focused on keeping their mate safe and happy. He waited to see if Potter would connect the dots. Harry really wasn't as slow as Malfoy thought. He could almost feel the blood drain out of his head, leaving him feeling dizzy and almost nauseous. No. There must be a mistake. You're just confused by your new additions. Malfoy, you hate me. Yes, apparently that means nothing to my Vila instincts. If you don't believe me, you could try and ask the quarter Vila currently watching us from the kitchen. He folded his arms and scowled. Do you honestly think I'd have betrayed my parents, left them behind to face the Dark Lord's wrath if I thought there was a mistake? I'm not exactly pleased about this either, but I'm stuck. If I'm separated from you for very long, I'll start losing my magic until I'm nothing more than a feathered squib." Harry breathed deeply, trying his best to get air into his lungs and to not faint in front of Malfoy of all people. "So you have to be with me, stay close." "How close? What do I have to do?" His friends were probably right, he did have a complex with saving people. Harry already knew he would do what he could for Malfoy too, but he couldn't be intimate with him. He had no idea if he was even gay. Harry had used the war as an excuse to break up with Ginny. It had never felt comfortable or right between them, but that didn't mean he was ready to just submit to a life as Draco Malfoy's, whatever he would be. "You can wipe the panic off your face, Potter." Draco ignored the flutter of hurt at the clear sign of dislike on Potter's face, writing it off as the Vila instincts being disappointed. "I just have to be around you regularly in order to remain in complete working order. As far as I know anyway. I'm still learning about this. I'll try to keep a lid on the instincts as well as I'm able, and I will apologize." He sneered the word as if it had a foul taste, "in advance for any slips I might make in controlling acts of possessiveness or anything along those lines. If you're in danger, ill, or injured, however, all bets are off. I am uncontrollably compelled to make sure you are safe and well, and that instinct is impossible to stifle." Okay. We can do this then. Figure something out." Harry rubbed at his eyes again. "A few rules though. No sneering at Hermione or Ron, and no mudblood talk. If I have to choose, I will choose them every time. What we've been doing and how we live, I doubt that's up to your standard, but you'll have to deal. I will try too, so will Ron if he knows what's good for him. None of us chose this, but we can make it work somehow, don't you think?" He gave Malfoy a shaky smile. Draco inclined his head. "I will play nice with Weasley and Granger to the best of my ability. That's all I can ask for." Harry pressed out another smile. He had to remember that no matter how difficult this was to him, it had to be 10 times more difficult for Malfoy. "You are such a Gryffindor." Draco stood up and transfigured the chair back into a rock. "Go tell your compatriot, let him get the explosion over with while I speak to Madam Weasley." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Ron can be somewhat set in his ways." Harry got off the swing, stumbling a bit as he started to walk. Maybe Bill and Fleur had some kind of potion for headache and dizziness. "Thank you again for getting us out. I'm sorry you had to attack your aunt." Draco paused in his own step. "Bugger. I did attack her, didn't I?" He ran his hand through his hair again. Hell. He just stood stock still and tried to assimilate that. He'd been running on instinct when he'd done it, making it a blur amongst the other information of the fight, but he'd attacked Bellatrix. He'd actually slashed his claws down the insane bitch's face. He'd always been afraid of her on some primal level, the same level that had told him to run like hell from Greyback when he'd been human, and never had he thought he'd ever be able to even speak up in disagreement against her, yet he'd actually physically attacked her. He didn't know whether to cheer for himself or go hide under a bed. "Hey, you okay?" Harry furrowed his brows and stepped closer to Malfoy, placing a hand on the other's shoulder. He should go and let Ron and Hermione know what was going on, but he couldn't leave Malfoy if he was upset. Despite being an ass, Malfoy had always been pretty. Now though he was beautiful, his skin glowed and his hair seemed softer than silk. Harry caught himself staring and took a quick step back. Malfoy straightened a little further. "Perfectly fine, Potter. I'm not likely to feel guilt over attacking Bellatrix. Bone-chilling fear over the fact that she'd be hunting him down now, certainly, but not guilt." "Good then. See you later." Harry cursed himself as he walked to the cottage. Of course Malfoy wouldn't appreciate his concern or the fact that Harry had touched him. He might be here, but it was only because of necessity, not because he wanted to be. They weren't friends. Harry needed to remember that. He nodded to Fleur and asked Bill where Hermione and Ron were before he hurried to join them. He needed to speak with the two people who really were his friends. Hermione looked up from the book Ron had plucked off a nearby shelf as Harry rushed into the room. "Harry. Are you okay?" "That's a question I should ask you." He sat down on the edge of the bed where she was resting. "But to answer your question, I don't know. It feels as if I have traveled back to when I was 15 and constantly asked myself, why me?" Ron looked up from where he was watching over Hermione like a big, ginger guard dog. I just hope the mood swings will stay in the past where they belong. Seriously, mate. You were a terror that year. Hermione poked him gently in the ribs before reaching out and patting Harry's hand. What happened with Malfoy to make you feel that way? Well, you all saw the wings, right? And the claws. Harry curled his fingers and made clawing motions in the air. Turns out Voldemort wanted to make him into some kind of super creature, but Snape couldn't let that happen, so he gave him a potion that woke up his latent Vila genes instead. Long story short, Malfoy is a full-fledged Vila and apparently I'm his mate. Ron just looked at Harry as if he was insane, eyes wide and mouth gaping. Hermione closed her book. Oh dear. Well, that explains why he helped us at least. I guess the Vila part, that he was one, I mean, the wings and fireball made it a bit obvious, but you being his mate, this is. Yeah, I know. Harry groaned and stretched out next to Hermione on the bed, pulling a pillow over his face. He needs to be near me to keep his magical mojo. I told him that's okay. Harry's voice was muffled by the pillow. Malfoy has promised to play nice and I want you to do the same. Ron. Oi. Why'd I get singled out? Besides, it's Malfoy. If I'm nice to him, the world might come to an end. It's unnatural. And he has feathers on top of his head. His head, mate. Ron, that reaction is why you get singled out. Hermione's voice was softer than her usual scold. She tugged the pillow off Harry's face. You should talk to Fleur later. You know Malfoy. Pride is his biggest sin, so I doubt he's told you everything about what he might need or do. How long has he been, feathered? Since last summer, I think. Harry flushed. I might not have been paying top attention. He gripped my wrist earlier and it sort of feels as if he's still touching me. I can't explain it. Harry raised his arm in the air. There wasn't any kind of mark on his skin. You're right that I should probably talk to Fleur later, though. I don't know if I can handle any more surprises. Malfoy is speaking to her now, if Bill lets him, that is. He might sit in on it, but he'll let them talk, I think. Fleur would put him in the doghouse if he didn't. Hermione rubbed her bandaged arm where Bellatrix had carved the word mudblood in. It wasn't a magical wound, but Bill didn't have any, didn't he, right now, so it would probably scar. We'll worry about all this later. As it looks now, Malfoy's not going anywhere. Harry turned to Hermione. How are you, my own? He hated the fact that she had gotten hurt. They'd been hunting Horcruxes and lived so close together for almost a year now. She was closer to him than any biological sibling could be. She and Ron was family and Harry loved them. Sore, and considering the numbing potion Bill poured down my throat, that means without it I'd be one raw nerve. She hugged herself. She just wouldn't stop. No matter how many times I told her we hadn't been in her vault, she just wouldn't stop. Tears slipped from her eyes, and she enjoyed it. Ron made a distressed sound deep in his throat and reached for Hermione's hand, bringing it up to his face to nuzzle it against his cheek. I swear to you I will curse that bitch so she won't be able to hurt anyone else ever again. Harry stroked Hermione's hair tenderly. I'm so sorry, my own, so sorry. Harry's stomach clenched. To have heard Hermione screaming and not being able to do anything about it. It was terrible, and Harry knew it was one more thing he would never get over. He hated feeling so utterly powerless. You know what it means though, don't you? We need to find a way inside her vault. Hermione leaned into Ron's hold, because she was so worried. Harry nodded. Yeah, she was more than worried, she was panicked and scared. I imagine it takes a lot to scare Bellatrix Lestrange. She has something in that vault that she's desperately afraid we had found and stolen. I think it's a Horcrux. But how could we even get into her vault? I mean, it's Gringotts, only you know who has ever broken in, and that wasn't a maximum security vault. I'm sure that she'd have a maximum security vault, especially if something as important as a Horcrux is in it. That's the part one haven't figured out yet. I'm going to speak to the goblin, he must know. Harry bit on his thumbnail. Mate, I'm sure speaking to the goblin is all well and good, but why don't you ask Malfoy first? Ron asked. I mean, Bellatrix is his aunt, he should know what kind of vault she has. Harry felt like kicking himself for not having thought about that. Just then a knock came on the door and Hermione called out, "Yes, come in." The door opened slowly and revealed Draco, whose jaw clenched just a bit at the closeness of Harry to Hermione, but he buried the Vila jealousy. He frowned at the looks he was getting. What? Nothing. Just pondering if you could actually be of use to us, Rooster. Ron replied with a grin. Ron, what did I just ask you? Play nice. Harry glared at his friend and shifted so he was sitting up. Did you want or need anything in particular? If not, then I need to ask you something. Draco lifted an eyebrow but pushed the door open the rest of the way and came in, a familiar beaded purse in his hand as well as a suitcase. Hermione jolted up a bit. My bag. Ow. She slumped back against Ron as her body protested the movement. When Draco came within reaching distance and held out her bag, she took it with a polite smile. Thank you. How did you get it? A house elf. One bonded to me rather than my family, so you don't need to worry about the cottage being found. He addressed the last bit to Ron, who'd opened his mouth. Ron snapped his mouth shut and went back to stroking his hands up and down Hermione's arms gently, both to comfort her and to stake his claim on her. One could never know how Avila thought and who they seduced. So Malfoy, do you know how to get inside your aunt's vault? Harry leaned forward and looked at Malfoy intently as he asked. Draco gave him an incredulous look even as he went to set the case on top of a dresser and opened it. Why in the name of Merlin would you want to? There's something there that I need to get, at least I think there is. Harry brought his thumb up to his mouth and started to abuse his nail again. How in the name of Merlin was he supposed to explain Horcruxes to Malfoy? Hermione watched Draco pull a pair of potion bottles out of the case, then walk back to her holding them out. One is a nerve-repairing potion, the other dreamless sleep. You'll need both, believe me. She took the bottles and inspected the fluid within before unstopping the nerve repair potion and sniffing it cautiously. Draco's lips twitched in amused respect as she opened her bag and pulled out testing strips. He went to lean against the wall and looked at Harry. And what is it that you need from her vault? I need a thing. Harry hissed as he chewed his nail down too far and started to bleed. A thing? Come on, Harry. I know it's Rooster, but that's a really weak explanation. Ron watched carefully as Hermione tested the potions. Well, what should I say then, Ron? I don't know what we're looking for. I won't know until I see or sense it. Harry grumbled. Draco grabbed Harry's hand so fast that it made Hermione jump. Damn it, Potter, aren't enough people out to get you without you mutilating yourself. He brought the torn nail bed to his own mouth and licked it. Harry's eyes were saucer-wide and he sat so still it looked as if he'd been petrified. The moment Malfoy licked his finger, the stinging pain went away, but it was a really strange situation and Harry had no clue how to act. One quick lick and then Draco was blinking and dropping Harry's hand and stepping back as if burnt. Shite, he turned and pretended to rearrange his potions case. Do the both of us a favor and don't make yourself bleed again, will you, Potter? His shoulders were stiff with discomfort. Hermione coughed in amusement. Or I suppose that means what I read about Vila instincts is right. Off of Harry's look, she explained. The book said that at the scent of their mate's blood, or if there is true and obvious danger like at the manor, instinct completely takes over and she waved her hand, you get the idea. Vila saliva has healing properties, so he licked your thumb to stop the bleeding and heal it. She went back to testing the potions. Malfoy, have you ever heard of a Horcrux? Draco froze and turned back to stare at the golden trio. Tell me you're joking. Oh yes, Rooster. We've been gallivanting all across the bloody country, dodging snatchers and Death Eaters because it's a bloody lark. Ron hissed out irritably. I wish we were joking, Malfoy. Things would be so much easier if we were. Harry figured it was best to pretend that the whole finger-licking thing never had happened. That's what we've been doing since last summer, hunting Horcruxes in an attempt to destroy them. Plural. Draco's gaze went to Granger because he knew she was the level-headed one of the group, the sane one who wouldn't go flying off on a suspicion. She nodded but didn't look up from her testing. Plural. So far we've destroyed one. Dumbledore destroyed another. Harry destroyed one in second year. There are 3 more left. You know who made 6. That's how he managed to come back from the dead in the first place. 6. Sweet Circe, that. So what is the Horcrux you think is in my aunt's vault? Hermione shook her head. We don't know. Something of importance. Something that belonged to you-know-who or someone he was close to, or a powerful artifact. The most recent one destroyed was Slytherin's locket, which belonged to his mother as well as being something that belonged to a founder. I think it's something from the other founders. Voldemort seemed to have gotten a kick out of beeping Hogwarts heirlooms. He would probably have gone after the sword too if he was able to get his hands on it. Harry sighed and leaned back against the headboard of the bed. My gut feeling says it's either the Hufflepuff cup or that jewelry thing from Ravenclaw that's in your aunt's vault. Either way, we need to get in there and take it so we can use the sword to destroy it. Draco leaned on the dresser and folded his arms across his chest, watching Harry and the other two to a lesser degree and wondering what would be in this for him if he told them that he was Bellatrix's heir and had full access to the vault as a result. Hermione finished testing the potions, finding them to be exactly what Malfoy had advertised, and downed the nerve-repairing potion with a shudder. That is vile. As soon as she finished speaking, however, he felt the soreness begin to ebb away and sighed out, "Oh, but it works." She set the dreamless sleep aside for later and looked at Malfoy. "So?" He cocked his head. "So what?" Ron keyed at Hermione's temple, happy that she wasn't in pain any longer. At least the ferret was good for something. He looked up and met gray eyes. "So, have you finished stalling and decided to let us know if you know how we can get into the Lestrange vault or not?" Harry was about to tell Ron off when he closed his mouth again. Ron was probably right after all. Malfoy didn't do much if there wasn't something for him to gain from it. Instead, he turned his own green eyes on Malfoy expectantly and waited for his reply. Draco clamped down on his instincts to blurt out what he knew so Harry would be pleased and considered what else might be in his aunt's vault, aside from gold, as he had plenty of that already in his own personal vault. "I might have a way inside the vault." "That would be great, Malfoy." Harry leaned forward in interest. "What kind of security are we looking at?" Harry knew he could still go and speak to the goblin, but if there was a way around that, then he was all for it. Goblins were even worse than Slytherins when it came to not do anything unless there was personal gain from it. "I said I have a way inside the vault, just me." Draco mentally strangled his veal aside for the thought that Harry looked cute leaning forward, eyes gleaming like that. "I'm my aunt's heir, as she and Rodolphus haven't had a child, therefore I have complete access to the vault whether she likes it or not." Harry's mind whirred as he thought about how he could make it work, but he couldn't really think of something. "I need to get inside too, Malfoy. I won't know what we're looking for until I'm there and see it." He couldn't explain to Malfoy how his whole body seemed to hum when he came close to a Horcrux, especially since he didn't understand it himself. "No." Draco flicked a bit of lint off his shoulder. "There's no way to get you past even the account manager." Hermione cleared her throat. An invisibility cloak wouldn't work. He shook his head. "No, Brobdig always casts a revealing spell before getting into the carts." He paused and narrowed his eyes at Harry. "So an invisibility cloak is how you got around the school at night?" "Perhaps," Harry replied. This was not good. He would have to speak with the goblin after all. He'd been stupid to think that something could actually go his way for once. Ron snickered. "I'm surprised you didn't figure that out, Malfoy. I thought the snowball fight in Hogsmeade would do it for you." Hermione elbowed him as she saw Malfoy's eyes spark with temper, and she spoke before the conversation could circle the drain. "What about Polyjuice Potion? Have Harry take the form of your aunt. Would that work, Malfoy?" Harry ignored Ron rubbing his ribs where Hermione's elbow had connected. "Can Polyjuice fool a revealing spell?" "It's a spell to reveal the presence of anyone using cloaks or disillusionment charms. The problem after that will be the thief's pitfall. It erases all enchantments, though." His brows furrowed in thought as it occurred to him that Harry might have the right to enter the vault now. What? Harry's eyes narrowed. "You got your sneaky face on. The one that never have failed to get me into trouble with someone." "Most often, Snape." Harry crawled to the edge of the mattress so he could look at Malfoy more closely. He shook his head. "It's nothing. If you have to be there, the Polyjuice is the best option. Most likely the only option, truth be told, but you'll have to spend the month it takes to brew it practicing." Harry shook his head. "We have Polyjuice Potion ready." He knew Hermione had a flask of it in her bottomless bag since the last time they had used it, when the order came to pick Harry up at Privet Drive. "And we don't have a month to practice. It needs to happen now, before your aunt has a chance to remove the Horcrux. Tell me, Potter, can you walk smoothly in heels?" Harry gave him a deadpan glare. "What do you think? Can you?" "Yes, actually." "Next question. Can you treat the rest of the world like scum that's so far beneath you they should be in hell?" "I don't even know why I'm surprised." Harry sighed as he found himself eyeing Malfoy's legs. Oddly, the thought of Malfoy in stiletto heels wasn't as funny as he thought it would be. As for the acting, I'll just do my best to behave like you, that should do it. Draco snorted, and can you manage to act just the wrong edge of insane? My point, Potter, is that you need to be believable as Bellatrix. If you're stumbling over your heels, that she always wears, and being nice and normal as you are, then you might as well paint a sign on your forehead saying, imposter. Arrest me now. Hermione fingered the blanket over her lap. He's right, Harry. We can't afford you being found out. Harry frowned. Fine, fine. I guess Bellatrix is going to be out of commission for a while anyway. Until those gashes you gave her have healed. He looked at Malfoy before turning to Hermione. You need to rest and heal as well. We'll give it a week, that's as far as I can stretch. A week for me to practice to turn into a monster and a week for you to rest up. You should take a little time to rest too, Harry. You need some sleep. I'm fine my own. You just concentrate on taking care of yourself, all right? You've been such a trooper throughout all of this. Harry gave her a smile. Now, do you have any heeled shoes in that bag of yours that I can borrow? No. I packed for practicality. You can borrow a pair of mine. Draco closed the potion case and moved towards the door. Tomorrow. For now, Granger is right. You look like death warmed over. Get some sleep. I've lived a whole life without a mother. I don't think I need one now. Harry snarked back. He knew it was juvenile, but he didn't like to be told what to do. I know myself and I know when I need to rest. Harry got up from the bed. He needed some fresh air. Draco could feel the feathers on his head rising in irritation and had to stifle the instinctive demand for Harry to stop lying to himself and get some much-needed rest. He lifted a casual shoulder and clipped sharply out of the room. Suit yourself, Potter. That was a bit harsh, Harry. Like it or not, the ferret has been nothing but helpful since he latched onto us. Ron looked at his best friend. Oh, stuff it, Ron. Harry replied and walked out of the room, clomped down the stairs and out of the house until the fresh air and smell of the ocean met his nose. He walked down and sat on the sand. It was winter and cold, but still so beautiful. Harry had never seen the ocean before, but he already loved it. So free and seemingly endless. He'd behaved like a tool, both towards Malfoy and Ron. Harry knew that, and he knew he would have to apologize later. Right now he couldn't do it though. Sometimes it felt as if he couldn't even breathe. Everything he had to do weighed him down, just as the locket had done in that pool. Confused Petite, Fleur moved to sit down next to him. Harry hurriedly pulled off his jacket and laid it on the sand so she wouldn't have to sit on the chilly and damp sand. Like you wouldn't believe, Fleur. Like I don't believe. She pat him on the shoulder and settled on his jacket, not protesting as she knew he disliked that. You, Avenue Z, weight of Z world on you and more, has been added with Le Petit Malfoy's condition. I just don't understand it, Fleur. Harry fiddled with a rip in his jeans, just over his knee, pulling at the threads of the fabric. The Malfoy I know, that I've known for over 6 years. He hates me, loathes everything I stand for, and would have given me up to Voldemort with a song and a dance. How can a potion change someone that much? I don't like that the Vila inside him forces him to feel things he really doesn't. He turned towards Fleur, looking at her perfect features. Does he really have to stay close to me to keep his magic? What does that entail really? She smiled. Just that, he must be around you. He only needs to see you and be in the same room as you once a day. Z Vila instincts will want you near all Z time, but EETEZ not necessary. Z potion made. I am Vila Petite and Z Vila magic chooses Z most compatible being as mate. Is feelings from when, E woos, human, old no bearing on Z choice Vila magic makes. She picked up a shell from beside her and held it up to the light. You and E are compatible in temperament, magic, body, and mind. EF you both will look past what you think you know that is why Z Vila in him chose you. She put the shell down. You, Avenue not seen. I am since the end of last school term. People change easily in a short amount of time and not just from a potion. What do you know, Ari, truly know about Draco Malfoy? Not much, I think. I probably know as much about him as he does about me. Harry abandoned the hole in his jeans and buried his fingers in the cold sand instead. No one had ever needed me like that before. Sure, people say they need Harry Potter, the chosen one, but no one has ever needed me. Just me. It scares the shite out of me, Fleur. What if I can't be what he needs? What if I make a mistake and he has to suffer for it? He hid his face against his knees. I don't know what to do. She reached over and ran her hand over his hair in a comforting pet. "It should scare you. What he needs now is just to know you are happy, healthy, and safe, but circumstances," she made an eloquent sound, "they make that difficult. So, he needs to protect you, even from yourself. The best thing you can do now, petite, is to take care of yourself the way you should be, get the right amount of sleep, eat balanced meals, get exercise that does not involve running for your life. The healthier you are, the easier it will be on both you and Le Petit Malfoy. I can try. I'm stubborn, impulsive, and even I know I can be a bit of an idiot at times, but I can try and do my best to make things easier on both of us. That's all I can do." He tilted his head and peered at Fleur with one green eye. "Thank you for speaking with me about this. I love Ron and Hermione, but they are too close, you know. And they are not Vila." Her eyes twinkled with amusement. "They can speculate, but they can't know what is happening. There is more, but much less grim. Right now you and both are hostile to each other, and that keeps the other instincts at bay, but proximity will avenue you learning about each other, and with that will come better understanding and softening. We can hope," Harry replied and got up from the sand, brushing the clinging grains of sand off his trousers. He held his hand out to Fleur. "I should go inside and apologize, and then I should probably get some sleep, take care of myself." Harry smiled sheepishly. She let him help her to her feet. You carry Evie weight, petite." She squeezed his hand. "But remember, you avenue others, who will help ease the load. Lean on them, on us. You are never alone." "Thank you." Harry picked up his jacket and keyed Fleur on the top of her head. "Let's go inside before the wolf in Bill does something stupid, being inside with Malfoy with you out here." They walked up to the cottage again, and Harry searched the few rooms until he found Malfoy. He walked in the room and closed the door behind him. "I'm sorry. I behaved like a Burke and took my bad mood out on you. It was a childish thing to do, and I apologize." Draco glanced up from the parchment he was studying. Apology accepted. Then he went back to staring at the parchment, tapping a quill on the surface of the desk. Harry shrugged and looked around the small room. It was more like a large closet, to tell the truth. One narrow bed stood in a corner and one desk was pressed up against the wall. That was it. He grabbed his rucksack and pulled out his shrunken sleeping bag, unshrunk it and rolled it out on the floor. He grabbed his toothbrush and sleeping pants under his arm. "Just going to brush my teeth and get ready for bed, be right back." Before Draco could ask why in the world he'd bother coming back, Harry had slipped out. He stared at the closed door, then down at the sleeping bag in utter confuddlement. After washing up and getting changed into his sleeping clothes, Harry stuck his head inside the room where Ron and Hermione was to wish them good night and to apologize to Ron as well. He could have slept in there, but he wanted to give them a night on their own. They hadn't had many of them. Besides, if Malfoy and he were meant to be close, then it was probably wise to start getting comfortable around each other. Opening the door, he walked back inside the small room he would be sharing with Malfoy. Draco's brow twitched at the over-large pajamas Harry had changed into, the prissy pureblood part of him protesting the shabby condition. "Why do you wear those, Potter? They look as if they should be worn by a baby humpback rather than a human being." Harry looked down at Dudley's old pajamas. The really sad thing was that these were the pajamas Dudley had worn when he was 12. Harry was going on 18 and still drowned in them. "I don't have any other sleeping clothes, who cares anyway? I just sleep in them." He took off his glasses, folded them up carefully and placed them on a small stool he had dragged close to the sleeping bag. He didn't want to roll over in his sleep and crush them. "Why don't you?" "Never mind." Draco shook his head, stuffing his curiosity back in its box even as he flicked his wand and had the sleeping bag transfigured into a bed. It only left a scant yard of space between the beds, but it would be much more comfortable than the floor. He eyed the bed for a moment before shrugging and pulling the covers aside so he could slip between the smooth sheets. A beep of pure pleasure escaped him. Oh yeah, he'd really missed sleeping in a proper bed, soft mattress, thick blankets and fluffy pillows. It was heaven. Harry snuggled down and pulled the covers over himself until he had formed a textile cocoon to sleep in. Thank you, Malfoy. The beep had Draco's hand clenching on the quill, cracking it in his hand as his libido sat up and took notice of the man a small space away. He forced himself to look down at his parchment again and cleared his throat. You're welcome, Potter. Now go to sleep, please, please go to sleep and don't do anything else to tempt the Vila. He hated that he was reduced to begging mentally, but he only had so much control over himself right now. Harry squirmed inside his blanket cocoon, just enjoying himself. Good night. Be sure to rest up too, Malfoy, it's been an eventful day. He buried his nose in the pillows and closed his eyes. Good night. Draco pulled out another piece of parchment and wrote a brief letter to Gringotts. He'd been right about his earlier suspicion of Harry having the right to be in any vault he owned as long as he was there as well. Since Harry was his mate, even unbonded, it gave him limited access to the vaults Draco was listed as owner or heir of. The letter would confirm that to the goblins, making the trip to his aunt's vault go more smoothly. As goblins didn't concern themselves with the whims of the ministry, Harry wasn't an outlaw to them, and as a Malfoy's mate, in addition to the Potter fortune, the money they'd make by keeping his presence a secret after being doused by the thief's pitfall would outweigh the reward for turning him in. He didn't know how long he had slept when the nightmares woke him up. Since the light was still on and Malfoy hadn't moved from the desk, Harry figured it couldn't have been too long. He stayed under the blankets, breathing deeply, and hoped that the images and feelings the nightmare had brought would leave him soon. One advantage of traveling with Ron and Hermione for so long was that he had learnt to dream in silence. The nightmares no longer woke him up screaming. Draco didn't look up, letting Harry pretend to be asleep. He sealed the letter, rolled up the parchment and put it away before moving to the little mirror on the wall to brush his hair out. He started to hum absently as he brushed, his mind focused on Harry. Every worry and strain seemed to melt out of his mind and body, and Harry found himself pulling the blankets away from his head so he could hear Malfoy's humming more clearly. It wasn't really a song or a trill, but it was still the most beautiful thing Harry had ever heard. He closed his eyes again and focused solely on the soft hum Malfoy let out. It was the first time in a very, very long while that Harry felt at peace. Draco kept humming and brushing until Harry's breathing evened out into the pattern of deep, dreamless sleep. Then he set the brush aside and slipped into his own bed, whispering a Nox to douse the lights and settling into a light sleep in case Harry woke again. Fleur whacked the back of her husband's hand and wagged the wooden spatula at him. You stop that, Bill Weasley, before you eat your share and everyone else's. Bill reluctantly pulled his hand away from the bacon and sausage plate. But I'm hungry, love. He blinked blue puppy dog eyes at his wife, the effect slightly ruined by the scars marring the left side of his face. Besides, it's on their own heads if they oversleep. Oh really? She gave him an arch look. So you do not think they deserve to sleep in after, aiming to fight their way out of Malfoy Manor. Of course they deserve to sleep in and have a good rest. I didn't mean it like that. All I'm saying is that I think they could have a nice breakfast when they do wake, even if the bacon should happen to be all eaten. They can eat cheese. Bill sounded hopeful. The moon was almost full and it was almost ridiculous how hungry he got during that time. She just narrowed her eyes at him. You will be eating only cheese if you do not behave, Monsieur Weasley. Her eyes cut to the stairs and brightened in a smile at Luna Lovegood. Bonjour chérie, did you sleep well? Very nice, thank you. The grain garbles sung me the sweetest lullaby. Luna smiled dreamily and sat down at the table, admiring the salt shaker made in blue glass. I heard shuffling from Hermione and Ron's room, so I know they are on their way as well. Bon. Fleur dished up a plate for Luna and set it down before wagging her spatula at Bill again. Sit. And maybe I will make some extra for you. You are a living miracle, my love. The stars pale in comparison to your beauty, so kind and wise and wonderful. How was I ever lucky enough to have you as my wife? Bill smiled and reminded both women in the room just why he had been so popular in his youth. Fleur flushed pink and had to fight to keep the stern look on her face. You, she grabbed the front of his shirt and placed a smacking key on his lips, were just too charming to resist. Hermione paused on the stairs, Ron just in front of her in case she stumbled and needed catching, and chuckled at the scene. Ah. More like you. Ron grumbled and helped Hermione down the last few steps. He let her walk on her own to the table, hovering close just in case she would need him. It was a struggle just letting her out of his arms. Hearing her scream like that and seeing her hurt was Ron's worst nightmare come true. Hermione was strong though and fiercely independent. That was one of the things he loved about her, and he didn't want to take that away from her just because he had a need to wrap her in cotton and keep her safe. Ooh, bacon. Ron grinned when he caught sight of the bacon plate, not caring at all about his brother's glares. He had grown up with the git and knew that he was all bark and no bite. Just leave enough for Harry and Malfoy, okay? Hermione keyed his cheek and sat down beside Luna, thanking Fleur when she gave her a plate. Harry's still asleep. I could hardly believe it when I poked my head into the room he and Malfoy are sharing and he was sprawled out, snoozing away. I know, I had to look too because I didn't believe her. Ron nodded and piled sausages and bacon on his toast before topping it off with brown sauce. Harry hasn't slept more than 2-3 hours a night since we started this hunt. If he sleeps with Malfoy close by, then I have to put up with the cocky rooster. He dug into his sandwich with relish, washing it down with tea. Ron, Hermione's voice was a fond scold. I know you and Malfoy wouldn't spit on the other if you were on fire, but he's not called you weasel once since we came here. Return the favor, please. For Harry's sake. What? Ron looked at his girlfriend with bulging cheeks, struggling to swallow. I haven't called him ferret once. Come on, rooster is not that bad. He has the feathers on top of his head and everything. He wiggled his fingers on top of his head like a feathery comb. Fleur chuckled. All male Vila, Avenue Z crest. It raises when they are agitated, angry or upset. So, EEZ more like a. Bill, what EZ that bird, Z white one like a parrot. A cockatoo. They don't have to be white though, they can be pink, red or black as well. Bill replied and pulled Fleur into his lap, keying her neck. Tastier than bacon any time. She turned a brighter pink. Bill. Not at Z table. She remained in his lap however and nodded at Ron. We a cockatoo. Hermione's lips twitched. A cockatoo. Oh mercy, she giggled behind her hand. Oh come on my sweet blossom. They are healthy teenagers, I'm sure they can handle a key or two. I love you Fleur and I'm not going to stop showing it just because we have company. He slid his hand down to her flat belly. Do they know yet? Fleur watched Hermione and Luna's eyes light up and poked her husband in the side. Well they do now. He grinned happily and keyed her again. I can't help it, I'm so proud I want to howl it from the rooftops. The dragon fang in his ear dangled as he leaned in to nuzzle his wife's neck. Tell us what, howl what? Ron looked utterly clueless. He did not get the soft smiles on both Hermione and Luna's faces. Hermione shook her head at him, brilliant but adorably clueless at the same time. Oh Ronikins, what are we going to do with you? I'm starting to suspect that George and Fred dropped you on your head one too many times when you were a baby. Bill made a face at his baby brother. You are going to be an Uncle Ronnie boy. Ron gaped, dropping his half-eaten sandwich on his plate. That's bloody brilliant. Congratulations. Fleur just smiled. Merci. We Zings will be more settled by Z time. She broke off at the startled screech from upstairs that was followed by the sound of things being knocked over and stamping, then complete silence before the soft pad of footsteps came on the stairs and Draco Malfoy, crest raised, sleep rumpled, and irritated came into view carrying a sand gnome in a clawed hand. Draco gave the thing a dark glare and hissed as it opened its mouth. Bite me you little pest and I'll turn you into an ornament for the night bus rather than just putting you back outside. He'd have killed it already for biting Harry's ankle, but Potter had asked him to just put it back where it belonged, blaming himself for accidentally carting the blasted thing in on his jacket. You have to give me the rooster or cockatoo thing my own. Just look at him. Ron was practically vibrating with suppressed laughter at the sight of the ruffled and annoyed Vila. Shortly thereafter Harry came down the stairs, hair standing on end without a crest to blame for its disarray, but he looked more rested than Ron could remember seeing him. Good morning. I think I might have broken a vase of some sort upstairs. I'll pay for it of course. Fleur's lips twitched. EETEZ no problem, a reparo cannot fix. Draco came back in, dusting off his hands and giving Ron a narrow look of suspicion that made him look even more like an outraged cockatoo. Hermione coughed to disguise the laugh that tried to bubble out. Harry's lip twitched, but he thought Malfoy looked utterly adorable in his less-than-perfect state. That alone was a scary thought and had Harry looking down in his teacup instead of looking at Malfoy like he wanted to. "Mornin' Malfoy. Looking a little ruffled there, mate, all feathered out after sleep maybe. Feeling a little beaky." Ron tilted his head to the side and regarded Malfoy seriously. Fleur looked away, as did Hermione, both of them shaking with suppressed laughter as the crest rose higher and Draco turned a pale shade of pink. He practically bit through his tongue to hold in the razor-sharp rejoinder he wanted to let fly but didn't dare. He'd given his word to his mate to play nicely with Weasley and Granger, and so he would. It did not mean he had to enjoy it. Instead, he just gave Ron a glare that should have had him combusting on the spot, then turned to go upstairs and straighten himself up. Hermione just couldn't keep from laughing any longer when she saw the back of Draco's head, the feathers on even better display and showing a red spine down the center. "Oh Merlin!" She bent over and giggled wildly against Ron's shoulder as Draco stomped upstairs. "Be nice, he can't help it." Harry scolded, but his choked chuckles kind of ruined it for him. He still found Malfoy more cute than anything, and he wondered if those feathers in his crest were as soft as they looked. He wanted to reach out and touch them, and that was just crazy. Ron didn't even attempt to look ashamed. "I'll try to be good, but mate." It had to be said. Hermione managed to get herself under control. "Oh goodness. Oh, I hope I didn't make him angry. I just couldn't help it." From the back, he just looked silly. Fleur gave a deep chuckle, but remember, that as silly as it may look, he can back up, as anger with lethal precision. "I know. We saw him toss a fireball at his aunt and then rake her face clean down to the bone. Actually, I was expecting him to snarl back at Ron. He's never hesitated to do that before." Hermione took a sip of her tea. "Yeah, not that I enjoy his tongue lashings, but why didn't he? It's not like Malfoy to just walk away from an insult, or even light teasing. Remember back in school when Parkinson teased him about that pimple and he hexed her skin purple for a week?" Ron asked as he made himself another toast, this one with strawberry marmalade on it. Fleur wriggled out of Bill's lap, tapping his nose. Le petit Malfoy, as a different diet, remember. Avenue to get Z fruit and nectar from Z ice box." She went to the ice box and pulled out some strawberries, mangoes, grapes, figs, bananas and cherries, and a bottle of mango nectar. She quickly sliced the fruit up into a salad, added a little cream and a thick syrup to the mix. Maybe because you and Hermione are important to Ari, and he knows that hurting or distressing you will do the same to Ari, or perhaps he agreed not to treat you badly and so chose his silence so as not to break his word. He promised to play nice with you." Harry looked up from where he'd been watching Fleur prepare Malfoy's breakfast with both awe and a little disgust. "When he told me about the mate thing, I made him promise to be civil and nice to the two of you. If he feels that promise is binding, then please try to be nice back, for me if nothing else." Ron grumbled, but nodded in agreement. It was not as fun when Malfoy couldn't give as good as he got anyway. Fleur finished mixing the fruit and sugar dish and moved to set it on the place next to Harry, putting the bottle of nectar there as well. She ruffled his hair. "Be careful when asking something of I am petite. Think on your words carefully and consider how an agreement might make I am change." She moved back into Bill's lap. "That said, later you can refine the request. Play nice as long as Ron does or something that will let I am bite back to a point." Harry nodded and nibbled at his bottom lip. This would be hard. His mouth often run away before his brain had caught up. Having that much power over someone with words only was daunting. Harry didn't want to control Malfoy as if he was some kind of puppet. That wouldn't be fair to anyone. "I'll try to do better from now on," he answered quietly. Luna reached across the table and took hold of Harry's hand, holding it in both of her small ones. "You are a kind man, Harry. You will do well. Malfoy is lucky to have you as a mate. He could have ended up with someone who'd only be interested in using him and getting him to obey. The thing you have to remember is that you may have control over some of his actions in what you say, but you have absolutely no control over his mind. His feelings and thoughts are all his own. Hermione fiddled with her fork. I don't think Malfoy would let you take advantage of him either, Harry. His pride wouldn't stand for it, I don't think anyway. I can't really know because, well, she looked up, none of us really know him, do we? We know the troublemaking prat we'd encounter now and again in Hogwarts, but we don't know him beyond his worst side. I mean, we don't even know if Malfoy really agrees with the pureblood supremacy or not. You're absolutely right, Hermione, Luna said, still holding on to Harry's hand. We don't know the real Malfoy, except for antagonizing Harry here. He's been surprisingly private all throughout the years at Hogwarts. Not even the Raxperts have a firm grip on him. Maybe this is a chance to set aside preconceived notions on both parts and get to know each other for real. Harry nodded and squeezed her hand. He had almost forgotten how perceptive Luna really was underneath her dreaminess. Fleur nibbled delicately on a piece of toast. Le petit Malfoy is a complex young man, I think. Olds, is cards, how do you say? Close to the vest, but, he does not seem to be discomfited around you. Hermione, so perhaps, holds a different view of blood than others think. Hermione hummed. I did wonder about that. I mean, I don't think his villa would drive him to help me recover by giving me those potions just to please Harry, not yet at any rate, but I can't figure out why he did. You could just ask Granger. Harry tipped his head backwards and watched Malfoy come down the stairs, perfectly put together as usual. Harry found himself missing the slightly rumpled version of the blonde. Even though it was the creature showing through, Harry found him more human when he wasn't completely perfect. Good morning again. Luna beamed at him. Your breakfast is ready. She motioned to the seat next to Harry with hers and Harry's joined hands. Draco's brow twitched at the hand holding and his feathers tried to rise, but then, inexplicably, the jealousy of his villa slipped away. He'd have blamed it on hunger, but he knew that wasn't it. He settled into the chair beside Harry and studied Lovegood curiously, his head cocking minutely like a parrot faced with a new human. She smiled calmly and let him look. Luna had absolutely no designs on Harry, and she did her best to convey that to Malfoy. She was loving with all her friends and she didn't intend to give that up either. Harry pulled his hand away from Luna's to finish his breakfast, eyeing Malfoy's sugary fruit salad curiously. Taste good. Draco glanced down at his bowl at the question, then over at Fleur. Thank you. He picked up a spoon and ate some of the diabetic nightmare fruit salad, making a pleased hum. Yes, it does, to me. You'd probably gag from the amount of sugar. Ah well, you would probably gag from how I like my tea as well. I like it so strong that the spoon can stand on its own. Harry grinned and took a sip of the mentioned beverage. It's really, really horrid. Ron nodded. Sometimes I take Harry's cup by mistake and it feels as if your throat is about to melt as you swallow it. He made disgusted face and squeezed a slice of into his own tea. Draco took a sip of mango nectar, and still better than the swill Americans drink of a morning. He looked over at Granger. As for my reason to help you, the Cruciatus has nasty long-term effects that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy if the nerve-repairing potion isn't administered within 24 hours. It was still very kind of you, Harry said. We wouldn't have been able to get a hold of that potion in time even if we had known it was needed. So thank you, Malfoy. Yeah, thank you. Ron agreed and reached for Hermione's hand. No matter what anyone else thought, he owed Malfoy for this. He'd seen Hermione in pain and he was insanely grateful that it wouldn't be permanent. Kind, yes, but at the same time Hermione could see both the Villa's logic and the Slytherin logic. If she'd suffered long-term effects it would have caused Harry pain, something Draco's Villa side found abhorrent, and it also put her in his debt at the same time. Sneaky little prat. She actually felt better knowing that Malfoy hadn't done it out of the goodness of his heart and she'd not have to wait for the other shoe to drop. Much appreciated. Ron would have been carrying me downstairs this morning if not for that potion. That or it would have been breakfast in bed. She tilted her head. What sort of long-term effects does the Cruciatus have? Hermione. We're eating here. Food still on the plates, plus sensitive wife with morning sickness. Maybe we can save the effects of the torture curse for a little later, okay? Bill looked across the table at his baby brother's girlfriend. He was really happy she would be okay, Of course he was, but sometimes she was a little too interested in knowing how everything worked. She flushed and poked at her eggs. Right, sorry. Draco spooned up some more of his breakfast. I might tell you later, after Potter's lesson. Ah yes, let's humiliate Harry some more by putting him in women's shoes and watch him make an ass of himself lesson. I for one can't hardly wait. Harry groaned and gave them the thumbs up. Cheer up, mate. It can't really be worse than turning into Goyle now, can it? Ron tried his best to be supportive. Hermione elbowed him. Ron. She cast a pointed look at a supremely bored-looking Draco, then glowered at her boyfriend, both for bringing up second year's Polyjuice sneakiness and because Goyle was Malfoy's friend. Oh, don't mind me. Draco nibbled at a strawberry slice. Goyle is not likely to give me much more than a hex with extreme prejudice when next I encounter him. Hex him back then, Ron said and again rubbed his ribs. Really, my own, those pointy elbows of yours should come with a warning sign. Look, he pulled his shirt up and showed off a very lean, very pale, very freckled torso with several round, purple bruises. Abuse it is. One would think you'd have learned to think before you speak by now, Hermione said archly, flicking an amused glance at Draco when the Vila made a soft, barely audible snicker. So if I don't keep my mouth shut or say something you don't like, you'll bruise me. That sounds like a really healthy relationship. Ron pulled his shirt back down in a huff and crossed his arms over his chest. Ron, you bruise when someone barely bumps you. Hermione sounded completely unrepentant. It comes with the Irish milk skin. No love. Ron continued to pout, looking around the table for someone to speak up on his behalf but found only hidden smirks and looks of amusement. Let her poke all of you with her elbows of death and see how you laugh then. He grumbled. When did you turn into such a cry-baby Ronny boy? With 5 older brothers we should have been able to toughen you up a bit. Bill adopted an expression of mock mourning. I have failed in my brotherly responsibilities. Ron gave him a 2-fingered salute and looked down at his plate in sullen silence. Fleur pinched Bill's arm. Stop that, or we're having tofu for dinner instead of steak. Stopping right now, flower of my heart. Bill blinked long lashes at his wife in adoration. Draco looked around the table. You Weasleys have such interesting dynamics with your ladies. Ah, but we get them, Malfoy. Bill replied with a slightly harder edge in his eyes. He still wasn't entirely happy having Malfoy in his house with his pregnant mate, but he was able to control himself. And once we have them, we keep them. Draco stiffened at the distinct hostility that practically poured off Bill Weasley in waves, reminding him that he was the root cause behind the scars on his face and of everything else that happened in his 6th year. His words also reminded him that the odds of his own mate accepting him were very, very slim. He swallowed the final bite of fruit salad in his mouth and set his spoon in the bowl before addressing Fleur softly. Thank you for breakfast, Madam Weasley. If you'll please excuse me, I should unearth my function shoes for Harry. He got up and went to set his bowl and spoon quietly in the sink before disappearing upstairs. Harry watched Malfoy leave with mixed emotions. Part of him wanted to call the blonde back, but another part of him understood Bill as well. Strangely, Harry didn't think that it was what happened 6th year that was rubbing Bill wrong the most. The wolf inside Bill recognized another strong magical creature inside Malfoy and reacted accordingly, protecting his mate against what he saw as a threat. Thank you very much for breakfast. Harry echoed Malfoy. It was delicious. I'm going to go upstairs and see if I can strap on the instruments of torture. The sooner I start practicing, the better it will be. Fleur shifted on Bill's lap, wanting to speak with her mate but not in front of everyone. Oui, petite, bonne chance. Hermione tugged on Ron's sleeve, catching the cues. Hey, help me back upstairs. We'll bring the food with us if you're still hungry and you can destroy me at chess. Sure. Ron blinked and stuffed his half-eaten sandwich into his mouth before helping Hermione up from his seat and walking towards the stairs. He might not be the most sensitive man, but even he caught the tense air in the kitchen. Besides, he never turned down a chance to be alone with Hermione. I've told you several times, you think too logically for chess. That's why you lose. Luna smiled and got up too. I can take breakfast up to Mr. Ollivander and Mr. Griphook. You cooked it for us all, Fleur, so it's the least I can do. She loaded a large tray and disappeared upstairs. Fleur relaxed and turned to cup her husband's face in her hands. Amour, I cannot help that. As to be, air. I know you are trying an eetez, ard. She traced the scars on his face gently, lovingly, but please try, arder. I am trying, Fleur. Bill sighed and looked down at his hands, holding his wife. I know he has to be here and I know he only really see Harry out of all of us. The man knows that perfectly well but the wolf doesn't care. It's so close to the full moon and even though I don't transform it gets so much harder controlling my temper and my basic instincts. I will try even harder though. For you. She tilted his face back up and brushed her lips over his. Merci amour. I am not angry or disappointed. I do understand you're wolf after all. I only wish to make things easier on everyone. Rezz only one le petit Malfoy will ever, avenue z chance to bond with but, Ari could choose honoser. She nuzzled her nose against Bill's. I am still displeased with what he did but I cannot wish that kind of pain on le petit Malfoy, the same I felt when I thought I would lose you. He pulled her close to key her, pouring all his love into the simple key. Not getting your loved one is a hardship I don't wish on anyone either. I promise I'll try to keep the wolf on a leash. I can't help but wish Malfoy good luck. Getting Harry will prove to be hard work I think. I don't know if you've noticed but the boy who lived have some serious issues of his own. Of course I noticed. That, house we got. I am from. There was no love in the walls, not for. Ari and he has lost so many at such a young age. She snuggled close. Ari cares so deeply. You saw. He was when. He brought Cedric's body back and then to be sent back to that loveless house. Her head shook and she sniffled. I wish le petit Malfoy luck because only Avila could love deeply enough to match. Ari and he'll. I am. If Malfoy can do that, he'll Harry and love him like he deserves, then I will root for his success from here on out. Bill key-ed her again. Go rest a bit love, I'll handle the dishes. She key-ed the tip of his nose. I am not tired yet but come join me for a stroll on the beach when you are done. She slid off his lap and went outside to enjoy the wind and salt air. Up the stairs Draco pulled a pair of black, men's high-heeled boots out of his trunk. They were the height of wizard fashion, which he supposed was about even with Muggle fashions in the 16th century, and had cost a pretty sickle. He wondered if Harry would actually manage to take even one step or if he'd fall on his face. Correction, if he'd start to fall on his face. Draco's Vila instincts would never let the fall be completed. He studied the black brocade and intricate beading and wondered why he was really doing this. Why bother putting so much effort into a hopeless cause? He didn't even like Potter yet here he was, doing his level best to try and make him happy, to coax him to accept the mating. He'd apparently lost some of his sanity when he grew the feathers. Harry walked inside their shared little closet and sat down next to Malfoy on the bed. He eyes the shoes with apprehension. In a weird way they were very elegant if a bit flashy for Harry's taste, but he wondered how he'd ever learn to walk in heels like those. You really wear these? Harry didn't mean it as a slur or an insult, he was actually impressed. When do you wear shoes like this? He pulled off his sweater and tossed it on his bed, leaving him in only his t-shirt. It was warm in their small room. Harry didn't even think about his scarred arms any longer. Both the scar from the basilisk tooth and the scar from where Wormtail had cut him had become part of him now. Should I just get to it, do you think? Draco's gaze was fixed on the scars. He knew where the long thin one on Harry's lower arm had come from, but where is that from? He pointed at the one at Harry's inner elbow. Harry pulled his attention away from the shoes and followed Malfoy's gaze towards his arm. Oh, that one. He put the hand over his opposite arm over the puckered skin. Basilisk bite. He looked up into Harry's face and just stared for a few moments before rubbing the center of his forehead. You're going to be the death of me, aren't you? Just casually announce. Basilisk bite. Like it's nothing. Like it's a normal occurrence. This does not bode well for keeping you out of life-threatening situations. Harry turned towards Malfoy and grinned, green eyes sparkling. Hello. My name is Harry Potter. Over the last few years I've encountered possessed professors, trolls, basilisks, werewolves, dragons, more evil professors, a few Death Eaters and the most evil wizard of modern times. It's a pleasure to meet you. Draco gave him a two-fingered salute and tossed the shoes to him. "Get bent, Potter." Already as crooked as A.U. Malfoy. Harry snickered and kicked off his own worn sneakers to put on the heeled boots. He grabbed Wormtail's wand to make the shoes just a tiny bit bigger. "I miss my wand. This one obeys me but it doesn't feel right. Easier not to use a wand at all." He tossed the stolen wand aside and concentrated his magic to his hands instead, altering the shoes that way before he put them on. Not much truly surprised Draco, but seeing Potter casually announce it was easier to use wandless magic and then performing it, knocked him on his feathered ass. "What, how, when the bloody hell did you learn to use wandless magic, especially so easily?" Harry had one shoe on and was working on the other when he heard the shocked tone of Malfoy's voice. "What? I don't know really. I've always kind of known it, but it has gotten easier over the last year and a half or so. Lately my wand has been more for show than anything, but it has still felt right." "That wand doesn't feel right." He nodded towards the discarded wand on the bed. "It's not that big of a deal." "Not that big of a deal." Draco's voice was flat and toneless, at first anyway. "Not that big of a deal. Not that bloody big of a deal. Potter, do you have any idea just how difficult even wordless magic is for most wizards and witches, much less wandless? And you've always kind of known it. That's like a 3-year-old not just reproducing Michelangelo's David but doing it better." "No, Malfoy, I don't have any idea how difficult wandless magic is because I don't know anything. No one tells me anything." Harry clenched his fists tightly, hating the feeling to be different once again. "All I know about the wizarding world is what we learned at school or when I'm running from people trying to kill me. I'm sorry if it upsets you, I'll use the wand." "Upset? Are you daft?" Draco shook his head. "I'm not upset. Shocked, surprised, blown away but not upset." Just then he caught on to the first part of Harry's statement and frowned in confusion. "What do you mean you don't know about our world? How can you not?" Harry grimaced, not wanting to get into the Dursleys. Even now when he was free of them they were a sore spot. "It's nothing, Malfoy. I spent the first 11 years of my life believing I was a muggle. It's not important." He stood up shakily in his heeled shoes. "Now let's do this, shall we?" You." Draco tugged at his ear as he tried to fit the conversation together into his schema. "You weren't raised by a witch and wizard, like we've all been told." "I have no idea what you've been told, but no, I wasn't raised by a witch and a wizard. I was raised by my very muggle aunt and her husband. I thought my parents had died in car crash until Hagrid told me differently." Harry took a wobbly step forward and then another and another. "How do you walk in these? My toes feel squished." Draco shook himself out of his surprise and filed away the new information to assimilate it later and got up to move behind Harry. "You need to adjust your balance more towards the ball of your foot." He placed a hand on the small of Harry's back and the other on his shoulder, making him stand straight and tall with perfect posture. "And don't slouch, it upsets your balance and makes walking in the heels more difficult." It was a strange feeling, having Malfoy's hands on him like that, but Harry had to admit that it was easier to walk the way Malfoy showed him to. Still, it was really hard to keep his head straight and his gaze forward and not look down at his feet as he walked. "I can do this," he muttered to himself. "Millions of girls and plenty of boys do it without problem. I can do this." Not bad, Potter. Though your ankles are a bit wobbly, but then everyone's are when they start walking in heels." Draco watched Harry pick his way along the space between the beds critically. "You'll need to build up a little ankle strength is all." Harry flashed him a smile, grateful that Malfoy didn't tear him down. He turned and walked the other way since their room was tiny. "Any suggestion on how to build up ankle strength? Other than continue to walk in the shoes, I mean." He had barely gotten the words out when one of his feet folded underneath him and sent him sprawling forward. F***. Draco leapt forward and caught him just before nose met floor and carefully brought him back to a standing position, keeping his hands on Harry's waist until he was certain he had his balance back. "Bouncing actually." "Bouncing, huh?" Harry tried to regain his composure and a little bit of his dignity. He let go of Malfoy's shoulders that he had grabbed onto. "Up and at him again, right?" Harry gave a strained chuckle and started walking again. It had been a long time since he'd felt this clumsy. Draco moved back but kept close in case of another stumble. "Yes, bouncing." Just stand up in either flat shoes or bare feet and bounce on your toes. It helps strengthen your ankles for more than walking in heeled shoes. Alright then, I'll get bouncing later, after I finished training for now. Harry kept on walking back and forward across the floor in the tiny room. So, now you know how I grew up. How did you grow up, Malfoy? Spoiled rotten of course, and raised in the old ways. I was given high goals and expected to reach them, but when I didn't I wasn't punished, simply told to try again until I succeeded. Every failure resulted in ice cream and every triumph resulted in a reward. Sounds really nice. Harry tried to keep the wistfulness out of his voice as he continued to trot. No matter his personal feelings regarding Lucius Malfoy, Harry couldn't deny that the man seemed to truly care for his family. I was, of course, expected to maintain certain behavior in public, and if I failed in that I was disciplined, but I've always known where I stand with my family. My parents love me and my aunt only loves the Dark Lord, all else can go to hell for her. It's sad really, somehow I doubt that you know who loves her back. From what I've seen he loves only himself. Harry shrugged. Still, every family has a loon. I'm my family's crazy one. Your parents love you and that's what matters. HMMHM. I do rather wish she'd have left Malfoy Manor when the Dark Lord vacated it as well though. His disgust for Bellatrix rang clear in his voice. Very understandable, Harry said with feeling as he watched Malfoy carefully from behind his glasses. For the first time he really took the time to wonder what it must have been like, having Voldemort in your home, the one place where you're supposed to be able to feel truly safe. Harry knew that Voldemort cared for no one and that the only pleasure he had was in other people's pain. It can't have been easy. Harry was starting to see Malfoy not just as an annoying git, a school rival, but as a real human being with virtues and faults just like anyone else. He didn't really know how he felt about it though. Getting to know Malfoy would mean that Harry would start to care, that was his nature and he was afraid to. He had lost so much already and caring only meant that you had one more thing to lose. Harry shook himself out of those thoughts with an effort. It had only been a day so far, too early to start worrying about caring and loss. For now he needed to concentrate on coexisting in a way that would be plausible and acceptable to everyone. A few hours later found Draco standing on the beach, his wings out in the strong breeze, bare toes digging into the sand as he thought over the little revelation about Harry Potter. Raised as a Muggle, it certainly didn't fit with the tales everyone had been fed about how Potter had been brought up. It did explain some things however, the sheer rudeness of him rejecting his hand that first year, the complete wonder that even now peeked out, the way he never seemed to accept what should be impossible in their world. After living as a Muggle for so long and then find out that magic is real, it must have set a notion of nothing being impossible into Harry's head. He reached down and picked up a beach stone, chucking it into the waves. Now he was curious, a damnable flaw in his makeup that. He was curious about what else he'd been told about the boy who lived that was wrong. It was odd, feeling so curious about Potter, but he couldn't blame his condition for that. He'd always been nosy and whatnot, and had he still been human he'd still be curious about Harry. He'd always wanted to know what made Potter tick, except now he didn't want to crush him into dust with the knowledge anymore. Weird. Harry stood upstairs, looking out of a small, square window. He couldn't take his eyes off of Malfoy, more specifically Malfoy's wings. When he had them out like they were now, they were magnificent, large, sharp and fluffy at the same time. Every single feather was pure perfection. White didn't even begin to describe them, they were almost glowing, shimmering and shifting like they had a light within. Harry wanted to touch them, rub his face against them, wrap himself in them completely. It was a scary feeling. Beautiful. Well, that is a given. Fleur's voice came from behind him. Wiz Vila that is. Harry almost jumped out of his skin when he heard Fleur's voice. So embarrassing, he hadn't been taken by surprise like that for a long time. It was only the familiarity of Fleur's voice that kept his magic from lashing out. Ah, no one was supposed to hear that really. He felt his cheeks color. She chuckled and pat his shoulder, nosing wrong was admiring beauty petite. I did not get a chance to ask Z's morning, but how did you sleep? Like the dead. I woke up shortly, but after that I slept like a log. Harry smiled. If that sand pest hadn't bitten me I would probably have kept on sleeping. Strange. I am glad you slept well. Now, how did Zishu lesson go? Her eyes gleamed with amusement. Some blisters, some swollen toes, but it wasn't a total disaster. Now I'm bouncing, to strengthen my ankles. The corners of Harry's mouth twitched with mirth. Oui that will, ELP, she covered her mouth in a short yawn, pardonnez-moi. Don't apologize, we're the ones who should be sorry for coming here, crowding you and making more work for you. I'm sorry. Harry took a step back so that Fleur would be able to pass him without trouble if she needed to. Non, Ari, you are not making more work, and even if you are family. I am just tired because that family is expanding. She pat her still flat stomach. Green eyes flashed down to her stomach and then up to her face again. Really? That's so awesome. He stepped forward to give her a hug. Wonderful. Congratulations, Fleur. Oh, does Molly know? Harry could see Molly's reactions to learn that she would be a grandmother for the first time in his head, and it made him smile. It was nice to get some good news, to get a reminder what they were fighting for. Harry hadn't heard anything from the other Weasleys for over 6 months, and it was close to 8 months since he'd heard anything from Remus and Sirius out in the woods, trying to convince the werewolf packs not to join Voldemort. This child was hope, and it was something they desperately needed. Of course, she is on Z Moon. Fleur pat his back. Bill sent me up for a nap, not that I am complaining. Harry hugged her again before letting her go. Then go rest instead of talking to me. I don't want to face the wrath of the wolf. Harry grinned to show he wasn't really worried about Bill. She chuckled. Oui. If you see Le Petit Malfoy before dinner, tell him that it's safe to practice flight, air. He does need to learn to fly with those wings he hasn't learned yet. I'll tell him. Harry nodded. In fact, he would go out and tell him straight away. He wanted to see how Malfoy used those gorgeous wings of his. Then I go to nap. She moved away and slipped into the master bedroom to settle in for her nap. Harry trotted down the stairs, grimacing a little at the ache in his feet. He paused in front of Ron and Hermione's door, but he heard Hermione cheer Ron and Luna on in a chess game, so he left the door closed and continued downstairs. Harry grabbed his jacket and headed outside. It was winter, and it amazed Harry that Malfoy was standing there without a jacket and without shoes. Harry would freeze if he did that. Hi, he said when he reached the blonde. Fleur told me to tell you that it's safe to fly here if you want to. This whole stretch of the beach is warded against muggles. Those wings were even more magnificent up close, and Harry kept his gaze on Malfoy's face so that he wouldn't openly stare. Draco's wings fluttered, Harry's approach surprising him, but then he stretched them out with a considering hum. I suppose I should keep in practice learning. Mind if I watch? Harry had to ask. He sat down on the sand and hoped he wouldn't give any sand gnomes a lift inside on his clothing this time. He shrugged, the wings moving and fluttering with the motion. Suit yourself. He gave a couple of experimental beats with his wings, then took a few quick steps and a jump, lifting into the air. At that moment Harry almost envied Malfoy, to be able to fly without broom or other aids, just push off the ground and be off. Even in the air with large wings flapping, Malfoy was elegant and graceful. Typical. Draco kept low, not out of fear of being seen but because he was still learning flight, and if he fell he didn't want to drop a long way, which was also why he was flying over the water, softer landing. He banked left then right, rose and fell by small increments, beating his wings to stay aloft. This low there weren't any air currents strong enough to let him glide, but he'd sampled that aspect of flight once he was sure he'd not fall. He flicked a wing and made a short spin in the air, pleased when it didn't unbalance him and send him crashing to earth. It was interesting watching Malfoy fly. Harry knew that he probably looked like an idiot, sitting and admiring the flying villa, but he couldn't help himself. He comforted himself with the thoughts that if he met Malfoy in a regular Quidditch match he would still beat the git. Draco caught sight of Harry watching him and just couldn't help but show off a little, doing aerial tricks designed to flaunt his skill. He was driven by the Vila need to show off for his mate and his human habit of showing up Potter, or trying to. He was so absorbed in it that he failed to notice the seagull above him, tracking his movements, but he certainly noticed it when the blasted bird dive-bombed one of his wings during a complicated maneuver, sending him plummeting down into the sea. Harry was on his feet and running before Malfoy hit the water, hand outstretched and calling on his magic to bring Malfoy to him. The water was cold but not worse than swimming in an ice-covered pond. He kept waiting and kept his magic active until he had brought Malfoy close. "You all right?" Draco gave him a narrow glare and twisted out of the magic hold, standing up and slogging to shore through the water. "Oh, just fine, Potter. I'm soaked, and salt water is foul on the wings." He looked like a sadly drowned chicken. Harry couldn't help himself. The sight of Malfoy and knowing he was safe and unharmed caused Harry to flop down on his in the shallow, cold water and laugh until his ribs hurt. He wasn't laughing at Malfoy, not really. The whole situation was just too much. "Well, I'm so glad I could amuse you, Potter. It's what I live for." The sarcasm dripping off those words should have been given a snark award as Draco shook out and beat his wings, taking out his wand to remove salt as they dried. I'm sorry. Harry gasped out between giggle fits. "I promise I'm not laughing at you, but the sight of that blasted seagull taking you down." Harry chuckled helplessly. "I'm glad you weren't hurt. I was worried when I saw you crash." Harry's teeth started to clatter and he could almost feel his lips turn blue. Having a laughing fit, sitting in a winter ocean with your clothes on wasn't the brightest of ideas. He struggled out of the water and ran his hands over his body in a heating charm, but a hot shower and fresh clothes sounded heavenly. "Idiot." Draco finished drying and removing salt from his wings and retracted them. The rest of him was soaked as he'd prefer a bath to wand cleaning, and he snagged Harry's arm as he headed for the cottage. "You are not allowed to make yourself ill." "Hey, you are just as wet as I am." Harry protested weakly as he allowed himself to be almost dragged towards the cottage. "You're not allowed to get sick either." Luna regarded them with a raised eyebrow from the garden where she was picking some winter apples for dessert. "Bathing in cold water is good for the soul." She nodded. "I'm so happy you're playing together." Draco barely spared her a glance and a wave as he pulled Harry into the cottage and up the stairs. "I won't get sick. I don't even get cold anymore." "Well, bully for you then." Harry followed Malfoy up the stairs and into their shared room, waiting for the other to let go of his arm. He grabbed a big, warm fluffy robe from his trunk and dropped it into Harry's arms. "Go, shower, warm up because I am not smelling the vile scent of chicken soup should you catch cold. Feeling kinship with your feathered sisters and brothers." Harry grabbed the robe with a quick thanks and a grin and was out the door before Malfoy had time to respond. "Little prick." Draco stripped his wet clothes off, donning another robe out of his things, this one red silk, and banishing the sodden mess to his house elf before sitting down with a book to wait on Harry. The shower was blessedly warm and Harry wouldn't have minded to linger under the hot spray, but he couldn't be that selfish. They were many who had to share bathroom and hot water in the cottage after all. He dried himself quickly and wrapped the warm, fluffy robe tightly around his form before cleaning up the bathroom after himself and walking back to their room. "Ooh." Draco looked over at Harry as they walked into Gringotts. "Well, Harry as Bellatrix." He had to admit he was impressed with the way Potter was walking and acting. He'd managed to affect Bellatrix's voice and actions almost perfectly, and he actually sauntered in the killer heels. They walked over to Brobdig and Draco glanced over at Bellatrix, Harry to start the script. "You there?" Harry stared at the goblin with a superior glare. "Take me to my vault. Now." Not a please or a thank you to be heard there. When he'd first polyjuiced to Bellatrix he'd almost panicked. Bellatrix Lestrange was a very curvy witch and it threw his entire body out of balance to have things that pouted out both in the front and in the back. Every time he looked down Bellatrix's beat stared back at him. It was a frightening experience and it took a while to get used to it. He hoped he carried it off though. Draco almost smiled at the sharp bark. It was classic Aunt Bella and no one could say otherwise. The goblin briefly glanced up. "Wand." Harry sneered and reached into the purse he'd borrowed from Myone and pulled out Bellatrix's black and curved wand, holding it up for the goblin. "Make it quick, I don't have all day." The goblin eyed the wand now pointing in his face, then looked over at Draco. "And yours as well." Draco held his wand up as well. "We're quite busy, Brobdig, stop wasting our time." His tone was cold and arrogant, the perfect pureblood. "Very well. Come with me. The goblin got off of his chair and came around the desk to lead them to the carts. He turned before they would get into one and cast a spell, nodding when no extra human signatures were revealed. He settled at the controls as the two human got into the cart. Harry's heart was pounding, but he managed to stay calm on the outside as he was settled next to Malfoy in the cart. They whooshed forward, but Harry couldn't even concentrate on the breakneck speed. He kept wiggling in his seat. This underwear is terribly uncomfortable, he whispered in Malfoy's ear as he wiggled some more. The black lacy kept riding up where Harry didn't want them to. How did women wear things that were so tight and constricting? He now knew much more about Bellatrix Lestrange and her undergarments than he'd ever wanted to. Draco leaned to whisper back, his lips brushing Harry's ear, "Beep it up and take it like a woman." He gripped the side of the cart as they spun and the thief's pitfall came up. "Hold on." Harry grabbed onto the sides of the cart tightly and did as Malfoy had said and held on for dear life. He did his best to ignore the shiver that had gone through him as Malfoy's mouth had brushed his ear. It was probably an accident due to the shaking movements of the cart, and it was so wrong to get the shivers over something like that when he was for all intent and purposes Bellatrix Lestrange at the moment. Malfoy was her nephew, her flesh and blood. That thought made Harry shiver for a completely different reason. Draco braced himself as they ran through the magical water, then came to a stop, dropping down several feet. He pulled Harry to him, sheltering him with his body even though he knew there was a cushioning charm on the ground. There was an abrupt stop followed by a hard landing on his bum. "I hate that part." Harry replied and struggled to get out of Malfoy's arms and stand on his own 2 feet. His legs felt somewhat shaky, but he didn't think he could afford to show any weakness. "Mr. Malfoy, you will identify your guest or I will call the guards." The goblin's voice was firm and cold. Draco glared down at Brobdig. "Did you not receive the letter I sent? Has Grinditz fallen out of the practice of reading the correspondence of their customers?" His voice was equally cold and harsh as he helped Harry, now back in his own body, to his healed feet. Harry gave him a sharp glare and ran his hand through his own, short and messy hair. "You knew this would happen." It wasn't a question. He was upset that Malfoy had forced him to go through with this song and dance. Was it fun to humiliate him by putting him in women's clothing and high-heeled shoes? He could have worn his cloak or disguised himself as anyone. Being Bellatrix was completely pointless and Harry didn't see any humor in it. Now he wanted to get the Horcrux and get the bloody hell out of there, go somewhere where he could be on his own for a while. The thief's pitfall erases all enchantments. I brought extra polyjuice so we can get back out. Only I and Aunt Bellatrix have the right to enter the vault alone. He met Brobdig's gaze. "This is my mate." Obviously you see the reason for the disguise considering his status in the ministry. "I trust there will be no issues." The goblin shuffled closer to inspect Harry before nodding. "None at all, Mr. Malfoy." He turned and led them to a huge vault door covered in writhing metal snakes. Harry walked with them in silence, watching the snakes and having uncomfortable flashbacks to the Chamber of Secrets. He wondered briefly if these snakes would answer him if he spoke to them, but pushed those thoughts out of his mind to watch what was going to happen next. Draco used the claws of his left hand to prick the fingers of his right, drawing blood that he dribbled into the mouth of one of the snakes. One by one the snakes slithered back to reveal the door and Brobdig opened it, waving Draco and Harry in. The Vila turned and held out his hand for Harry. "Come on, the sooner we're finished the sooner we can polyjuice you again and get out of here." Ignoring Malfoy's hand, Harry stepped inside the vault and looked around. He didn't care about the cold, jewels and artifacts, he was only after one thing and one thing alone. A buzzing inside his head told him that there was indeed a Horcrux inside the vault, the only question was where. He closed his eyes, tilted his head and really listened. There, green eyes slitted open again and he watched a rather small and plain golden cup in the far right corner. "It's that one." He pointed towards the cup. Draco picked his way through the contents of the vault and picked up the cup, feeling a disgusted chill go through him. It felt like he was holding pure evil in his hand. He took a moleskin pouch from his side and dropped the cup into it. He also picked a few more objects, a set of books, and a small case up and put them in the bag. "All right, let's go." He tossed Harry a small phial. "Wait to drink that until after we go back through the pitfall again." Harry caught the file and nodded shortly as they made their way out of the vault again. All the dark art artifacts gave him the creeps and he couldn't wait to get out of there. A cart, Harry didn't know if it was the same one they'd traveled down in, stood waiting for them, and Harry sat down next to Malfoy again, waiting until after the water had washed over them before he uncorked the file and drank the foul-tasting content. The wind from the cart dried them off quickly enough and soon they were back where they started. Draco stepped out of the cart and waited for Harry to do the same. He glanced back at the goblin. "Do remember to keep your silence and I will be rather grateful." The goblin smirked, understanding that he meant that so long as he kept his silence he'd receive a bonus. "Of course, Mr. Malfoy." Draco nodded and nudged Harry to start walking. He wanted out of here now. He had a nasty feeling that something bad was on its way and he wanted out of here before it arrived. Harry walked swiftly, the heels on his shoes clicking against the stone floor. He had adopted Bellatrix's manners and expressions again, and he walked out of the bank with his head held high, dark eyes filled with loathing for everyone and everything around him. "Come on, Draco, don't dawdle." Draco narrowed his eyes. He had a feeling Harry was getting into ordering him about as Bellatrix a little too much. "Yes, Aunt Bella." He followed close as they made their way to the unlicensed apparition point in Nocturne Alley. A slimy shimmer went down his spine and he turned to see one of the Dark Lord's favorite sycophants watching them from the shadows. He had his wand in hand and a petrifying spell cast before the spy could do anything more than turn to run. He handed Harry the moleskin bag. "Go on back, I'll be right there. I have to wipe his memory first." Harry took the bag and then caught Malfoy's arm in a strong grip. "If you're not back in 10 minutes I'm coming back here and I won't be happy." Harry might not be entirely pleased with Malfoy at the moment, no, not pleased at all, but he still didn't want anything to happen to him. He gave the blonde one last stern look before he raised his hand and disapparated with a sharp crack. It was absolutely disturbing to hear Harry's voice coming from his aunt's mouth and saying words like that. Disturbing, but at the same time, it pleased some deep part of him to know Harry was worried for his safety. He turned to the Death Eater and took out his wand. He was going to wipe his memory, but in addition he fully intended to set a curse on him that would eat him alive from the inside out. It would remove one threat permanently and serve as a message to the ranks of the Death Eaters that there was now someone working against them that didn't play nice. "Ooh." Hermione leaned into Ron as they watched the disguised Harry pace back and forth in the neck-breaker heels. "He'll be fine, Harry. He's a sneaky Slytherin, remember. That doesn't matter. What if that Death Eater wasn't alone? You don't leave anyone behind. That's the first rule. Hell, it's probably one of the only rules. You don't leave your comrades behind, and I did just that." Harry hissed angrily and continued pacing, the long black dress swirling around him. "He asked you to leave, mate. You had to get the bag out of there quickly." Ron tried to calm Harry down, but judging from the venomous glare sent his way, it wasn't working. Ron almost cowered getting a glare like that from Bellatrix Lestrange. He really couldn't wait for the polyjuice to wear off. Fleur came in with a tray of tea and scones. "Le petit Malfoy z no pushover, Ari even whiz out z vila powers." She pat him on the shoulder. "He's a bloody bastard, that's what he is, but he should still be back by now." Harry practically growled the last words out. "I shouldn't have left. It's been more than 10 minutes now, hasn't it?" "It has been 9 minutes and 34 seconds, Potter. Really, you're so impatient." Draco's drawl came from the doorway. Harry stilled and breathed a deep sigh of relief before he stalked over to Malfoy and punched him in the chest. You were such an ass." He pushed his way past the blonde. "Now I'm going to lock myself in the bathroom until I'm out of this vile body." He clomped up the stairs and slammed the bathroom door shut behind him. Draco lifted a brow and rubbed the spot Harry had struck. Apparently he was getting further back into what was him because he felt no nigh painful pull to follow and smooth Harry's feathers over. And you'd think he'd have been pleased to see me." Hermione snickered then giggled. "You really are a git, Malfoy." "Why, thank you, Granger, I do strive for the title." "Harry's very forgiving," Ron said to his own surprise. Why he was even bothering to try and explain things to Malfoy he didn't know. "I should know," he added and scratched his red hair sheepishly. "No one likes to be scared though," Luna said and looked up from the bracelet she was making out of seashells and something that looked like dried beans. And no one likes to be made fun of. Scared, Draco measured the word. I don't know why, but I find it hard to believe that a chirp came out of his mouth that had him blinking and frowning in confusion. He tried to speak again, but all that came out was chirps and an odd little trill. Before anyone could say anything, however, he started glowing and changing shape, and the next thing the room knew they were looking at a pile of wriggling clothes on the floor. It's like that Muggle movie you showed me. Ron looked at the pile of clothes on the floor with saucer-wide eyes before turning to Hermione. The one with the witch that melted. Except that no one threw water on Malfoy. Luna rolled her eyes and flicked her wand to remove the clothing pile and reveal what was underneath it. Hermione blinked at the white morph gerfalcon that glared pointedly at Ron and made a loud shriek. Fleur chuckled. Also le petit Malfoy's animal form ez un falcone. Looks like a bloody chicken to me. Ron said, but hid behind Hermione just in case. The blasted feather duster seemed to have it out for him. Bill tried his best to hide his amusement and failed miserably at it. What caused him to transform then? It didn't look as if he did it by choice. Stress. Fleur laughed as the falcon took a brief flight just to whack Ron on the head with a wing and then fly over to Luna and perch on the dreamy girl's shoulder. Today has been nothing but stress for I am, and when Avila is stressed they handle it one of two ways. If this is one way, then I'm not sure I want to know what the other is. Bill replied and chuckled at his brother's startled expression. Luna turned her head and regarded the white falcon on her shoulder seriously with pale blue eyes before she went back to working on her bracelet. Hermione looked at Fleur. Well, I want to know. What's the other way Avila deals with stress? Throwing fireballs at what the problem is. Her voice was matter of fact. Le petit Malfoy could not do that because the stressor was an amorphous threat and an angry mate. So his body forced a transformation to escape if need be. Is this the first time you've transformed, Monsieur Malfoy? The falcon made an affirming chirp that had her nodding. Then you will be stuck in that form for the rest of the day, as your instincts will want you to learn EET. She chuckled at the mournful sound the bird made. Just be glad you did not get a wolf form. She glanced at her husband. That would be disaster non. If he was a wolf he wouldn't even be here right now, Harry's mate or not. Bill answered shortly and grit his teeth. He was much more easygoing now that the moon was new, but the wolf was still lurking inside him and another wolf in his home, near his pregnant mate. It would have been a disaster, yes, and most likely a bloodbath between them. I'm surprised you haven't jumped on him and tried to eat him. Wait. No, it's foxes who goes after chickens, not wolves. Ron had recovered from his slight scare and was back in full teasing mode again. They heard the bathroom door open and close and silent, barefoot steps in the hallway upstairs before another door closed firmly. Looks like Harry is Harry again, Bill commented. Hermione hummed and jiggled her foot. So, who's going to tell Harry that Malfoy's more feathered than usual? An indignant chirrup came from Luna's shoulder and Draco's feathers stood on end as the bird seemed to look at Hermione as if she'd betrayed him. I'm out. As much as I would love to tell Harry that Malfoy is a chicken, I really don't want to get in the way of his temper. Ron shuddered. With his magic flaring wild he can get rather scary. Well, I'm not doing it either, and there is no way Bill will let Fleur do it. Hermione folded her arms across her chest. I can do it, Luna said calmly. It's Harry we're talking about. He would rather tear off his own arms than hurt any of us. She dislodged Falcon Malfoy from her shoulder gently and got up from her seat. Really? 3 Gryffindors in the room and you leave me to tell him? She shook her head sadly and walked up the stairs. Draco the Falcon made a sound that was suspiciously like an avian snicker. Hush, you feathered menace, or I'll pluck you bald, Hermione glared at him. She wouldn't really do that. Over the last week she and Malfoy had come to an odd understanding. He was still a git and a prat and a pure-blooded twat, but when he played nice he was also witty, able to keep up with her own quick mind, and he'd been coaching her in chess. She'd actually almost beaten Ron last night. Ron looked positively gleeful at his girlfriend's threats and he grinned manically at the bird. Draco hissed at him, then went about preening his feathers. It wasn't too long before Luna came back downstairs. So Harry knows, and he wasn't dangerous or scary at all. She gave Ron and Hermione pointed looks before she tilted her head in thought. The fact that he wasn't scary was helped by the fact that he was half naked. Probably more scared of me than me of him. He asked if Malfoy was hurt or in pain in his bird form, and when I said no he said that he wants to be alone for a while, that he had things to figure out. Draco flapped his wings when she sat back down and hopped up on her shoulder again. He didn't pretend to understand why he was more comfortable with Luna than anyone else, but it was similar to how he'd felt as a child when his mother would rock him after a nightmare. She was soothing. He nibbled at a strand of hair and made a questioning chirp, cocking his head up to eyes the ceiling. "He's fine," Luna replied and picked up her tray with seashells and beans again. "You know how it is. Sometime you just need some time on your own to cool down and clear your head before you say or do anything to make things worse." The grain garbles are singing to him, so he should calm down quickly. Draco made a soft sound, then settled firmly to nap on her shoulder. He'd have rather napped on Harry's shoulder, but his mate was angry with him and would probably chuck him out the window. He closed his eyes and fell into a light sleep. Fleur smiled and spoke softly. "Luna, do you haven't you any Vila blood in your ancestry?" "A little, but very diluted. A great with many more great-grandmother several centuries back was a Vila," she replied and held the finished bracelet up to check it intently. "Do you think Neville would like this? I haven't heard anything from him since before I was taken to the dungeon at the manor." Hermione smiled. "I think, Luna, that Neville would like anything you gave him." Luna gave her a brilliant smile and slipped the bracelet into a small velvet pouch to keep it safe until she could give it to Neville. "The seashells are to give him the calm of the ocean, and the beans will keep him grounded to the earth he loves." Hermione snugged her head on Ron's shoulder. "That's so sweet." Ron nodded and wrapped his arms around Hermione tightly. Sometimes it was easy to overlook Luna since she didn't make much noise of herself. It had to be really hard to be away from your loved one, not knowing how they were doing, if they were safe or not. If Ron had been in her shoes he would be a wreck. He squeezed Hermione again, grateful to have her in his arms. Fleur walked over and ran a hand over Luna's hair. "I think you will find that Neville gets the most strength from Zod of you, Cherie, so that bracelet will be a greater gift than any other. He gives me strength too, so that works out just fine." She slipped the velvet pouch in one of her many pockets and started to braid her hair instead, fastening it with colorful ribbons and the seashells that she hadn't used for the bracelet. Hermione nodded, understanding exactly what Luna meant. Her gaze lit on the sleeping falcon on Luna's shoulder and she murmured softly, "Fleur, why did you ask if Luna had any Vila blood?" Fleur went to sit in her husband's lap. "Le Petit Malfoy looks to her as a maternal influence, I think. When he could not be with Ari in as distress, he went to Luna. Normally only those with Vila blood can stand as a matriarchal figure to a full-blooded Vila, and because Vila are matriarchal by nature, he seeks a female, and when confused or distressed, I add Zod. He would look to me automatically simply because I am the only heavily Vila-blooded female in the area. But I am glad that Luna is the Vila blood. She is a better person for EET. It's a good thing," Bill agreed. "I love you, Blossom, but you have the Vila temper. I think Malfoy needs someone that can soothe him, someone that doesn't have a desperately territorial and possessive mate." He tangled their fingers together and brought them up to his mouth so he could key them. "I love you, Fleur, since the first time I saw you, when you were way too young for me." She puffed up a bit. "I was 17, that is not too young." Hermione chuckled and murmured into Ron's ear, "How many times have they had this argument again?" "I lost count somewhere along the 20th argument. And those are only the ones I've witnessed." Ron replied and nuzzled Hermione's neck. "I really don't understand the issue. Fleur's right, she was legal in every way and Bill's only 6 years older than her, hardly ancient." Hermione nodded. "Yes, 6 years isn't even a drop in the bucket, especially in the magical world where people live to be over 100. My point exactly. Madame Maxine is 12 years older than Hagrid and they seem happy enough. Granted, not the best couple example, but I couldn't think of anyone else." Ron shook his head to get the mental image out of it and continued to snuggle his girlfriend. "Love is love, as long as both parties are old enough to make their own choices, then age doesn't matter at all." "Ha, see, even your little brother agrees with me, William Weasley." A startled chirp came just after that exclamation, and Draco was seen to be looking around wildly before realizing what had woken him, and he actually gave Bill a ruffled glare. "Oh, put a sock in it, Roadrunner." Bill glared back. "And of course Ron agrees with you, he's the younger one in that relationship by a whole 6 months." He stuck his tongue out at his baby brother. Hermione snorted. "Oh yes, 6 months, such a horribly humongous gap." Fleur smirked. "Hermione agree with me too." Draco made an irritable sound, nibbled a strand of Luna's hair, then took off into flight, deliberately ruffling Bill's hair on the way out of the cottage. In this form he had no fear of climbing up in the sky. He was closer to his instincts as a falcon, and they told him how to fly. He looped, dove, and at one point swooped down on a flock of seagulls in revenge for the one who knocked him out of the sky a week ago. He enjoyed the flight, though he was also somewhat melancholy about Harry's anger at him. The Vila didn't like its mate being angry with him but didn't know how to fix it. A gift perhaps, that would be good. From high up he spotted something his more primal brain thought would work well and dove to capture it. Prize in talon, he flew back inside, up the stairs, and laid the gift at the foot of the bedroom door before flying up to watch and guard and make sure no one stole Harry's gift. A couple of hours later Harry had calmed down enough to feel ready to rejoin the others. He didn't know why he was so upset, why it hurt so much to think that Malfoy just wanted to make fun of him. On top of that, he had been truly worried about the git, and the worry only made him more upset. Walking across the bedroom floor in his socks, Harry opened the door and nearly stepped on the dead rat lying on the floor just outside the door. A half-startled, half-disgusted shout escaped him before he could even think about it. A small pool of blood lay under the rat, and it looked utterly revolting. A curious trill came from a wall sconce where Draco had perched. Did his mate not like the gift? Perhaps the presentation of it was wrong. Harry had just bent down to pick up the rat by the tail when he heard the trill. He looked up and caught sight of the white falcon looking down at him with curiously pale eyes for that kind of bird. "This yours?" He waved the rat back and forward in his grip. The falcon made a chirp and fluttered its wings in a "it's for you" sort of motion, at least as much as a bird was capable of. It was mostly just a bunch of flapping to the human eye. Shaking his head at Malfoy's strange behavior, well, stranger than usual, Harry walked down the stairs to find a place to get rid of the disgusting dead rat. Draco flew after him and landed to hop and waddle alongside Harry as he walked. Hermione stared at the sight. Don't ask because I don't have an answer," Harry said testily. "Oh, it's adorable." Luna sighed and leaned forward. "He's brought you a gift that will feed you and keep you strong." Harry just stared at the as if she'd grown an extra head, the rat corpse dripping blood on the floor. Fleur's hand was covering her mouth. Oh dear. Luna EZ quite right. In Z's form. EEZ all instinct and Z gift EZ to soothe your anger. At least, E did Z, hunting in falcon form. Vila, Avenue been known to bring their mates full-grown oxen as gifts before. Okay, Harry said warily, not having any idea what to do. He'd gotten some peculiar and rotten gifts before but never a rat. "What do? I refuse to eat this thing," he shook the rat. "But I don't want to hurt his feelings either." Hermione gnawed on her lip. Is there some way to make him understand that you associate rats with Pettigrew?" She broke off when Draco hissed and his feathers puffed up. Well, it was worth a shot. Harry crouched down and looked Malfoy in the eyes, at least he tried to. "This rat reminds me of Pettigrew. Wormtail." He dropped the rat and stepped away from it with wide eyes. "Not good. Makes me sad. Angry." Harry was aware that Ron was almost pissing himself with laughter where he stood, but Harry's focus was on Malfoy and on trying to make him understand so that he didn't get gifted any more vermin. He tried to project a feeling of the anger, sadness and helplessness he'd felt when Wormtail got away, making Sirius have to go on the run, and when Wormtail had cut him at the cemetery, hoping that Malfoy would somehow pick up on it. The falcon made a sad little trill and nuzzled Harry's hand before taking the rat up in his talons and flying away to dispose of it. Hermione grabbed a pillow and whacked Ron over the head. "Okay, enough, Ron. I don't think that's anything to laugh about. I know the subject is no laughing matter, but seriously. Seeing Harry talk to Malfoy like that was bloody hilarious. Ron tried to smother his snickers. Well, it worked, Harry said defensively. Malfoy went through the trouble of catching that rat just to bring it as a gift. I don't want to throw that gesture in his face. Beak. Well, you know what I mean. Fleur spoke seriously. Ronald. Ari not taken the time and effort to make Le Petit Malfoy understand, it would, avenue been bad. Avila, easy rejected, and zad easy, how it would seem to Le Petit Malfoy, while in their primal form will leave and stay in that form until they die, which often, happens swiftly as they stop eating, barely drink. In the primal form there is no, human thought to temper the instincts of the Vila. Ron sobered. No matter his teasing, he really didn't want Malfoy to fare ill. Impossibly enough, the git was actually growing on him. I didn't know that, I apologize. I don't know what I'm doing either. Harry said, I'm sailing completely uncharted waters here, just grateful that Fleur and Luna is here to help me steer clear of the most dangerous cliffs. Hermione smiled and pulled Ron's head down so she could key the top of it. You're a blunt loud mouth, but you're a good man too, Ron. She looked over at Harry, and don't worry too much. You always manage to navigate your way to where you need to be. Ron snuggled close to Hermione again, happy that she wasn't too angry with him, and nodded eagerly in agreement towards Harry. She's right. You have an almost uncanny ability to be at the right place just when you need to be there. Thank you guys. Harry smiled at them and muttered a scourgify towards his hands to clear them of any rat germs. He looked around and hoped Malfoy would return soon. The falcon was actually very cute. Harry didn't have any issue with Bird Malfoy, his issues were with Jitty Human Malfoy. Towards the bird he felt oddly protective. Well, that's what friends are for, right? Hermione looked over at Fleur. So the falcon form, you said he's running on instinct without human thought. What about emotion? Fleur smiled. Oh, he feels emotions in that form, absolutely. They are actually magnified because, no longer, as, human logic telling, I am, supposed to feel. It will take some getting used to, but maybe we can all think twice when we deal with Falcon Malfoy. Because his human logic is gone, so are his shields. He'll hurt much more easily in this form. Luna added softly. Hermione nibbled her bottom lip and pressed closer into Ron. Merlin, that'd be horrible. Fleur, does Malfoy's Vila side already love Harry? Fleur smiled and shook her head. Non, Z Vila desires, Ari and, is approval. EET wants. I am to be safe because a Vila gets one's chance at a mate and EF Z mate dies, Z Vila follows soon after. Z, Apier a mate EZ Zen Z more likely they are to stay in a safe place. Vila, much like succubi, thrive on touch, affection, emotions, and desire, but once our mate EZ found, only Z emotions and touch of our mate will work for that. Harry ran his hand through his hair as he listened to Fleur. Suddenly the whole letting Malfoy stay close to him plan didn't seem so simple. Harry didn't like having that much control over Malfoy, that the other's well-being depended on his touch and safety. He knew that this was something he would have to get over, but he just didn't know how to do it. Don't worry so much, Harry. Luna's knowing, pale blue eyes were fastened on him. It will work itself out eventually, most things do. Hermione nodded. She's right. I mean, you're already starting to be concerned over Malfoy and admit it, you've sort of grown to like him when he's not being a little git. Those times are few and far in between. Harry grumbled stubbornly. But yes, when he's not being a complete tosser, then he's not that bad. His day spent in lacy knickers was still vividly remembered, and Harry wasn't ready to just let that go just yet. He wouldn't take it out on Malfoy in bird form though. Just then the falcon swooped in once more and landed on Harry's shoulder, a good-sized rock in his beak. He made a little chirp and nudged at Harry's cheek. Harry turned his head to watch the white bird on his shoulder. He smiled and stroked Malfoy's head with the tip of his finger. Welcome back, what have you got there? The bird released the rock and Harry brought it up to his face, gasping when he turned it and saw the brilliant flashes of purple inside it where the light hit it. It's beautiful. Hermione's lips twitched when the falcon puffed his feathers up and made a pleased chirp at having found an appropriate gift for Harry. She couldn't help it. The falcon looks so cute and pleased with himself. What is it, Harry? I'm not really sure, but it's beautiful. It looked as if the rock was filled with sparkling gems to Harry. He didn't know what it was called. Thought. He held it up so that Hermione could see it clearly, but he didn't let go of it since he didn't know what Malfoy would think if he did. He ran his fingers over Malfoy's smooth feathers again in another silent thank you. Oh, it's a geode. Hermione got up to walk over and peer closely at it, not touching so as not to upset Malfoy even though the falcon had his eyes shut in bliss at Harry stroking his feathers. She felt a slight energy from the geode and her lips curved up in a knowing smile, and an amethyst geode to boot. Are amethysts something special? Harry asked and looked at the geode. Was it? I just find them pretty and purple. Ron chuckled, happy that he wasn't the only one clueless. He saw Luna almost roll her eyes and mutter something about boys. Hermione shook her head. You too, don't you pay any attention in history of magic and magical theory? Not really, no. Ron shrugged. Those were the classes to catch up on any sleep you might have lost during the nights. Harry flushed but nodded in agreement. No matter how he tried, he could never pay attention in those lessons. They were so mind-numbingly boring that he had to let his mind wander to get through them. Right now though, he had to admit he missed even them. If things were normal, they would have been at Hogwarts right now, sitting in those boring classes with their schoolmates. Okay, listen. Certain crystals and gemstones have the ability to enhance or attract different things depending on the stone. Amethyst is known for protection from negative energies and poison, enhancing the memory, calming the wearer or user when in distress, and balancing the internal energies. It also promoted love, but she wasn't about to say anything about that. You can go into any New Age Muggle shop and get a crystal, but not all of them will work for you. The stones either have to be naturally charged to activate their special properties, or a witch or wizard has to charge them. Naturally charged stones come from points where ley lines intersect and the magic power in the earth itself congregates. That geode, Harry, is naturally charged. It's a wonderful gift, Harry. Naturally charged crystals are not easy to find. Luna added with her usual dreamy smile. Her eyes were sharp though as she watched the falcon on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked at the sparkling rock again, knowing that it was a thing he would treasure. How far did you fly to find this? He asked Malfoy softly, not expecting an answer. He walked over to an empty chair and sat down, continuing to pet Malfoy without even thinking about it. His feathers were silkily soft and Harry wondered if Malfoy's large Vela wings would feel the same to the touch. Malfoy just made a chirp and nuzzled Harry's cheek before settling down to enjoy the petting and attention. As dawn peeked in through the window in Harry and Draco's room and the light filtered over white feathers speckled with black, the falcon perched on the foot of Harry's bed opened its eyes, and then, in a glowing flash, a very human, quite naked Draco was falling off the bed with a shout. He hit the floor with a thud, his forehead smacking into the wooden planks. Bloody hell, ow. Harry was sitting up in bed with the first shout, looking around wildly for a threat that wasn't there. He leaned over the edge of the bed and was met with the sight of Malfoy's very pale, very naked ass. Flushing bright red, he quickly pulled up again, both grateful and mournful that he wasn't wearing his glasses, making everything rather blurry. Harry pulled one of the blankets he wore off the bed and tossed it over the sprawled form on the floor, doing his very best not to laugh madly out loud. Here, cover up. You all right? No lasting brain damage? No new ones, I mean. Oh, you're bloody hilarious. Draco rubbed his forehead and turned over, using the blanket to cover the important bits as his mind went over yesterday's events. Circe save me, did I really present you with a rat? Remember that, do you? Harry's voice was filled with amusement as he felt around the stool he used as a bedside table for his glasses and put them on, bringing the room into clarity. It was a nice rat as far as rats go, I suppose. Plump with a long nice tail. Oh, bite me. Draco stood up, blanket hitched around his waist, and went to sit on his own bed. Not my fault I went. What did Fleur call it? Primal. No, it wasn't, and I'm not making fun of you. Not really. Harry pulled his over-large pajama jacket up as it had slithered down his shoulder. Bird, you is actually kind of cute. I beg your pardon, but Malfoys, even if we happen to be falcons at the moment, are not cute. We are dashing, handsome, breathtaking, awe-inspiring, gorgeous, not cute. Draco ran his hand through his ruffled hair, carefully scratching around the stripe of feathers laying flat along the top. "You forgot cuddly, fluffy, non-snarky and yes cute. Or adorable if you like that word better." Harry grinned as he regarded the wizard on the other bed and scratched at his own wayward hair, not even bothering to try and make it lie down flat. That was an impossibility and Harry had given up on it years ago. He tried to keep it clean and tangle-free but that was as far as his hair care went. Draco gave him a half-hearted glare and muttered, "Am not cute or adorable." He flopped back onto the bed and closed his eyes. He felt exhausted, like he'd run for several kilometers without stopping to rest or for water. Harry's eyes softened, recognizing the exhaustion and tiredness behind pewter gray eyes. "Sleep, Malfoy. The sun has just risen, it's still bloody early." Harry made his way out of bed and grabbed his usual jeans and sweater, reaching down to grab his sneakers too. "I'm just going to go use the shower before everyone else wakes up and wants to do the same." Draco cracked open one eye and watched Harry walk out of the room. He almost hated to admit it but Harry wasn't quite so bad a mate choice as he'd first thought. Yes, alright, he couldn't stand his human form but he'd not carried that over to the Falcon and, if Draco was honest with himself, Harry was certainly attractive enough. The hot water washed over him and Harry wondered if he could wash away the flash of almost animalistic attraction he had felt for Malfoy back there as easily as he washed away the sleep and grime from his body. He scrubbed his skin harshly. He wasn't ready to feel something like that. Not now when he didn't know what tomorrow would bring and definitely not for Malfoy. No matter this mate thing. Harry couldn't see anything else between them ending in anything but pain and heartache for the both of them. He finished washing up and got dressed quickly before slipping out of the cottage and down to the beach. He would go for a run, trying to get some of the energy out of his body and his mind. Up in the bedroom, Draco pondered some more. So Harry was a reckless, hot-tempered Gryffindor with a hero complex that was sure to drive Draco's villa insane but, from what he'd seen in the week they'd been at the cottage, he was also determined, attractive, hard-working, and kind. The occasional sharp tongue that made an appearance wasn't a bad quality either, at least not in Draco's opinion. By Merlin was he really contemplating this? Really, seriously considering accepting the choice his villa had made? He rolled up and went to the window, blinking when he saw Harry, running over the sand on the beach, the sleek seeker muscles carrying him along with a grace that intrigued man and villa alike. A Slytherin and a Gryffindor, it was improbable and a recipe for disaster. And just enough of a challenge that it was irresistible to him. He turned to get some clothes before he went to take his own shower, during which he'd contemplate how he was going to get Harry interested in actually trying. Harry crouched down, placing his hands on his knees and catching his breath. He hadn't run very far and not very fast either but the cold air still burned in his lungs. Harry liked it, he felt cleansed in a way. He looked out over the ocean. When the war was over, if he was still alive he wanted to return to the ocean, maybe somewhere where it was warmer, where he could swim in it without getting frostbite. That would be nice. He looked up at the cottage and saw shapes moving behind the windows, showing that the others had started their day as well. He straightened up and started to walk up the path towards the house. It was time for him to join them. Hermione laughed at Bill and Fleur as she helped the quarter villa make breakfast. It seemed to be a morning tradition for Bill to try and sneak some of the food early and then for Fleur to scold him and whack his knuckles with whatever was handy. She looked over at Ron, who was making the toast, shoulders shaking with his own laughter, and went to brush a key over his cheek. "Here, give this a taste." She held up a spoonful of the porridge she'd been making and adding honey, cinnamon, and apples too. "Tell me if it's too sweet." Ron tasted the porridge and his eyes almost rolled back in his skull. "It's absolutely perfect, not too sweet at all, just as it should be. I call dibs on that porridge, want it all to myself. I can even forsake my bacon for it." He licked his lips, wanting to savor the taste. "Ronikins, are you sick?" Bill rushed forward to feel his brother's forehead. "You're giving up meat, the world is ending. Please Fleur, whack him harder." Ron growled and squirmed away from his more than annoying sibling. Hermione exchanged a look with Fleur. Then both of them brought their spoons down on Bill's backside, making him jump with a howl. Hermione tossed the spoon into the sink and leaned against Ron, giggling. Draco paused at the base of the stairs, raising an eyebrow at Bill rubbing his bum. Well, this is an interesting sight to see first thing in the morning. Bill looked over his shoulder at the blonde. Well, you can look but you cannot touch this. This treasure belongs to my wife and my wife alone. He wiggled his bum and walked over to the table, to finish setting it. Do I even want to know? Harry asked from the doorway where he hung his jacket on a hanger. Draco's eyes went to his mate and took in the more rumpled than usual hair. It was untidy and wild and brought to mind far more enjoyable ways to get the rumpled, windblown look than running on the beach. He cleared his throat and walked closer to Harry, aiming to be as close to charming as possible without making him suspicious. Aside for the horribly scarring mental trauma I've now got at the mere suggestion of Bill's bum, I doubt you do. Harry smiled and flushed a soft pink at the closeness of Malfoy. He usually wasn't that close to him. Well, Bill's bum is enough to give anyone a trauma, so no. I think I don't want to know. Oi, Bill shouted in an offended tone, making Ron giggle. Fleur keyed her husband's lips briefly. Well, I like your bum amour in my opinion EZZ only ones that matters we. Yeah, still I've had a lot of compliments on his bum, I'll have you know. Songs have been written about the glory that is my ass. You are an ass so that I can believe. Ron said and inched closer to Hermione, nosing at her neck. She smelled wonderful this morning. Hermione giggled. Ron, that tickles. Songs written, Bill. Were they Halloween songs? Draco pursed his lips and murmured to Harry, more likely parodies. Harry chuckled and moved fully into the kitchen. Bill Weasley was good looking, even with the scars slashing down one side of his face, and he knew it. Harry thought it was good for him to be taken down a few pegs. Anything I can do to help? He turned and asked Fleur, who was the crowned queen of the kitchen. She smiled at him. Oui, you and le petit Malfoy cut up the fruit. She nodded at the bowl of high-sugar fruits on the counter. But, and me 2 steak fillets from the icebox first, s'il vous plaît. Draco moved immediately to the fruit to begin peeling the nectarines as Harry went into the icebox. His gaze dropped to his mate's rear end and, perhaps not quite objectively, studied it and came to the decision that that was a real bum worthy of sonnets and songs. Firm and round, and he wondered just what a handful would feel like. It suddenly felt very hot in the small kitchen, and Hermione still smelled so bloody good. Ron dropped the bread he'd been toasting and plastered himself against his girlfriend, nibbling and keying his way up and down her neck while his hands went down to her hips. Harry straightened up and handed Fleur the steaks before watching his best friends with wide green eyes. Ron could be snuggly, yes, but now he was practically snogging Myone in front of them all. Still wide-eyed, he went over to Draco, picking up a knife and slicing some of the fruit. Hermione squeaked and jumped, turning in Ron's hold and pushing him away. Ron! What in the world? Fleur looked over from where she was preparing the 2 steaks and bit her lip to hold in her laughter. Well, at least they now knew that Ronald did absolutely love Hermione to the exclusion of all others. The redhead moved closer again, letting his hands wander. He was burning for the beautiful woman in front of him. Everything about her was exceptional, and Ron couldn't keep his hands off of her. I can't help it, Myone. I love you so much. I need to touch you, show you, treasure you. His mouth latched onto a soft, perfectly shaped earlobe. Harry was staring. He really couldn't help it. From the corner of his eye he could see Bill staring too, but he looked more amused than shocked. Draco lifted a brow incredulously and whispered to Harry, "What is your friend doing?" Ronald. A thump told of Ron being whacked on the head with a wooden spoon by a fiercely blushing Hermione. "I love you too, but by Merlin, get a hold of yourself. We're in front of your brother and sister-in-law, Harry and Malfoy, for Mab's sake." "I don't care. Our love is beautiful." Ron didn't care about the bump growing on his head and advanced again. "I have no idea what Ron is doing." Harry shook his head in disbelief and leaned towards Malfoy. "From the looks of it, he's aiming for assisted suicide by wooden spoon." Fleur burst out laughing. "Bill, if you would please." She waved at Ron before he wound up injured or worse. Bill nodded and walked to Ron, pulling him into a headlock. "Come on, Randy, brother of mine. Let's go out. You can help me gather the eggs." He grabbed a basket and pulled a protesting Ron with him outside. Hermione stared after them, still half in shock. What in the name of Merlin was that about? Fleur giggled and pointed at Draco. What? Why are you pointing at me? Draco's brows drew down in confusion and not a little insult. He hadn't done a thing to the weasel. I have to side with Malfoy on this. He was nowhere near Ron. Harry said and looked between Fleur and Hermione. I must say though that suddenly I'm very happy not to be sharing a room with you two. He gave Hermione a pointed look. She flushed. Harry. Fleur had to slump into a chair. She was laughing so hard. Le Petit Malfoy did nosing on purpose, EEZ accidentally releasing, is a lure. Draco blinked. I'm doing what? Hermione frowned. But then, wouldn't Ron be trying to jump Malfoy? Granger please I don't need nightmares. Fleur subsided into chuckles. If Ronald did not feel true, honest love then yes, Eastwood, Avenue been drawn to Le Petit Malfoy but, his feelings for you, Hermione are stronger than that and so the allure affects him but not to draw him to the villa exuding it but to, is true love. Harry turned and looked at Malfoy curiously. Allure. Luna came gliding down the stairs, bypassing Harry and Malfoy to wrap Hermione in a hug. I couldn't help but overhear. Isn't it wonderful, to know Ronald loves you that much, that even with a full-blooded villa releasing his allure all he thinks of is you. You're lucky Hermione. Hermione nibbled on her bottom lip, feeling her own heart flutter in her chest the same as it had when Ron had spoken about the little ball of light that had brought him back. I know, it was still embarrassing to have that happen in front of everyone but I am happy he loves me so much. She looked at Malfoy. And good for you, learning to use your allure. Both the Nargles and I were wondering when it would happen. She leaned in closer and whispered in Malfoy's ear. I dreamt about your wedding last night. It was beautiful and you were happy. Draco's head was spinning a bit. What do you mean my allure? I'm not doing anything, am I? Fleur had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing at how adorably confused Draco looked as she nodded. You are you, Avenue not noticed EET. Right now EETEZ an unconscious act. You will, Avenue to learn to control EET but for now, perhaps you and Ari should, Avenue your breakfast in the garden. Luna and I will start teaching you to control EET after breakfast. Harry's brow was furrowed as he watched Luna fill a tray with their breakfast. He didn't really understand. But why don't I turn into a horndog like Ron then? Shouldn't I want to be all over Malfoy like honey on a spoon? And why isn't Luna affected Hermione? Fleur got up to put one of the rare steaks on a plate for Draco. The primal transformation and now allure would require more calories and protein. Luna is unaffected because of her love for Neville and Hermione because of her love for Ron. You, over, she wagged a spoon at him. I do not know but then you, Avenue never been too badly affected by the villa allure, Avenue you. Harry thought about it and shrugged. I haven't met many villas except for you and though I love you dearly I've never felt any kind of passion for you. Well there were those at the World Cup but I didn't pay much attention to them until they turned into those half-bird thingies. I just wanted to watch the game. Luna chuckled and wrapped her arm around his waist. Oh Harry I love you, you are one of a kind and best of all you don't even know it. Draco grabbed a bottle of nectar from the icebox and took the tray from Luna, speaking softly, I'll be in the garden. He rushed out, frowning. Fleur watched out the window as he sat down and rubbed his temple, pauvre petit. These cannot be easy for, I am. Unlike born Vila. Has not been told what to expect from birth and we do not know when each aspect will appear for, I am. It won't hurt him, will it? Harry asked and chewed on his bottom lip nervously. He didn't like the frown Malfoy had worn. Even Harry could admit that none of this was Malfoy's fault. He hadn't asked for any of this to happen to him. He looked out the window at the wintry garden and got ready to follow Malfoy out there. Will you please speak to him after breakfast? He looked at Fleur pleadingly. But of course, she pat his shoulder, and EET will not hurt. I am physically but when someone is confused they feel vulnerable and can lash out to protect themselves. Not much different from his usual behavior then. Harry said dryly and grabbed his jacket and his tea. Thank you for helping him. I'm going to go out there and have my breakfast now. No one should eat alone. He slipped outside just as Bill and a much more coherent Ron came in the back door. Ron was as red as his hair and he looked down at his feet, not meeting his girlfriend's eye. Hermione shook her head and walked forward to take Ron's face in her hands and key the tip of his nose. It's okay. I love you too, but next time it happens in front of the others I'm afraid I'll have to petrify you. Draco looked up as Harry entered the garden. He'd not yet touched his breakfast, which could account for some of his headache. I think I'm gaining sympathy for Longbottom. Harry sat down on the wooden, weather-worn chair and pushed the plate of fruit and the steak towards Malfoy. Welcome to the club, he replied with a raised eyebrow and let his tea brew until it was thick and black as he liked it, even if Ron called it toxic waste. He fished out his 2 tea bags and set them on the tray. We're lucky though, to have Fleur here to tell us what's going on. Imagine if she wasn't here, you're Aluron and Ron trying his best to hump Myone at every turn. It would be ugly, mate. So very ugly. Harry found himself wanting to make that frown on Malfoy's face disappear. It wasn't right that Malfoy should have to worry on his own. No matter what, Harry was on his side in this. Oh, thank you so very much for that mental image. Draco's voice was dry as he speared a chunk of fruit with a claw and popped it in his mouth. Every time I settle into what I know of my Villainous, a new aspect pops up in this one. He shook his head. What's the point of an allure if it doesn't attract the one it's meant for? And now I'm wondering what will come after this. The half-bird form, controlling storms, or the one thing I've been dreading most. I get that it's rough. Believe me, I know all about nasty surprises that never seem to end. Harry sipped his tea contently. I'm not saying it will be easy, but we'll work it out somehow. As unlikely as it seems, you are among friends who want to help you. And who can really say that the allure doesn't affect me? We have no idea what will happen. I might jump you any moment now. He hoped to lure a smile out of Malfoy as he reached for a buttered toast, nibbling on it. What are you dreading most? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Draco snorted and cast a spell to have the steak cut into chunks before spearing one. How much of that horrid monster book did you read, Potter? Not much, honestly. One time when I was doing my homework in bed it started to eat my pants, and in fear of my bits I sort of accidentally set it on fire. Harry flushed. I didn't have the heart to tell Hagrid that I had killed my book, so I just sort of winged it after that. Draco stared at him for a moment, then his lips twitched and then, miracle of miracles, he started laughing. The image of Potter's pants being chewed on by a flaming monster book of monsters was just too much. Harry's own lips curved upwards even though he was basically being laughed at. At least the frown had vanished. Malfoy had a very full, smooth and infectious laugh, Harry noted. He wouldn't mind hearing more of it. A blonde head shook as his laughter slowly ceased. I think I may have needed that. He flicked his wand with a murmured spell and had his own copy of the book flying towards him. He stroked the spine and turned to a page he knew by heart, passing the book to Harry. Third paragraph. Harry took the book and crossed his legs gingerly just in case as he read. Prophetic powers. Yeah, I can definitely understand your concern regarding that. He looked up and met Malfoy's eyes. Still, and this is not something I say easily. If anyone could handle that and stay sane, it's you. You have a strong mind, Malfoy, and an even stronger will. My compliment. A blonde brow lifted, but rather than snark at Harry he just nodded. Thank you. I could stay sane, but it would still be a pain in the pinfeathers. Nodding, Harry handed the book back to Malfoy. I can't argue with that. Maybe you'll be spared. It said in the book that not all Vila gets that power. He picked up his cooling tea and took another gulp. Now eat before I'm forced to feed you. I am eating. I am simply pacing myself. Draco sniffed elegantly as he popped another fruit piece into his mouth. Harry placed his empty teacup back on its saucer and eyed the empty toast plate. Slow as what you are. He mumbled and tried not to think about how decadent it looked when Malfoy speared the fruit with a sharp claw and practically licked it into his mouth. Harry shifted in his seat, beginning to think that he might not be as unaffected by the allure as everyone thought he was. He'd keep that tidbit of information to himself though. After all, Harry was good at keeping secrets. Well, good things should be taken slow so you can enjoy the moment and every little aspect of it. Draco licked a drop of fruit juice from his bottom lip. I like taking my time to thoroughly savor the taste and texture of what I put in my mouth. Harry replied and forcefully ripped his eyes away from Malfoy's mouth. He was not imagining other things Malfoy could put in his mouth. Really, he wasn't. At all. There was a fluttering of a curtain and Harry rolled his eyes when he saw a flash of red hair and curious blue eyes. Typical Ron. Draco caught it too and lifted a brow. What is he expecting to see? You jumping me and stripping my clothes or vice versa? Not really sure. I think he'd be good either way as long as he got to see it. Then he would complain loudly and bitterly about being scarred for life. Harry stared at Ron and smirked when the curtain guiltily fluttered closed again. It was a thoughtful sound with an edge of wicked as Draco looked contemplatively at the closed curtain and wondered if what he was thinking would break the reordered request of not to act too far beyond the pale with Harry's friends. Harry gave Malfoy a curious look at that humming, thoughtful sound, but he didn't say anything, didn't know what to say, so instead he leaned back in the wooden chair and relaxed while he waited for Malfoy to finish breakfast. It was nice outside and not too cold considering it was winter. The sky was a pale blue and the sun actually warmed this little nook of the garden. Draco had more than his given reason for eating slowly. The longer he took to eat, the more time he had sitting next to Harry. Now that he'd made his choice to actively accept the mating, that was something he wanted very much. He knew his own temperature was higher than a human's, though not unbearably hot to a human's touch or nearness, but he wondered about Harry. Sitting next to him he seemed somewhat cold, not icy but just a little bit below most humans' body temperature. He slid a glance over at his mate. Are you cold? No, I'm all right, Harry replied with a small smile. I like the fresh air, always have. If I get cold there's always heating charms or thicker sweaters, so I'm just fine. He made a thoughtful hum. Perhaps Harry was just one of those humans who were just a bit colder than others, the ones who made excellent pastry chefs because their hands didn't melt the butter in the dough. He looked out over the horizon as he chewed on another piece of fruit. Do you have plans for yourself of what you'll do after this war is over? Harry shifted in his chair, turning towards Malfoy with intense green eyes. I don't know. I try not to let myself think about it too much. Sometimes I wonder if this war will ever truly be over. Maybe this is all I know, all I'll ever be. Some sort of weapon. He sighed and shook his head. Never mind me, I had a drama moment. He smiled a hollow smile. How about you? What were your plans for the future? Draco lifted a shoulder. I'm still poking at that. I'm not entirely certain I want to make plans until after all the Vila things finish cropping up. He looked over at Harry and studied the all too familiar face. And why shouldn't you have a drama moment, or wonder? You've been treated as a weapon for a very long time, so of course you're going to wonder. It will end though, and soon I should think. So just ponder what you enjoy doing most, and if you don't want to fight anymore, if you don't want to be the weapon after you know who is gone, well then you can tell anyone who tries to convince you otherwise to go to hell. Harry snorted and his eyes lit up. You know, when you say it like that I almost think I could do it. Just tell them all to shove off. He smiled again, an honest smile this time. Let's make a deal. We win this war and then we figure out where to go next together. After a sinfully long vacation of doing absolutely nothing. Draco held out a hand, similarly to how he had done so 7 years ago. It's a deal. This time Harry grasped the offered hand without hesitation, squeezing the pale, finely boned hand gently before letting go. Pretending the warmth that flowed from Malfoy into him by the simple touch didn't happen. This was a nice, friendly moment and Harry didn't want to ruin it. The blonde popped the final chunk of fruit into his mouth just as Luna and Fleur came out towards them. Fleur smiled. Ari, we must steal Le Petit Malfoy away now and start teaching. I am, out of control zeal. Okay, I can't argue with something like that now, can I? Harry smiled and packed up the tray before rising from his seat. I should get inside and satisfy Ron's curiosity anyway. Thank you Malfoy for a nice breakfast. Harry lifted the tray and headed inside, giving the Vila-blooded some privacy. Draco's gaze followed him until he was out of sight and then he noticed the two women smiling at him indulgently. Could you not look at me like that? I feel like I'm on display. How can we not look when you are so cute? Luna tilted her head and asked. You've accepted the bond, it's marvelous. That remains to be seen I think, depending on Potter. He stood up and brushed his hands down his trousers. Where will we be having this lesson? Fleur pointed to a forest line that the beach gave way to. Zir. Eetz far enough away so that your allure should not be felt by the others. Just don't be surprised if some amorous squirrels or other wildlife attaches themselves to you. Luna said and laughed her bell-like laugh when she saw Malfoy's expression. Don't worry, love, I'm only teasing. I hope. She grabbed a hold of his arm and started walking. Fleur chuckled as she followed them, waving at Bill who was glowering from the cottage doorway. Her husband hadn't liked the thought of her and Luna being alone with Draco, but the fact of the matter was that Draco had to learn control of his allure and someone other than the teenagers had to be guarding the cottage. She'd make it up to him later. They made it to a small clearing and Fleur waved a hand at the ground. Avenue a seat petite. Better to be comfortable for the time it takes to get you to start claiming control of the allure. Start. Draco frowned and transfigured a trio of pine needles into a trio of blankets for them to sit on. You will not learn perfect control of the allure in one lesson. EET takes time and practice. First you must learn to feel the allure, to feel what EET is like when you are using it. I'm guessing it slips when you are thinking about Harry, warmer thoughts than before, so maybe that will be a good place to start. How you feel when you're thinking those thoughts, it might help you recognize the feeling of your allure as well. Luna petted his shoulder. Draco frowned. I was thinking, warmly, about him since just after I woke this morning, but Weasley didn't start accosting Granger until. Fleur chuckled. Until Ari came in. Your allure slipped because you wanted to coax. I am closer to you. He nodded. I was being as charming as I could without making him think something was up. You wished to be subtle and so your allure slipped out to draw Ari closer. Fat lot of good it does me when he's immune, he pouted in disgruntlement. I'm not so sure about that, Luna said with a sly smile, a smile so wicked it looked completely out of place on her dreamy features. But that's not the point. If you hone your control over your allure, then you can release your allure and have it affect only the one you intend it to affect. I hear say with the allure on is incredible for both parties. Is that true, Fleur? Fleur's lips curved up and her eyes sparkled wickedly. Well, Bill, as no complaints, but I am only a quarter Vila, so my allure is dampened. Malfoy, close your eyes and zinc on, Ari. He sighed and did as she asked, and what am I supposed to be thinking about him? What attracts you to, I am, how you want to bring, I am close, aving, I am in your bed, she smirked and nodded as he began putting out strong allure. Good, good. Now tell us how you feel. But not any details regarding your fantasies about my friend, just how you feel in general. Luna smiled at Fleur over Malfoy. No, Draco's head. She felt protective towards him. He had become her friend and he was firmly Draco when she thought about him now. He frowned and shook his head. I can't explain it. That wasn't precisely true. It was more that he kept his emotions to himself, and as much as he instinctively trusted Luna, he couldn't reveal his emotions to her so blatantly. Fleur hummed, your magic le petit, take note of it, Z-pulse and flow. Zinc about what is different from, how EET normally is. He prodded carefully at his magic, paying attention to how it flowed and riding the familiar rapids of it until he noticed a somewhat unfamiliar current to it. He prodded at it curiously, focused on it and noted that it grew stronger when he did. Fleur's eyes widened as Draco's allure grew heavy and thick in the forest, draping them all in cloying silence as the creatures around stilled. She tugged at her collar, starting to feel a bit hot, though her mind went solidly to Bill. She had a feeling that she'd be leaving him behind up to him a lot sooner than she'd thought. Luna felt more than a bit hot and bothered as well, but her feelings mixed with sadness, knowing she couldn't get close to the one she loved. She didn't even know if he was all right, and he didn't know where she was or how she was doing either. It was difficult. She shook herself out of her melancholy and returned to the task at hand. That's it, Draco. You see the difference now, don't you? He nodded and poked at the different current some more before experimentally feeding some more power to it. Fleur jumped as the allure almost exploded out from Draco. She'd never been so close to a full-blooded Vila exerting that much allure before, and she was fairly certain that it had to be felt up at the cottage, it was so intense. So much for their plan to save the others from embarrassment. She cleared her throat, Bon now try to lessen it, push it back with your Oz or magic. Draco switched from feeding power to the allure current to the magic surrounding it, narrowing it until it was only a trickle. Fleur summoned 2 bottles of icy cold water and handed one to Luna. They would be here a while, making Draco practice adjusting the strength of his allure. She just hoped things would be well up at the cottage. Harry eyed the bound and gagged Ron sitting on the couch with both amusement and a little bit of discomfort. He looked over at Hermione, who still had her wand out after casting Incarcerus on her boyfriend. Her clothes were still rumpled and she had a vividly purple love bite near her collarbone. Bill wasn't that much better off, locked in the kitchen pantry so he wouldn't run out in the woods and find his wife. "You okay there, my own?" Harry asked warily. Even his own body felt hot and heavy and he wondered what Fleur, Luna and Malfoy were up to really. She gave him a look. "I don't think you really want the answer to that, Harry." She cast a cooling charm on herself and sat down in a chair several feet away from Ron to keep from jumping her boyfriend. Like some sort of caterpillar, Ron still tried to make his way towards Hermione, making whining noises behind his gag. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of it. Bill howled and kicked at the pantry door. It was all like some sort of silly comedy, except that it wasn't. It was hot and sticky and tingly and very, very real, and Harry honestly didn't know how much more he could take before he rushed outside to find that frickin' Vila and snog the breath out of him. Hermione couldn't help it. She might be hot, bothered, and entirely too aroused for comfort, but the sight of Ron doing that, Bill howling and trying to break through the pantry, and Harry looking like he was either about to crawl into a hole to die or hunt Draco down, it was all too much, and she started giggling hysterically. "This is like some twisted episode of Are You Being Served?" Harry turned to glare at her but burst out laughing as well, laughing until his side hurt and he was all sweaty for a different reason. "It's so ridiculous, my own, so silly, and yet we can't help but respond. I say we let Malfoy loose on the Death Eaters. Should make them easy pickings. Only if they're in true love with whomever they're dating at the moment, otherwise they'll try and jump Draco, remember." She brought up a knee to rest her head on it. "I'd love to be able to curse Malfoy for this, but it's not his fault. He really can't help it, and he has to learn how to use the allure correctly. Next lesson though, I vote we all go several kilometers down the beach." "I wholeheartedly agree." Harry wheezed out and chucked off his sweater, leaving him in his t-shirt. He was frowning at the thought of Death Eaters or anyone else going after Malfoy. That didn't sit right with him at all. Hermione felt something brush her foot and looked down to see Ron, nuzzling her ankle, his eyes pleading and longing, and she shook her head before reaching down to run her fingers through his hair, noticing that the intensely overwhelming desire was fading a little bit. "So looks like you're not as immune as Fleur thought him, Harry." Harry turned his gaze away from Caterpillar Ron nuzzling any part of Hermione he could actually reach and shrugged. "I don't think anyone could be immune to this, not that we need to shout that out to all." He turned again and gave her a pointed look. "I'm rather content with Malfoy not knowing the power he has over me. My lips are sealed. Harry, you know, Malfoy's not that bad these days. Maybe you should give it a chance. Unless you're so straight you make a steel ruler look bent. No, I think I'm on the curved end of the spectrum. That's not the problem, and I know Malfoy isn't that bad." He sighed and sank down on the floor, leaning against the couch. "It's not Malfoy who wants me though, it's the Vila, created by a potion. I don't know if it's fair to either one of us. Besides, the war is still going on. Should we really start something? We've already wasted more than a week here now. We all needed to rest, but we really need to get going again soon, Hermione." He rubbed his neck. "I don't know. Somewhere in my deepest dreams I always hoped that someone, someday would love me purely for me, and I would love them for the same reason." Hermione pursed her lips and plucked up a marble from a bowl of them on the table next to her and chucked it at Harry, nailing him right in the middle of his forehead. "First of all, you and Malfoy have always been obsessed with each other. He's never been able to stand not having your attention, and, think back to 6th year, neither have you been able to stand him not paying attention to you. Second, yes, the Vila wants you, but I think Malfoy does too. This has been the first time his allure has come out, and also the first time you and he have not snarled at each other in the morning. You don't think that might be connected?" That his allure might have activated because it's all of Malfoy who wants your attention and not just the Vila instincts. Third, you think we shouldn't be reaching out and grabbing on to what we can. Really, you think that Ron and I should set our feelings aside until the war is over? No, of course I don't think you should put your feelings on hold until the war is over. Harry rubbed his forehead, just knowing there was a round, red mark there where she had pelted him. Ouch, my own. I'm starting to side with Ron regarding your abusive tendencies. He picked up the marble and rolled it between his fingers. I admit it. I've probably been attracted to Malfoy for years. He's bloody gorgeous after all. I'm terrified though, Hermione. I don't know if happy endings are for me and having something more to lose. If I did lose it, I think it would crush me. I understand, but you'll never have your happy ending, which I firmly believe there is one for you, if you're so afraid that you run from it. Besides, running only gets you so far. Sooner or later you have to stop and face the issue. So put your Gryffindor pants on and deal with it. She smirked at him. Yes, Mum. Harry blew her a raspberry and continued to fiddle with the marble in his hand. He didn't want to go through life afraid, but it was so hard to open yourself up and risk getting hurt. I'll try. How about that? It's the best I can offer right now. I'll refrain from making a Star Wars reference and say that'll do for now. She looked up as Fleur and Luna came back in. Oh, lesson's over then. Fleur nodded sharply. Where is Bill? Locked in the pantry. Your wolf got a little frisky. Harry grinned as Fleur stalked towards the kitchen quickly. And thank you, Myone, for not channeling Yoda. I think it's safe to free the caterpillar now. Fleur marched to the pantry, opened the door, grabbed Bill by the front of his shirt and proceeded to drag him up the stairs. Not that he really struggled. Do not disturb Ooze. Hermione watched them go. Are you certain about that statement, Harry? Maybe not. I guess you are a better judge of that than me. Besides, Nuzzly over there is still going pretty strong. He nodded towards Ron, who was still rubbing his cheek against Hermione's ankle. I'm just going to sit in the garden for a while, Luna told them with a small smile and stepped outside. Right now she just wanted to be alone, until the storm in her body had sunken down. Harry nodded and wondered where Malfoy was. Hermione sighed and released Ron from his binds. Why don't you go find Malfoy? I don't think the allure is actively going, but the effects on us seem to be lasting. Her cheeks were a bright red as she finished her sentence. Right. Harry flushed as well and got up from the floor. I'm going. The fresh air will do me good in any case. He picked up his sweater and escaped outside just as Ron leaned in for a key asterisk. He did not need to see that. Draco was practicing his flight again, this time keeping an eye out for any sadistic seagulls. He noticed that he was flying better today than he had before and wondered if it had to do with discovering his primal form. He rose higher into the air and spun a bit, testing himself and smirking when he didn't even wobble. He saw a familiar head of wild, dark hair and flew to touch down in front of Harry. No seagulls today. Harry grinned and let his eyes sweep over the other's form. How's the air? Harry could barely remember the last time he had flown just for fun. Your lesson had quite an impact. I wouldn't go the cottage right now unless you're yearning for some really uncomfortable moments. Draco huffed out a breath. Believe me, I've had enough of those for one day. He looked out at the sea. I at least know how to increase and decrease it now, but I still need to learn how to cut it off completely and direct it to a specific person. His wings fluttered a bit in agitation. I don't like that. I've basically made Luna suffer. She understands, I promise. Don't feel bad. Harry's eyes were drawn to Malfoy's wings and unwittingly he took a step closer. It's not your fault, so don't you dare feel guilty. He reached out a hand. See, can I touch them? Draco. It was the first time he called Malfoy by his given name other than when he'd posed as Bellatrix. It wasn't as hard to say as he might have expected. Draco glanced at the direction Harry was reaching and extended his wing towards him in invitation. Go on. I know she understands, but Fleur and Granger at least have their other halves around to ease it. Luna's is in Hogwarts doing whatever. I know. It's painful not knowing what's going on back in school or in the outside world at large, and I know it must be even more painful for Luna, but it's still not your fault. Harry ran his hands over silky feathers reverently, burrowing his fingers in the white fluff. He couldn't stop touching them, wanting to get even closer. It was as if the wings had a pull on him. There is no fault, except the Dark Lord's, but it still makes me. I don't know. Angry, sorrowful, both. He let his eyes drop half closed, enjoying Harry's hands on his wings. I can't leave this area until I at least have the allure under control too, and I know you want to get moving, to find the other Horcruxes. It's okay. I know you need time to learn and I'm not going to leave you. Yes, I feel impatient to get going, and yes, I want this war to end one way or the other, but right now you are more important. I don't feel bad about it, and I'm forbidding you to as well. Now Harry had both hands on the snowy wing, petting and stroking it. Draco snorted and noticed the round red mark on Harry's forehead, reaching to brush one finger over it. What happened here? An unfortunate meeting with a marble. Harry smiled as his fingers moved over soft feathers. Hermione is stronger than she looks. It's nothing. I was being stupid and she made me see sense. Draco's crest rose for a moment, an instinctive reaction to the implication that Harry had been hurt by Hermione, but then it lay flat as Draco remembered that Hermione had a penchant for sharp raps for reprimands, and that had she really wished to harm Harry, she was more dangerous with a wand than anything else. Do you Gryffindors always solve things with violence? Yeah, most of the time we probably do. There's nothing that can't be handled by barging on straight ahead. Harry grinned again and reached up to smooth down Draco's hair over the crest where it had gotten ruffled. Draco made a soft hum. He'd always liked having his hair stroked, perhaps a little too much, and Harry's hand in his hair left tingling warmth in its wake. Not true. Often barging right in makes a problem worse, not better. Well, we can't all be sneaky, planners pulling on puppet strings in the background now, can we? I'll leave that aspect to you and continue with my usual charge right ahead and kill the problem dead approach. Harry removed his hand from Draco's hair after a final stroke. I've tried to plan, but the plans never work anyway, so charge ahead it is. It's a bloody good thing you've got me at your back now then. Yeah, I'm beginning to realize that. Harry's replied in a very softly and let his hands fall away from the other's wings. Draco stepped back, giving Harry his space, and looked at the sky. I don't suppose you have your broom, do you? Harry shook his head sadly. No, we had to leave in a hurry. Only Hermione was prepared and brooms weren't a priority. He chuckled. Clever girl. You and Weasley really would be bollocksed without Granger, wouldn't you? Merlin, yes. Harry replied with feeling. She's the brain, the glue and the heart of our little team. My sister in everything but blood. Draco rather thought that Harry was actually the heart while Granger was the brains and common sense that kept the other two from flying off at the handle, but he didn't say that. Not only was he not in the mood to argue, wonders never cease, but he had a feeling it would make Harry uncomfortable to be considered so important. Sounds like pants for me. Off of Harry's look he smirked. Pansy. She couldn't pronounce her name correctly when we first met, and it came out as pants, due to missing front teeth. Harry snickered. Oh, I wonder what would happen if I called her that. He could practically see the Slytherin queen breathe fire and burn him to a crisp. Have you spoken to her since? You know. Harry grew serious again, somehow wanting Draco to still have his friends. He shook his head. No, I was too busy getting used to it, and she was off in Hogwarts and I didn't want to distract her. He knew about the Carrows' methods of discipline and didn't want his oldest friend to face that if she failed a test or didn't pay attention in class. And now it's too risky to try and get word to her. I understand that. It's the same with Luna and Neville. Even Patronuses aren't safe these times, and owls are out of the question. He sighed. Hopefully the end is in sight and our world can be free again. I have to believe that. Then you can speak to your pants as much as you want to. Draco stifled a soft snort. I swear if you say that in front of Weasley I will get even in a most unpleasant way. Harry grinned wickedly. And here I thought I was being sneaky funny. Fine, I won't tell Ron. Though he will be busy blushing whenever he sees you anyway. We had to bind and gag him. Literally, he was that frisky when you had your lessons. Bill was locked in the pantry. He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Well then, I've wreaked havoc on everyone but you and Granger now, haven't I? He flapped his wings, loosening a couple feathers that tried to escape in the breeze before he caught them in hand. He retracted his wings and held the feathers up to the light. They'd be useful in a potion or two. No, no, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I said it for your amusement. Harry nibbled his bottom lip and looked at how the light played over the sparkling Vela feathers Draco held. I sincerely doubt that Bill or Ron has the slightest complaint right now, and I wouldn't say that Myone and myself were exactly unaffected. Harry looked to the side after admitting that, but he had promised Hermione to wear his big boy trousers and he tried to keep his promises. Gray eyes cut to him sharply and he had to put a choke chain of control on himself before he pounced on Harry. He lowered the hand holding the feathers and carefully went over to press his forehead to Harry's shoulder in silent thanks for the admission. I'm growing to like you quite a bit, Potter. Harry hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to pet Draco's hair gently as his breath quickened. The feeling is mutual, Malfoy. One day at a time, right? He nuzzled Harry's shoulder briefly before straightening. Walk with me in the forest to kill the time. Yeah, sounds nice. Harry swallowed loudly and held out his hand towards the tall blonde in offering. Draco took the invitation, his villain eye jumping in joy at Harry's softening and the rest of him smirking in satisfaction. The hand was a little cold, but that was all right. Draco ran hot enough to keep them both warm. Ooh. Draco paused outside the back door of the cottage and cast a wary look at Harry. Do you think it's safe? Harry tilted his head to the side and listened closely, not knowing really if he wanted to hear something or not. It better be. We've certainly given them plenty of time. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, pulling Malfoy along with him. Blessed silence met them, and the only one downstairs seemed to be Luna, who was busy preparing a salad for dinner later on. Draco peered at her and cleared his throat, looking anywhere but at her. Are you all right? Putting down the vegetables she'd been handling, Luna walked over and wrapped her arms around Draco in a tight hug. I am perfectly fine, and I'm going to be quite cross with you if you pull away from me over this. We've become friends, haven't we? I knew what would happen during your lesson before we started. It was my choice and mine alone. She beamed up at him. Now how do you feel about radishes? He returned the hug awkwardly, patting her back and murmuring, I wasn't going to pull away. I'm just discomfited. A soft tread on the stairs had them looking up to where Hermione, looking rumpled and lips still a bit key-swollen, to say nothing of the vivid hickey on her neck, stood. Bill and Fleur won't be coming down for dinner. Her cheeks held bright red color as she recalled the brief lowering of silencing words to allow that statement to be made. More food for us then, Harry said lamely and tried his best to keep serious at the sight of his usually very put-together best friend. Will Ron be down? In a bit. He's taking a shower first. She moved to the ice box and pulled out some steaks before taking them to the stove. Malfoy, I know you like your meat werewolf rare, right? Yes. Harry, I know how you like yours. Luna, she half turned to tilt her head at the dreamy blonde girl. Well done, please, if you don't mind. Luna answered with a smile and went back to her salad. Harry, make yourself useful and wash and peel the potatoes, she ordered. Draco, you can set the table. Draco did as he was bid, setting the table as the smell of cooking meat and sounds of cooperative cooking filled the room. When Weasley made his entrance, though, Draco just had to pause and stare. Middle of winter and the Burke was wearing a tank top, but what made Draco stare were the red lines scored along his arms and the sets of perfect imprints of teeth on his neck. He looked over at a scowling Hermione, whose face had turned the color of the uncooked steaks. Who'd ever have guessed that Granger had it in her? Ron. What? Ron looked up at her with wide, startled blue eyes. What's wrong? Harry, never mind the potatoes, I think we'll be fine without them. Make 8 instead, Luna ordered again with twitching lips. Harry sighed but put down the potatoes and went for a pitcher instead. Forgot your shirt, mate? He asked but kept his eyes averted from his friend. No, I'm really hot and, well, it seems my shirt got ripped. Ron turned as red as his freckles and looked down at his feet. Draco choked on air and actually fumbled a fork as Hermione shook. He moved to stand behind Harry, whispering, I may be bent but even I know better. Hermione jabbed the steak turner in Ron's general direction. You're such a bloke, Ronald Weasley. It just figured that Ron would have no problem displaying the marks she'd put on him during their intimate moments. It was just such a guy thing, but it was so embarrassing having everyone, especially Malfoy, know that she was wilder than first thought. What have I done wrong? Ron looked around the room at them before turning pleading eyes on his girlfriend. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. Shaking his head, Harry moved towards Ron and grabbed him by the fabric of his tank top. Come on, Ron, you can borrow one of my shirts. Don't even begin to comment that it will be too tight. Ron closed his mouth on his comment and followed Harry up the stairs, and if he'd been a dog he would have had his tail between his legs. Luna stepped forward and leaned her chin on Hermione's tense shoulder. I don't believe he even thought it through. And we're all friends here. I can ask the Raxperts to give him nightmares if you want. No, it's just so embarrassing. And of course he didn't think it through. He's Ron. She rounded on Draco, hands on her hips. Well. He backed up. Well, what? Aren't you going to say something snarky or Malfoyish? He paused and tilted his head. Do you want me to? No. It was emphatic, and she pouted as she crossed her arms over her chest. Then no. No plans to. By Circe Granger, I'm not stupid enough to make cracks about a witch's bedroom performance. I've seen the result of that one too many times and have no desire to be on the receiving end of the ass-kicking it invites. How you act and what you do in bed is your business and none of mine. She relaxed. Okay, see, we're all friends. Luna smiled and threw Draco a wicked glance. Becoming very good friends, I believe. She had watched them from the garden and her heart warmed over the fact that Harry and he seemed to open up towards each other. Harry and Ron came back down the stairs, Ron wearing one of Dudley's old football shirts. A shirt that was too large even for the tall, lanky redhead, and the purplish color clashed terribly against his hair. I really am sorry, Hermione. He looked at her pleadingly. She sighed and yanked him close for a brief idiot. It was dripping with affectionate exasperation. Go help Harry with the aid. Nodding eagerly, his metaphorical puppy tail started to wag madly again, and he bounded over to help Harry. You gave me this butt-ugly shirt on purpose, didn't you? Damn right I did. Harry nodded and elbowed his friend in the side gently. You were lucky to have Hermione. I'll neuter you with a spoon if you blow it. Believe me, mate, I know how bloody lucky I am. If I bollocks it up, then you are free to castrate me because nothing will matter anyway. He looked over his shoulder at the petite brunette with his heart in his eyes. She was flipping a steak and noticed the itch of being watched on the back of her neck. She turned and caught her boyfriend's eyes, rolling hers and pointing her wand at him before turning back to cooking. Draco lifted a brow as the ass-ugly shirt was transfigured into a nice, well-fitting, light blue one. He'd have expected her to make Weasley grovel a little more, but then again they were in a war. Time wasted on petty disagreements would be time regretted. Lucky. Harry mouthed again and carried a pitcher of fresh aid to the table and put it down. Despite Ron's slip in decorum, Harry actually had a good time cooking and getting things ready with his friends. He loved Fleur and Bill dearly, but it was nice that it was just them two. Harry had missed it more than he thought, and it was nice to see Draco as a clear part of the group. Hermione made up a tray with 2 extra steaks, some fruit, and a small pitcher of the aid and went to put it outside the married couple's door upstairs, knocking and shouting to let the 2 inside know it was there before going back down. She sat down beside Ron and started in on her salad with gusto. She knew that everyone else knew why she was so hungry, but she'd gotten over it, and so long as no one made any cracks about it she didn't care. So will your lesson tomorrow be just after breakfast as well, Malfoy? He blinked in the middle of chewing and nodded. If Fleur isn't, Hermione's lips twitched, indisposed. Yes, she nodded. I think there's still a little trickle of allure coming from you, but not enough to make any of us uncomfortable. Just let us know when your lesson will be, because I think I want to be somewhere far, far away. Harry gave Draco a smile as he said it, letting the other know he didn't mean anything bad by it. Ron nodded. Yeah, I still have rope burns from the spell, he hurriedly said when he was given some strange looks. Hermione hummed, the only one not discomfited as she hadn't tied Ron to the bed yet. Agreed, my little inchworm. Draco dropped his head in his hand, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. I am not going there. It's tempting, but I'm not going there. Good man, shows that you rise above temptation. Harry was suppressing his own laughter and doing a quite poor job. Especially when Ron turned pale and whined to Hermione that inchworm wan not a good thing to be called under any circumstances when you were male. Draco lifted his head and looked around the table. Never once had he ever thought he'd be eating at a kitchen table in a beachside cottage with the Golden Trio and Loony Lovegood and not feel the slightest urge to hex one of them. If anyone had ever said he'd grow to consider them friends, he'd have hexed them for it. Yet here he was, joking and getting on with them like he did with Blaze and Pansy. It was like he'd stepped into another universe and, though it was far from a Malfoyish thought, he couldn't help but want to never step out of it. Still, there were issues that needed to be addressed. Not to bring the mood down, but I was thinking about the remaining Horcruxes. Conversations quieted down and 4 pair of eyes turned on Draco. What about them? Do you have any ideas? Harry asked, and a shudder went through him when he thought about the bag upstairs that still contained the cup from the Lestrange vault. Just as with the locket, he hated having it close, but thankfully they didn't need to wear it like the Slytherin necklace. In a manner of speaking, we're fairly certain that he also used Ravenclaw's diadem as a Horcrux, right? Harry nodded, feeling strangely warm that Draco said we instead of you. It makes sense since Voldemort seemed to have a stiffy for the Founder's relics. Draco looked at Luna. I know it's titled Lost, but do you have any ideas where it might be, Luna? She smiled enigmatically. Just because things are lost, it doesn't mean that there aren't those who knows where they are. Luna placed her elbows on the table and leaned her chin in her hands. I don't have a clue where the diadem may be, but maybe I know who does. Maybe. Hermione blinked. Who? The one who stole it from Rowena Ravenclaw to begin with, of course. Luna blinked innocent, pale blue eyes at the other girl. Helena Ravenclaw, also known as the Grey Lady. Hermione's jaw dropped. She'd never heard the story of how the diadem had become lost in the first place. Ravenclaw's own descendant. Draco shook his head. No, her own daughter. The tale goes that Helena was envious of her mother's wisdom and intelligence and stole the diadem to surpass it, but the diadem wouldn't work for her, so she fled. Rowena sent Baron Gabriel de Mornay, better known to all as the Bloody Baron, to bring her back. De Mornay doesn't talk about it, but I don't think Rowena was interested in the return of the diadem but in the return of her daughter, so she sent a man who was stupid in love with Helena to retrieve her. She refused to return and the Baron lost his temper and killed her. When he realized what he'd done, he turned the blade on himself. He continues to wear the knife, bloodstains, and shackles as penance for his crime. Helena was in love with Gabriel just as he was with her, but she felt she couldn't return. She had brought shame on her mother and the Ravenclaw name, and in her mind she didn't deserve to go home again. She blamed it all on the diadem and its supposed powers. She's always wanted it destroyed. Luna looked somber. It's so sad. Now they are both ghosts of Hogwarts, and even though she forgave him centuries upon centuries ago, the Bloody Baron refuses to even let her close. He's still completely lost in his own guilt. Harry looked down at the table. Even with Nick's stories, he'd never really cared or thought about the lives and fates of the Hogwarts ghosts before they became just ghosts. Draco nodded. If the Dark Lord, he sighed, I'm getting so tired of calling him that. Bloody nose less parody of a snake. If he turned the diadem into a Horcrux, then he'd have had to have gotten its location from Helena, and she might know what he did with it afterwards. Those were my thoughts as well. Luna nodded. She's actually very nice, albeit terribly shy once you take the time to speak with her. Very nice and so very lonely. Draco hummed. She talks to you a lot, I'd wager. You're practically the embodiment of every Ravenclaw virtue. Would she tell you where to find the diadem, do you think? Such a compliment from the Prince of Slytherin. Luna smiled at him. I don't know if Helena will tell me where the diadem is. We've talked a lot over the years, but she keeps her secrets very close. Right now I can't even get to her. She can't leave Hogwarts. No, but, Draco tapped his finger on the table, you'll need to go to Hogwarts soon, I think. He met her eyes steadily. You're needed there, for the others who will be suffering under the Carrows and for Longbottom. I know, she answered calmly. My time here is almost up. I will miss all of you, but honestly I know you're right. I'm needed more at Hogwarts than here with you. Hermione leaned over to give Luna a hug. We'll miss you too, but we'll see each other again, you know. Once this whole mess is over. Her voice was confident and strong. Besides, first we'll have to figure out how to even get you in, so we've a little time. True, I'm not gone yet. Luna returned Hermione's hug. Hermione had been her first girlfriend, friend who was a girl, and even though they were quite different, she cared for the other girl a lot and felt very close to her. She'd always been on the outside, not fitting in until she met these people. Because of her friendship with them, she had gotten to know Neville too, and Neville was her everything. I wonder how I will get back inside the school. I doubt I can just show up after having broken out from the Malfoy dungeon. I'm guessing those news have spread among the Death Eaters by now. And quickly at that. Draco drank some of his nectar. It wasn't quite sweet enough for his new diet. I'm not sure how to get you back in just yet, but we'll figure something out. He ran his finger along the rim of his glass. As to the other Horcrux, I have a suspicion about what it is. You do. Harry leaned forward curiously and pushed his plate towards Ron, who had been eyeing his uneaten steak half for a while now. What do you think it is? Ron speared the steak piece happily and brought it over to his own plate with a soft hum of contentment. Draco lifted a brow at that but deigned not to say anything about it, choosing to answer Harry instead. The snake. He doesn't care about anything but himself, power and murder, yet he treats Nagini like she's a precious jewel. There are even other hybrids like her around, larger ones at that, but he's killed them, let them be used as sport. Yet the slightest hint of Nagini being mistreated or disrespected sends him flying into a murderous rage. Harry's eyes widened. I think you may be right. Now you know more about Voldemort, having been forced to spend time up close and personal, but even I've noticed that he takes great care of that snake. Then how did he dare to send it after you in Godric's Hollow? Ron asked after he'd swallowed quickly. When Nagini was wearing the old lady's suit. Hermione shook her head, but the curses I sent at her rebounded. It was like she was in some kind of bubble. Draco nodded. A protective enchantment. It would work against any regular spells. Low-life bastard. Going after my girlfriend and my best friend like that. On Christmas nonetheless. Ron growled and muttered under his breath. Most of all, he still felt guilty that he hadn't been there with them. He still had such regrets that he'd left in the first place, and he had nightmares about not being able to find them again, and about Hermione and Harry not forgiving him, just walking away while he begged them to stay with him. It will be tricky, getting close enough to deal with Nagini. Harry brought his thumbnail to his mouth again, biting on it as he thought. Draco reached out and tugged his hand down. Stop that. He shook his head. Nagini will be the easiest to get the bloody rid of out of the lot. For the objects we have to use the sword of Gryffindor, but an Avada Kedavra will work on Nagini because she's not an object. Harry glared mildly at Draco but let his hand rest on the table instead of biting his nails. But if he still keeps her in that protective bubble thing, then wouldn't the killing curse rebound too? We don't need it rebounding and hitting someone else. Hermione shook her head. No, because it's the one curse that can't be blocked, remember? Well, by means other than, well, you know. The killing curse would go straight through the bubble. Harry nibbled on his bottom lip now that his thumbnail was off limits. It sounds too easy, but I hope you're right. If we take out the snake and find the diadem, then that should be it. Voldy would be on his own, no more soul pieces hidden away. Draco nodded. Harry, what is it with you and self-mutilation? Hermione giggled. I think he just has an oral fixation. You should see what his quills look like after 2 months, chewed to bits. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Harry flushed red and tugged at his hair in embarrassment. Not just his quill. The boy puts anything and everything in his mouth, it as if he can't get enough. Ron added, pretending not have heard Harry. Ron, you beep. Harry grumbled and dropped his head on the table. No, mate, that would be you. Hermione took note of Draco's cheeks turning red and the rising temperature of the room that she'd already come to associate with the allure before it was ruthlessly cut back, and she realized just how inappropriately their words could be taken. Oh dear. I think a change of subject is in order. Luna chuckled. I agree, or we may never see those two holed up upstairs again. She picked at her salad, arranging the vegetables in it by color. So how about this weather then? You can tell spring is on the way, right? Harry snorted. Luna, I adore you. Draco chuckled and relaxed now that the subject of Harry and oral fixation had been steered away from. Tomorrow and the next few days were bound to be interesting to say the least. Hermione's lips twitched in amusement as they all made their way back towards the cottage. It was the 4th day in a row for Draco's allure lessons, and according to Fleur he'd nearly mastered it. Something she was fairly certain Bill was grateful for. The poor man had come down the morning after the first lesson walking funny, and he was still walking funny since he was accosted by his wife after every lesson. Draco had learned to target the allure to 1 or sometimes 3 different beings, and today was the first lesson in how to cut off the allure completely. She came up alongside Harry. So do you think Bill will finally get a reprieve? I haven't got a clue. Harry chuckled. These lessons along with pregnancy hormones. I think Bill will stay busy and continue to walk funny for some time yet. He smiled easily as they walked, Ron teasing Bill about something behind them. They'd learned just how far away they had to move to escape the effects of the allure on the second day when Ron had turned into an octopus during their picnic. Harry was glad that the lessons were almost done. He was selfish enough to admit to himself that he missed Draco's company during the lessons, and he was also selfish enough to admit that he didn't like the thought of Draco using the allure on anyone but him. It was stupid and childish, but that was how Harry felt. Not that he was sure he wanted Draco to use it on him either. It was all very confusing. She giggled, poor man. Well, at least the lessons are almost over, for this in any case. She looped her arm through his. Has he shifted to his primal form again any time during your walks? Once, but I don't think he was too stressed. He managed to change back on his own after a couple of hours. Harry petted her hand and fell into steps with her. I like him in bird form, he's so cuddly. He gave me a twig as a gift. Hermione smiled. He is cute as a falcon, I'll give him that. He should be practicing shifting from human to falcon and back again though. I think that's next on Fleur's agenda since the allure was more urgent. She looked up at the cheerful call of Fleur, who was walking towards them, just ahead of Draco and Luna. Fleur went over to Bill and gave him a soft peck on the cheek, and, "How easy, my very tolerant man." "Good, now that I'm back with you," Bill replied with a smile and wrapped his arm around his wife's waist. "How are you, Blossom?" Bill refused to admit it, but he was silently happy that it seemed as if Fleur wasn't in a hurry to drag him upstairs. He was sore for Godric's sake. "Wonderful," she snuggled into his side. "Le Petit Malfoy surprised me. He did not take long at all to figure out how to cut the allure off. He might still slip now and again, but he will get better with practice." Draco came over to stand with Harry. Bill should finally be able to recover now. "I'm sure his bits thank you," Harry whispered to him. "You did great, Draco, learning this so quickly. I'm starting to think that maybe your grades weren't all favoritism after all." He poked the blonde in the side. "Well, of course they weren't. I work hard for my scores, I'll have you know. After all, I never received a failing grade in McGonagall's class, now did I?" He gave his mate an arch look and was about to say something more when a whisper came across his senses that set him on edge, and he turned to see a great blue heron making its way down the beach towards them. Gray eyes narrowed and cooled, and Draco's hand went near his wand as the heron came to a stop 2 meters away. Fleur stiffened, recognizing the magical buzz in the air, and leaned harder against her mate as the heron started to glow and shift until a pale-skinned man in a simple gray feathered loincloth stood before them. Cold blue eyes took in her appearance and Luna's as well. His head was bare aside from the gray crest of feathers laying flat on his skull, and his chest was bare. This was a full-blooded Veela, one born to it and old enough to have mastery over all his abilities. Draco watched warily as the strange Veela turned disdainfully from his inspection of Fleur and Luna and gave him a polite smile before bowing. "Greetings, young one." The unknown Veela's voice held a foreign note, not French like Fleur's but harsher. "Closer to the Netherlands. I am Hern, a messenger for the Veela colony in Norway." Draco inclined his head slowly but did not return the bow. "Good day. What business would the Norwegian Veela have with me? Your awakening was felt by our oldest. It has been a very long time since a full Veela has come from a diluted line, and we would like to extend an invitation to you to come to our colony so we may offer you training in your new abilities." Harry felt his stomach drop and he took an unconscious step closer to Draco. He didn't like this new Veela's attitude, how he'd disregarded Fleur and Luna without a second glance. It reminded him strangely of the Death Eaters and their pure blood supremacy thoughts. Apparently he was not the only one with issues, because he could hear Bill growl low and throatily as he pulled Fleur closer into his arms. Hermione already had her hand inching towards her wand, not liking Herne's attitude either and wanting to be ready for anything. Draco lifted a brow. I appreciate the offer, however, he interrupted before Herne could speak. I am already being trained well by the two lovely blonde ladies with us, so I am afraid I must decline. Herne's eyes went hard and flat and the crest on his head rose as he sneered, them. You cannot possibly be getting adequate training from them. A filthy quarter-breed spawned from the half-breed offspring of a French whore, he sneered at Fleur, who cringed and moved behind Bill, feeling vulnerable, and an insane witch whose Vila heritage is so diluted it is useless. Bill's growls grew louder and his eyes actually turned feral like a wolf's as he tucked Fleur securely behind himself. Now listen here, you dust bunny. You came here, to land I own completely uninvited. You have no right to slander my wife and my very good friend. I've met you less than 5 minutes ago and I already know that these ladies have more breeding, honor and plain decency in their little fingers than you and your precious colony put together. If this is the grace and virtue of the Vila, then I'm glad my wife's blood is diluted, because you are nothing to strive after. There are beings like you in this land as well. We call them Death Eaters, and when we find one, we annihilate them. Bill took a step forward. You, sir, are a disgrace to your entire species and I think you should leave. Now. I think not, wolf halfling. In an instant Herne had a blue fireball in his hand and the next it was flying towards Bill, knocking him to the ground and setting his jacket on fire. Bill. Fleur dove to put out the flames before her husband could be seriously injured. Draco's own crest rose at the attack and his wings burst forth when he saw the second fireball form in Herne's hand. He threw one of his own, this one white hot with his anger, intercepting Herne's before it could strike Fleur. How dare you? You come here uninvited, insult my teachers, and attack my friends. Leave. Now, before I lose my temper. Herne sneered at him, his features twisting into the partial bird form, the Vila battle form. For extra strength, you cannot possibly back any threat up, young one. You have not had the proper training, and if I must eradicate these bugs in order to see that your vision is clear, then I shall do so. He threw a fireball at Harry, that was intercepted as well before Draco launched himself, with a shrill cry at Herne, his claws slicing out and slashing at the other Vila. He snarled when Herne dodged and gray wings burst from the intruder's back, taking him to the air. He launched himself in the air as well, quickly chasing Herne down and throwing a fireball hard at a gray wing. He dove as the other made a shriek of pain and lightning began to walk the sky. Draco grabbed the injured gray wing and used it to bear the other Vila back down to the beach, a safe distance away from the others. He let go just before they would both have slammed into the sand, rising up and letting Herne impact so hard the earth shook. He lifted a few meters in the air, snarling when Herne shifted into his heron form in a bid for escape. Draco refused to allow him to escape and shifted as well, taking his primal form and diving like the falcon he was, catching the heron in his talons with a loud, furious shriek, driving him back down onto the sand. Hermione stood gaping at the fight between the two Vila, now the two birds. The heron tried to stab the falcon with its long dagger-like beak and clawed up at snowy white feathers, only for the falcon to take the heron's head in his talons and press it into the ground. Sweet Ninny Ann, he's going to kill him. Draco felt the ruffle of magic as his opponent started to shift back to humanoid form, and he followed suit so that Herne could not escape. The battle-formed heron Vila struggled, his head still pressed into the grainy sand, feeling the fire of an enraged Vila licking at the fingers of the one pinning him. The new Vila had not even partially shifted to his battle form, and still he could not escape the younger one. He tried to call the wind, but a shrill warning shriek and the sudden stab of lightning that struck by his head stilled him. Draco got to his feet smoothly, hauling Herne up along with him, and held the heron Vila dangling, quiescent from his grasp. A lightning storm of fury lit the cool gray eyes as he tried to rein in his temper. Herne remained limp, staring into the stormy eyes, and whispered, "Finish me then." Draco's hand trembled with the desire to rip out Herne's throat, to spill his life's blood, but the cool logic of the Slytherin and the knowledge that Harry would be disappointed in him if he did stilled his hand. Instead he swiped a flaming clawed hand down Herne's face, destroying the beauty that all Vila prized, then tossed him to the ground and spoke in a melodic voice filled with magic, "In victory I claim reward," and commands followed. "Return to your colony, tell them word for word what you said, give them every detail of what you did here and deliver this message from me. I will not join your colony, I will not visit nor accept training from a colony who sends a messenger who lets his temper get the better of him, attacks my friends and threatens me. Also you will not reveal the identity or location of my friends to any as I will so mote it be." Hearn felt the command of a victor to the loser sealed with those final words. It was ancient magic, a prize granted to the winner of a contest, and now he was bound to accede to the wishes spoken or forfeit his life to magic. He hung his head and transformed again to his heron form, taking to the sky in a painful flight, leaving Draco standing on the beach, trying to calm himself. Harry was running before the thought had even entered his brain, not caring about the sand getting into his shoes or his glasses slipping down his nose. All he knew was that he had to get to Draco as fast as possible. He stopped in front of the villa and ran his hands all over bare, pale skin, having to make sure that his mate was all right. "Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere? Did that bastard get you?" Harry had never seen such a fight before, the power of it, a power that even called to the elements themselves. He was glad Draco had spared the other Vila's life, but right now his only concern was Draco. Draco turned, a slight shiver sweeping through him at Harry's hands on his bare skin, and placed one hand over one of Harry's. "No. I'm fine." "You sure?" Harry knew he had to trust Draco, but the fighting had been so vicious. "What was that? Did you know you could do that? Fight like that, I mean?" Looking back towards the others, he could see a bare-chested Bill, keying and holding his wife securely, keying her forehead and cupping her flat belly with a large hand while he was whispering to her. "I've always heard about the honor and charm of the Vila. That guy, Hearn, didn't show much of that. Proves there's assholes in every species, I suppose." Harry looked up into storm-colored gray eyes. Draco looked over to where Bill was being clung to and fussed over by Fleur, making sure they were both uninjured, then back down at Harry. Even Vila have their blood purists, it would seem. He didn't like knowing that he'd been much the same as Hearn barely a year ago. Well, he hoped he'd never have tried to assault a pregnant woman back then, but aside from that it echoed much of his old attitude. "I knew about Vila battle prowess, but the techniques I used, the lightning, the shifting mid-flight and fight, that was instinct. I could have dealt with him without it, but I wanted to fight as a Vila only for them." He nodded at Fleur and Luna. "Because they've worked so hard to help me learn about my Vila side, I wanted beat that twat with the Vila and show him that they're 10 times more than the offered colony." It was one hell of a show, Harry admitted, pointedly not thinking about the fact that he still had his palm flat against Draco's very warm, very sculpted chest. "I'm glad you didn't get hurt, and I hope you won't have to fight like that again." He fell silent for a bit. "I do hope that Hearn's views are his own and that maybe the colony just made a mistake sending someone like him." He didn't tell Harry that Hearn's opinion was very probably widespread through the Vila colonies if Fleur's reaction to him had been any indication. He didn't want to damage Harry's optimistic view of people. Instead he sniffed. "The little twat should have known to pack it in as soon as he saw my primal form. A little long-necked frog fisher against a Lord of the Sky. He never had a chance." "Lord of the Sky, huh?" Harry snickered and finally pulled away so he wasn't touching that smooth, pale, tempting skin any longer. "You're right though, he should have cut his losses and showed belly sooner. You're obviously the better Vila and most definitely the better man." Harry was still smiling and summoned Draco's clothes wandlessly. Even if they were a bit ripped up, they were better than naked Draco, at least to Harry's blood pressure. "Come on, the others have been hovering, wanting to make sure you're all right. We should go over and humor them." Draco shimmied into his trousers and carried his torn shirt in one hand. It was a bit of a total loss, pulling his wings back in as they walked over, knowing that Bill wasn't likely to be in the mood to see them or his claws or his crest. He reached up and ran his hand through his hair and made sure the crest feathers were lying flat. Luna rushed past Harry and threw her arms around Draco, hugging him tightly before stepping back and punching him in the arm with all her strength. "You blockhead, didn't you hear the grain garblers screaming? What would we have done if you were hurt? What would Harry have done?" Ron watched with a slack jaw. It was so unlike Luna to act like that, She was always the calm, collected and barely there one. Hermione was a little stunned herself. She suspected Luna could be fierce when necessary, but to lose it like this. It was disturbing. Draco blinked, then just wrapped his arms around her and spoke calmly and quietly. What would Bill have done if Fleur and the baby had been hurt, or vice versa? And what would all of us done if he'd hurt Harry? He attacked Bill and tried to attack Fleur and Harry and threatened you all. No one threatens my family without facing the consequences. Neither the Vila nor the Malfoy in me would ever stand for that. Luna breathed deeply and burrowed her face against his chest. Remember what I said when you and Harry got back from the bank. No one likes to be scared. That includes me too. She hugged him again. I know you did the right thing, defending your friends and your mate, but damn it all, my heart was in my throat the whole time. He sighed in a put-upon way. You know, I'm starting to feel a distinct lack of faith in my abilities to look after myself in a fight. You lot are just wonderful for my ego. Hermione laughed shortly. Malfoy, your ego doesn't need expanding. If it gets any bigger, it will offset the rotation of the earth. I feel so loved. He looked over at Bill. Are you all right? Thank you, Malfoy, for protecting Fleur and our cub. I wouldn't have gotten up to protect her in time. Bill's blue eyes shone with emotion. I could do nothing else, but you're welcome. Now are you burnt or otherwise less than hale and hearty? Fleur kept her arms around her husband and answered for him. Non, I managed to put Z flames out before he was burnt. Merci, Draco. It's not about doubting your skills in a fight. Harry leaned in and whispered. It's about caring and worrying what happens when the fight already is there. You've made a family here, tied bonds. Get used to it. Bill keyed Fleur again and gave Malfoy another nod of gratitude and respect, from one warrior to another. I don't know about you, but I'm in the mood to get home. It's bloody cold without a shirt and I've got some nice fire whiskey at home. I think we all could use a glass, except for pregnant, gorgeous wives and underaged witches. Fleur shook her head. And full-blooded Vila, trust me mon amour, alcohol and pure Vila do not mix. Draco lifted a brow. Do I want to know? Do you want to go dancing naked down Z beach or on top of Z roof? By Merlin, that sounds like Blaze after his 3 shots of tequila. No, I think I'll refrain from alcoholic beverages, thank you very much. Ron snickered, wondering just how the cool, calm Draco Malfoy would react with alcohol in his system. He would never test it on the Vila, but it was something to daydream about. Sounds like Seamus too. I've never met a worse lightweight. He's Irish. They are supposed to be able to hold their liquor, but not Seamus. I agree with the getting home part though. Harry said. We can talk about Seamus and his fondness of women's clothing when drunk once, wear inside where it's warm. He rubbed his hands together before tucking them inside his jacket. Now that the adrenaline was beginning to wear off and he knew that Draco was safe, he felt how cold it really was, especially after having spent hours outside. Draco's gaze caught on Harry and he nodded, moving closer as they walked back to the cottage. And Blaze isn't a lightweight, Weasley. Have you ever had tequila? Ron's eyes shot towards his older brother before he looked back at Draco. Of course not. I've practically been on the run with these two since I turned 17. I would never drink before then. His voice dripped with fake honesty. Save it, Ronnikins. Mum's not here and it was Charlie and I who dragged you and the twins to the loo 2 years ago, remember? Bill rolled his eyes. Hermione tsked, bad Ron, lying to us. So, she looped her arm through his. Have you had tequila before or not? He's had it, Harry said dryly, tossed his cookies after the second shot and went to bed. It's not my fault. It's some sort of muggle poison, I stand by that. Ron argued. At least he didn't eat the worm. Hermione stumbled. Blaze ate the worm. Draco snickered. Oh no, he's a middleweight, so after the 3rd shot he was too busy dancing on tables and stripping to eat the worm. He paused. Pansy did. That witch has balls of solid steel. Ron gasped out in an admiring tone. Solid steel, he repeated and nodded his head firmly. You've always been afraid of Parkinson. Harry chuckled. And now you see why. Ron sniffed in reply. Ha, you're scared of any girl with backbone, Ron. Hermione snugged her head on his shoulder, softening the accusation. Draco glanced over and smirked. You know, Granger, you and Pansy are actually quite similar in a lot of ways. Ron made a horrified strangled noise of protest that had Harry laughing out loud. I don't know Parkinson at all, but if she's even remotely like my own, then you're lucky to have her as a friend, he said, still smiling. I know I am. Draco's tone was a bit wistful. He missed the queen bitch of Slytherin. Hermione stopped her protest about resembling Parkinson in any way, shape or form at that tone and chose to keep quiet. You'll see her soon. Harry tried to comfort. And when this is over you can pick up your friendship. At least Harry hoped that would be the case. He had no idea where Parkinson stood in all this, but no matter what he hoped Draco wouldn't have to lose her. The cottage came into view and Ron stopped in his tracks when he saw a figure sitting in the garden waiting for them. The shock of vivid pink hair gave the identity of the person away. Bloody hell, is that Tonks? Hermione's head jerked up and she narrowed her eyes. Well, it certainly looks like her. Fleur had her wand out and pointed at the figure sitting in her garden. What color did you try to convince me to wear for my wedding? The woman tilted her head over the back of the chair and watched Fleur from an awkward upside-down position, her piercings glinting in the pale winter sun. I stand by what I said. You would have looked gorgeous in purple and black. Tonks grinned wickedly. Hermione laughed out loud as Fleur lowered her wand and slumped against Bill. This had already been too taxing a day for a pregnant lady. Tonks, what brings you, air? She looked around, her eyes narrowing slightly when they caught on Draco. Order business. She got up from the chair to give Fleur a hug and Bill a playful punch. Today she wore a long leather coat, striped leggings in red and orange, knee-high dragon hide boots, shorts and a corset-like top. Been told to let you know that Ollivander and the goblin, Griphook was it, are safe and moved to another safe house. She turned and looked at Luna. Oh, and your father has been told you're safe. Luna nodded gratefully and pressed her hands against her heart. It had hurt not having a way to let her papa know she was safe and away from the Death Eaters. Draco reached over and pat her on the shoulder, aware of the pink-haired Auror's measuring gaze on him. He knew that among everyone else in the world he'd be persona non grata or out-and-out hated, but it was uncomfortable having it intrude after the fight with Hern and just when he'd started getting used to everything. She walked closer until she was right in his face, looking up at Draco with gray eyes very like his own. So you're my cousin then. I see that the rumors have been exaggerated. I see neither horns or tail on you. She raised a pink eyebrow in amusement. Harry stepped in. Draco Malfoy, meet Nymphadora Tonks. He ignored her growl as he said her first name. Tonks, as you've guessed, this is Draco Malfoy. Be nice. When am I not nice? She replied in mock hurt. Draco blinked and it just popped out of his mouth. Why in the name of Merlin would your parents name you Nymphadora? See, that's a question I've asked myself all my life. She replied with a grin. Personally, I think they're just into cruel and unusual punishments right from the start. Mum's a black after all. Insanity runs in the blood. Just look at Auntie Dearest. He snorted. Bellatrix goes beyond insanity into out-and-out rabid, needs to be put down psychosis. Tonks threw her head back and laughed throatily. Very true, you're a bloke after my own taste. She jumped at him, wrapping both arms and legs around his tall frame. It's a pleasure to meet you, cousin. Bill rolled his eyes, used to Tonks' displays of physical affection in her bubbly mood. Draco's eyes widened and he staggered just a bit at the impact, grimacing as something on her in his heel twinged before he cautiously returned the hug. The pleasure is all mine, cuz. Harry's eyes zeroed in on the grimace and for a split second he wanted to stalk over and rip Tonks off Draco and make sure he was all right. A little spooked by his own emotions, he swallowed and forced himself to relax. Draco could handle himself, Harry had to remember that. Tonks jumped off him, still grinning. I hope we'll have some time getting to know each other soon. Maybe you can tell me a bit about that godfather of yours before I go back to play the perfect professor. Ron almost swallowed his tongue and his eyes bugged out. You're teaching at Hogwarts. I am, yes, and I'm bloody good at it. She glared at him. I'm teaching divination. Seems Sybil suddenly had a mental breakdown. She grinned. Hermione stared. Divination. How? But it's rubbish. Well, I mean, she glanced over at Luna. Well, Luna's the only one I've ever seen who's not a charlatan, and Draco pretended to brush sand off the bottom of his foot, to inspect the heel, a brow twitching when he noticed the bit of broken shell embedded in his skin. True seers are rare and never advertise their abilities because they don't want 1,000 demanding idiots at their door poking and prodding at them to tell them their future and what they should do. That said, he glanced up at Tonks. Do you have any ability or are you faking it for the job? Cousin Dearest is right. Divination is a real subject, just as seers are real. I have the uttermost respect for those few, true seers. That said, I'm just pulling things out of my ass at classes. She pulled on a lock of pink hair, turning it blue. I'm there for the students and to spy for the order. Things are bad at Hogwarts. The Carrows control everything. It's like a prison, not a school. Draco pinched the shell shard between two fingernails and began wiggling it to get it out. It's both, but what's being taught isn't academics. He frowned at the stubborn shell. It's obedience and fear being taught. I somehow doubt the curriculum is all that successful, however. Harry frowned and dropped to his knees beside Draco. He whispered a quick apology before he pulled the shell shard out and placed his hand over the bleeding gash with a muttered, "Apisky." Tonks dropped her gaze to Harry in surprise but quickly returned to the topic at hand. Oh, it's a big, fat failure. Hogwarts has the bravest, greatest students ever. They are putting up such a great fight. Hermione hummed and glanced over at Draco. The Slytherins, are any of them fighting too? Draco shook his head, murmuring a thank you to Harry. I doubt it. They'll go along with what they're told to do, all the while holding their own opinions close to the vest and seething quietly. One thing to remember is that the Slytherins are probably watched closer than any other house right now. Luna said, conjuring a band-aid with bouncing bunnies on it and handed it to Harry to place on Draco's newly healed wound. Snape is the headmaster and the Slytherins are practically expected to join the dark side. Even if they want to, they can fight. They would be discovered and punished immediately, and because they are who they are, the punishment will probably be more severe as well. Ron swallowed. He had never thought about it that way before. Hermione winced. I wish we could kick the Death Eaters out of the castle right now, or at least turn them into newts for a potion. Draco chuckled and straightened up, holding a hand out for Harry, bloodthirsty little Gryffindor. There will be a limit, a line that even most Slytherins will refuse to cross. I just hope that line isn't reached before we can take down. For pity's sake, someone give me a name other than you-know-who or the Dark Lord to use. That's not taboo to call that pathetic excuse for Slytherin's heir. Snakeface. Has been. Curly. Because of the irony, you know. The bald thing. Cue ball. Moldy. Tonks chuckled. I can go on and on. Draco's lips twitched. As a great lover of irony, Curly it is. Hermione started to giggle, slumping against Ron as hilarity entirely too intense just for the irony overtook her and drew odd looks from everyone. Ron wrapped his arms around his giggling girlfriend, patting her back awkwardly as he waited for the mirth to subside. Sure, Curly was amusing, but Hermione was laughing as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard in her life. Let's go inside and have that drink. Bill opened the door to the cottage. It's been an eventful day and I think we're all wound a little tight. He held his hand out for Fleur. It's not just that. Hermione gasped for air as they made their way inside and she collapsed on the couch. Oh goodness me. Fleur settled into a chair as Bill went to get the drinks. What is Zen? Fleur, have you ever heard of the Three Stooges? Hermione was still chuckling. Harry's eyes widened as he finally got it and he started chuckling madly as well, holding his stomach. Oh Merlin, I wonder, does that make Snape mow? Bill and Ron looked at them as if they were infected by some sort of crazy gene, and Luna simply ignored them, setting about to braid her hair into hundreds of thin braids. Hermione started giggling again as Draco ran a hand over his face, lips twitching, or make my Aunt Larry. Harry laughed even harder, turning glittering green eyes on Draco. Gods, that's almost too much. I'm going to laugh when I meet them next now, you know that, right? Bill shook his head and went to get the whiskey bottle and glasses along with nectar for Draco and aid for Fleur and Luna. Fleur frowned. What is these Stooges? Hermione, still giggling, managed to create a glowing image of a Three Stooges scene she remembered, making the entire room start to laugh at the antics and imagine Voldemort, Snape, and Bellatrix smacking each other and whooping. Draco set about spelling his shirt fixed and looked over at Harry to murmur, good, better to laugh at Curly than shake with fear. Very, Very true, and the knowledge that Curly would absolutely hate it if he knew we laughed at him makes it all the better. Harry whispered back, still smiling. After what had happened today it felt good to laugh, it felt as if they needed it. Hermione glanced over at Draco as she finished showing the scene. How do you know about the Three Stooges anyway, Draco? Muggle studies. It is a requirement for all purebloods, and in 4th year they start going over popular Muggle culture. A whole class of purebloods, watching the Three Stooges. I could have paid to see that. Harry chuckled and got up to help Bill carry all the glasses and bottles. My dad loves the Stooges, Tonks said as she sprawled out on the carpet. Mums never got it, but she still ventured out in Muggle London to get all their movies for him one Christmas. Andromeda Tonks was a pureblood aristocrat from toenails to hair tips, and she had given it all up for the love of a Muggleborn. That made Tonks respect her mother as the strongest woman she knew. Draco looked over at her and traced his finger over a mending tear in his shirt. What is she like? I've always been curious. Mum. Tonks scratched her head as she thought about how to describe her mother. Well, in appearance she looks a lot like Bellatrix or Sirius actually. Dark hair, pale, the usual gray-black eyes. She's extremely strong-willed, and she still holds on to the values she was brought up with. Without the blood supremacy part. I'm not exactly what you would call a conventional sweet witch, but she's been nothing but supportive about all my choices, and she would walk through fire and crawl over broken glass for me and Dad. I know she misses her family. She writes your mother a letter every week, but she never sends them. Draco inhaled slowly at that and wished he could let his own mother know that. He spoke softly and low so that only Tonks and Harry would hear him. When next you see your mother, tell her that my mother misses her as well. She keeps a miniature canvas of Lady Andromeda and herself in a cameo locket that is always on her. Tonks brought her hand up to her mouth and her gray eyes watered lightly. Mum had a locket just like that as well, Narcissa and her on one side and a baby picture of me on the other. I'll let her know, I promise. She brushed her hand over Draco's arm. Dad loves her, but she's lonely even though she loves him back. Harry listened to them and wished he could fix things, bring Voldemort down, and hope that families could be whole again. The mentioning of Sirius had caused a pang of pain go through him, and he wondered how his godfather and Remus were doing out in the woods. He missed them so much. Draco squeezed Tonks' hand. After we get shed of Curly, we'll set up a meeting for them, and take away their wands just in case. He'd inherited his mother's temper, and from what he could gather it was very much a black family trait. That sounds like an excellent idea. Both the meeting and the removal of wands. She smiled and downed her glass of fire whiskey with a hiss. Now about your godfather, any tips on how to get through to him? He's mostly locked up in the headmaster office. Harry growled and got to his feet. He still hadn't forgiven Snape, and the thought of him in Dumbledore's office was a joke and not the funny kind. Excuse me, bathroom. He stalked up the stairs. Draco stiffened, feeling his hackles rise, but he stifled the irritation with Harry's hostility towards his godfather. He looked back at Tonks. Does he know you're who you are? Tonks nodded. Once you've met me you don't forget it easily. I'm unforgettable, she preened. Seriously though, I don't blame him for what happened, though I might be in minority for that within the order. You don't have to tell Harry this, but I have great admiration for that man, even though he is an evil git with a 20-foot pole shoved up his ass. Ah, but that's part of his charm. Honestly, I'm not sure how to get him to do something he's not keen on doing. He's impervious to bribes as far as I know, and pissing him off is a bad idea. I can tell you he has a weakness for cappuccino truffles, soft textures, and has a secret love for cats. I don't know why, but you never put a lily anywhere near him unless you want to have your skin flayed from your body with a look, and never ever bring up the subject of werewolves or Grimms. Cats and soft textures I can work with, the truffles might take some planning. She tapped the corner of a mouth with a blue painted nail. Suddenly her eyes narrowed in suspicion and she leaned in even closer, whispering in her cousin's ear. Did you know that Harry's mother was named Lily? Cousin Sirius is a Grimm and Remus a werewolf. Your family now, so if you didn't know then you should. It sounds like more than coincidences to me though. Even that single glass of fire whiskey made her head kind of buzzy, and she regretted skipping lunch before she traveled to Shell Cottage. It's no secret he hates Harry's father, but Draco frowned. I've never heard him mention his mother. I do know that the M word is a very big no-no with him. Draco squirmed. He could swear he still felt the paddling his godfather had given him in his second year after calling Granger a mudblood. Uncle Severus has always been a private man and holds his secrets closer than most. I don't know him even though I wouldn't mind to. I was just guessing and making theories here. When you get to know me better you'll learn that I do that. She poked at her snakebite with her tongue. So you and Harry how's that going? Gotten to squeeze his bum yet? It's a very cute one, don't you think? He choked on a sound somewhere between a groan and a squeak. Oh Merlin, don't bring that up. No I haven't, and believe me after today none of us need me thinking about Harry's exceptional ass. Tonks raised an eyebrow but didn't push the subject further despite her curiosity. She knew something must have happened since both Bill and Draco had come back without a shirt, and though that wasn't an ugly sight in any way they all looked more or less shook up when they got to the cottage. No talking about exceptional, squeezable bums, got it? Hermione leaned over Ron's lap. No, just no talking about Harry's. Anyone else's is fair game for discussion. She grinned unrepentantly at Draco's glare. Yes, I'm eavesdropping. So Tonks, scale of 1 to 10, Charlie's bum when he was in Hogwarts. 10. Definitely a 10. Tonks leered and snickered at Ron's outraged cry at his girlfriend. That boy's always had an amazing ass, perfectly shaped, round and toned, just begging to be grabbed and nibbled on. The dragon hide trousers he wears these days to protect it is an added benefit. It looks good encased in leather. That's my brother, you weirdos. Ron looked a little green around the gills. So, that doesn't change the fact that he's got an ass worth drooling over. Tonks replied and knocked back her second glass of whiskey. Hermione fluttered her lashes at Ron. Now you know I like yours best of all, besides it's not like we're discussing the twins. Ron paled even more and made a strange gurgling sound deep in his throat. He did not want to think about the twins' bums. I like Fred and George's bums, Harry said from the stairs as he walked back down. They are cute and almost the same, except Fred has a dimple on his left ass cheek. Draco twitched in jealousy. When did you happen to see the asses of the Wonder Twins, may I ask? Harry grinned as walked over and sat back down. Wonder Twins, quite a good word to describe them. And as for your question, we were on the same Quidditch team, in the same locker room and the same showers since I was 11. Plus I've lived at the Burrow and there are exactly plenty of bathrooms, you learn to share. The jealousy faded a bit knowing that the Weasley twins hadn't tried to seduce his mate, but still, Harry had been checking them out. Hermione chuckled at the look on his face. Aw, don't get all pouty, I'm sure Harry thinks your bum is better. Harry flushed red but kept the smile on his face as he leaned closer to Draco. Loads better, he whispered. I need more booze to handle this conversation. Much more. Ron groaned and searched for the whiskey bottle. Draco ignored Hermione's giggliness and turned to Harry. Well, so long as mine is better, feel free to compare. Hermione poked Ron in the shoulder. I bet you wouldn't mind if we were talking about, oh say, Parvati's bum. Blue eyes widened. Parvati's got a bum you could park a bike in. Weird thing is that Padma's is totally flat. Ron tilted his head as he thought about the Pottle twins' posteriors. Fleur shook her head in amusement. Z's subject EZ, IGHLY inappropriate. Hermione arched backwards to grin at her. Oh. Then you don't care to know your ranking. The girls in Gryffindor have a ranked list. Please do tell. Bill's voice was deceptively smooth. I would love to know what's being said about my wife's bottom. Blue eyes were at half-mast to hide the wolf's glitter in them. Ron swallowed. It was in moods like this that Bill was most dangerous. Even before he got the wolf inside him. Fleur swatted her mate casually. Babe. Then she turned to Hermione, who was still arched backwards smiling upside down at her from Ron's lap. Go on. Hermione turned her grin onto Bill. She wasn't your wife when she was ranked, just so you know. It was during the tournament, just after the second task, and she was put in the number 3 spot. However, she's at 5 now since a few of the girls in school were ranked the next year. Oh, and because Tonks visited. Ooh, I got ranked. Tonks lit up and switched her position so she was lying on her stomach on the floor, chin in hand and feet wiggling. Tell me how I did. Ron leaned down and keyed Hermione's neck since she was sprawled in his lap. You are a cutie, you know that right? Bill was still grumbling. 5th place. That won't do. If she is ranked then she should at least have the number 1 spot. Hermione giggled and sing-songed, so, RRY but Tonks has that honor. Well for the female bums anyway, the boys are on a separate list. Fleur pursed her lips, and, out as my, US band fall on Zat. 2nd place. Who has 1st place for the blokes then? Tonks asked as her hair turned from red to purple and back to pink in celebration of her win. She giggled at the dismayed look on Bill's face at only coming in 2nd place. Zabini, the general consensus is that you could bounce a quarter off that ass. Draco shuddered. Oh, I didn't need to know that. Where do I fall? Hermione's lips twitched. You're tied in 3rd with someone actually. There was a wicked, not quite sober twinkle in her eyes. You're so tipsy my own. After 1 glass, Harry couldn't help but chuckle at her friend. It was so unusual to see her like this. But still, go ahead and tell us who Draco is tied to. With. She snickered and wiggled her own bum where it perched. Oh, I bet he'd like to be tied to his ranked companion. It's you, Harry. Ron's in 4th place. Ha, I made top 5, take that Finnegan. Ron shouted with his eyes firmly glued to his girlfriend's wiggling bum. If she didn't stop it soon he would soon embarrass himself, no allure needed. How fitting that you're in the same place. Tonks looked at Draco and Harry, all the enjoyment and none of the jealousy. Draco smirked and looked over at Harry. I believe, aside from Blaze who's got an unfair advantage, that Quidditch players are taking the list by storm. Hermione finally righted herself and wrapped her arms around Ron's neck. Oh Seamus, poor thing that he is, didn't even make the top 20. Neville, she gave Luna an apologetic glance, is at 5. The girls' top 5 from 1 to 5 as it stands is Tonks, Ginny, Luna, she mumbled the next name, and of course Fleur. What was that murmured name my own? Harry grinned. It sounded very familiar there. Luna snorted softly as she had finished braiding her hair. She didn't care at all about being ranked, but it was amusing hearing Hermione talk about it. Hermione turned red and glowered at Harry. Hush you, or I'll start telling you about what the other girls speculate lays beneath your pants. Hell, they actually bet on it. Betting on what? Harry was honestly confused. I'm a bloke. There can't be much of a surprise what's in my pants. She snickered as Draco scoffed. The Viola pat Harry on the head. Your innocence is refreshing. Size Potter. They're betting on size. Oh. Harry's gaze actually dropped down to his lap before he growled and twisted away from the head patting. Stop that. I'm not a dog. His cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Nope. In this line of conversation you're more a horse. Ron said, causing Harry to shout at him and blush even more. Hermione giggled. That's actually Romilda's bet, or close to it. She's put a bet on 31 centimeters, which is just insane. More like gross. Tonks added, it would be like having a foot pressed up your happy place. It's not 31 centimeters, I can tell you that much. Harry groaned, still tomato red in the face and down his neck. I agree, more like 22. Ron said. Ron, what is it with you and my prick? Harry squirmed in his seat, feeling the urge to cross his legs and hide as much as he could. Can't help it mate, as you said we change and shower together and it's sort of. Kind of. Just stares at you. Harry just groaned. Draco growled at Ron, shouldn't you be more interested in the measurements of the lady in your lap? Hermione shifted. Oh no, no, I'm curious now. Plus, well the betting pool is up to 100 galleons. Draco choked. You're joking. Fleur cleared her throat. Not EEFZ, Hogwarts femmes or anything like those at Bobaden's she ez not. I never speculated but the rest of my schoolmates, Avenue. This is just sick. I have a perfectly normal sized and interesting. Absolutely nothing to waste your galleons speculating or betting about. Harry grumbled and made a move for the fire whiskey. He needed alcohol to deal with this. Why don't you and Harry go and measure it, Hermione? Mystery solved. Tonks giggled from her sprawled out place on the floor. No, Harry shouted in pure horror. Draco gave his cousin a glare. Very much no. And you, he pointed at Hermione, your house is disgraceful betting on Harry's size. If it helps, they've also got a bet on yours. She grinned at him, not as popular as Harry's but a sizable bet. How would that help? Harry asked and pushed down the jealousy he felt over girls guessing and discussing Draco's bits. It's still a freaky bet to begin with. It's like we would bet on the depth of your beep. Sick. Hermione shrugged. Kind of hard to get a decent measurement of that, truth be told, but the male genitalia is just out there and all you'd need is a tape measure. Besides, I refuse to believe Slytherin House doesn't bet on these things. You'd be wrong, Draco sniffed. We are far above betting and speculation over genitalia. If a Slytherin is curious about it, we simply find out and keep the information to ourselves. We bet on far more socially acceptable things like the outcome of Quidditch games. PFF, can't be hard to bet on since you always lose, against us anyway. Ron boasted and held Hermione tighter. Wait, does that mean you already know Harry's size then? Tonks asked curiously. Draco crossed his legs and gave a winning, sneaky smile. That, dear cousin, is a secret known only to me. Harry hadn't known that it was possible to blush more, but apparently it was, since he felt his face heat up even more. As utterly fascinating as all this, I think I'm going to make it an early night. I have to pack up my things after all. Luna rose from the couch, holding her empty glass so she could deposit it in the kitchen before she went upstairs. Hermione blinked. Huh, pack, what? She squirmed off Ron's lap, wobbled a bit, then followed Luna up the stairs. Draco lifted a brow. Weasley, your lady should be kept away from alcohol. I know, but she's so amusing when she has it. It's a very rare occurrence, you see. Ron smiled, but his arms and lap already felt cold and empty without Hermione there. Harry had fallen silent. He would miss Luna. Hopefully they would meet again soon. Draco brushed his fingers over Harry's knee and murmured, she'll be all right and we'll have to meet up with her again soon in any case if she locates the diadem. I know you're right, and I know Luna's ready to go, to see Neville, but it's always hard to let go of family. Harry reached for Draco's hand and tangled their fingers together. It was something he did without thinking. It felt comforting. He squeezed Harry's hand. It is, yes, but a part of them always stays, no matter where they go. In here, he tapped a finger on Harry's heart. Harry nodded and kept his grip on Draco's hand. Yeah, it's starting to get full in there though, with everyone that's leaving. He wanted to wrap his arms around Harry at that, but he didn't think it would be welcomed quite yet, so he just squeezed again in commiseration. Fleur watched them with a smile, pleased to see that they were growing closer. She had a feeling that both would need each other in the coming days. Harry squirmed out of his pile of blankets to blink blearingly at the sunlight streaming into the room from the small, square window. It had been 3 days since Luna and Tonks had left for Hogwarts, and the cottage felt empty without her. It helped having Draco there though. It helped more than Harry would ever have imagined. He turned his head and noticed that Draco's bed was empty. That wasn't unusual. Harry seemed to have turned into some sort of sleeping monster since he'd gotten here. When he looked closer, he saw a flash of white on his pillow. Harry put his glasses on and saw that it was one of Draco's feathers. He brought it to his face and let the smooth feather stroke his skin. Downstairs, Fleur was eyeing the falcon preening his feathers while perching on the curtain rod. Since Luna had gone back to Hogwarts, Draco had been working on mastering his primal form and getting better at flying with both the primal and humanoid forms. He pushed himself harder than she'd have imagined, but only in the mornings while Harry was tucked safely and soundly in bed. He was always back by the time Harry awoke, almost right down to the minute. He'd also, thank goodness, learned how to make his clothing shift with him. It was a rare talent even among experienced Vila. She and Bill were both grateful for it, since neither wanted a naked Draco walking about the house. Do you mind? I do not want any feathers in the food. Bill chuckled. His wife was easygoing about most things, but when it came to her kitchen she was even worse than Molly Weasley herself. Yeah, Malfoy. Be careful before I mistake you for one of the chickens and you end up in a pie. Bill said it in a teasing, gentle tone. He had gotten over his issues with the younger man the moment Malfoy had defended Fleur and their unborn baby. The falcon jumped off the curtain rod, shifted in mid-fall, and landed with 2 booted feet as Draco. You would have to catch me first, Big Red. Hermione peeked around the entryway. You're not starting that this early, are you? Please save your snipping for the Lessons, Malfoy. Bill, being a curse breaker as well as Hogwarts alumni, had been teaching them what they were missing academically as well as more advanced defensive and offensive spells and hand-to-hand fighting. The spellwork and whatnot she loved, but the hand-to-hand left her sore and out of sorts. She was also a little jealous that she was dead last in that area. Harry and Draco, unsurprisingly, led the pack, with Draco having experience already and Harry just being a natural. Ron wasn't too far behind them, but she found the powerful moves difficult, not that she was complaining. She never would. No, Malfoy, don't save the snipping for lessons. That's a time to be quiet and respectful and listen to teacher. Bill tried to look impressive and haughty, but the wicked gleam in his eyes ruined it for him. Bloody hell, Bill, I swear my ass is one big bruise. Ron limped into the kitchen, holding his wounded body part. What you did yesterday can't be training, it was torture of a younger sibling. Ah, you'll never know that for sure now, will you? Bill looked his brother over. Now take your hand off your ass. You look like Uncle Milton, and you know why he's never invited to family get-togethers anymore. Draco coughed and smirked. I have enough snipping to spread around if I feel the need to. However, I shall be magnanimous and refrain today. A miracle, Ron gasped with starry eyes and trembling voice. Harry, he walked in, still buttoning his shirt. He had just hidden the feather away among the things he treasured most, his cloak and the Marauder's map. He smiled and kissed Fleur's cheek as she grumbled about her crowded kitchen. Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to hear your sweet voices and see how we all get along. Like Crookshanks gets along with rats, you mean? Hermione lifted a brow in amusement. Fleur chuckled. Bonjour, Ari. Cette table with Draco s'il vous plaît. Hermione chopped fruit. Ronald. ELP. And Bill, she eyed her husband, sit down out of the way. Exactly like Crookshanks and rats, especially the animagi kind. Harry replied with a smile as he walked over and helped Draco set out plates, teacups, glasses and cutlery. Bill sat down at the head of the table and watched the others bustle. Good wife, ordering me to do what I do best. Overseeing as others do the work. He grinned wolfishly. She smiled brightly. Later I would like you to chop some wood for the fireplace. She paused, with an axe. No magic. Then she turned back to her task of cooking bacon, eggs, and porridge. Hermione bit the inside of her cheek at Bill's whine after that pronouncement as she cut the fruit up after Ron peeled it for her. She was surprised that Bill had walked right into that one. Ron had his suspicions that Bill didn't mind the manual labor as much as he pretended to, and that he liked to make Fleur happy by letting her set these little traps and walking blindly into them. His dad was the same after all, and his parents' marriage had been steady and happy for a very long time now. Poor brother, you might actually sweat. Whatever will you do? I don't know, take it out on your ass later in the hand-to-hand lessons, I figure. Bill answered testily, but his eyes were adoring as they followed his wife's every move. Draco snickered at Ron's protesting shout. You're an evil man, Bill Weasley, picking on your little brother like that. But Malfoy, that's what little brothers are for. Bill blinked innocently as Ron gave him the two-fingered salute. You have 4 others to choose from, why torment me? Ron pouted and rested his chin on Hermione's shoulder. Well, they're not here, are they? It's very clear that Hermione didn't choose you for your brain. Bill still looked perfectly pleasant. Hermione set a bowl of fruit aside for Malfoy. Bill, when was the last time you played chess with Ron? I don't know, 3-4 years ago, I guess. Why do you ask? Bill looked puzzled. Harry hid his grin. Oh, Hermione was a master manipulator, and Bill would have his ass handed to him over the chessboard. Hermione turned to set the bowls of fruit on the table and smiled. You really should play him again. Have a brotherly bonding moment built around something other than teasing and kicking his ass. She went to rinse the fruit juices off her hands, giving Ron a wink when she was certain Bill wouldn't see. Draco lifted a brow. Oh, he'd want to see that chess match. Even he could admit Ronald was an excellent chess player. Bill shrugged. Sure, why not? Let's have a match tonight, little brother. You're on. Ron replied with a smirk as he mouthed love exclamations for Hermione when Bill didn't see. Draco tilted his head and wondered if popcorn was allowed to Vila because he was absolutely watching this chess match. They all sat down as Fleur dished up their breakfast, then took her spot beside Bill. Draco peered over at the elder redhead. So what is on the lesson agenda for today? I thought we'd start by going over and practicing the Aussie's Effergo, the bone-breaking curse. It's a useful spell since it breaks any bone it connects with, perfect if you're chased. After that we'll continue with the hand-to-hand combat training. You can't always rely on your magic. Bill pulled the bacon platter close as usual and made his super toast loaded with meat. Draco nodded. He'd already shared all his curse, hex, jinx, and shielding knowledge with the group, but that was actually a surprisingly short list. Death Eaters as a whole tended towards the nastiest, most damaging spells and rarely gave thought to shielding, relying on apparition and speed of casting the debilitating Cruciatus or the killing curse. It was a narrow view and limited them. His mother had taught him healing spells and more obscure, less battle-appropriate magic, and his father had taught him hand-to-hand with Bellatrix, putting in her 2 nuts with blades, and he'd been a very good student. He'd had to have been, or he'd have faced down his aunt's proclivity for torture. Not a pleasant thought. Fleur sipped at her tea. Actually, after Z spellwork I need to borrow, or me own mon amour. Okay. Bill seemed a little surprised, but he knew better than to protest or question Fleur when she had decided something. Whatever you need, love. Bon. Fleur spooned up some porridge. If Bill knew what she planned he'd go insane, but he wasn't doing Hermione any good in hand-to-hand, so she was going to take Hermione aside a couple times a week and teach her a more fluid, agile style that would use her opponent's strength against him or her and let her slide around their attacks for swift, short strikes at vulnerable areas. She was no master, and Hermione certainly wouldn't become one in the short time they had here, but she'd be able to supplement Bill's lessons well enough to survive until help arrived. Draco nibbled on a syrup-covered berry. Fleur can Vila eat popcorn? She blinked at him. Yes, why do you ask? He lifted a shoulder. I was just thinking about proper snacks for entertainment. He glanced between Ron and Bill subtly, making Fleur chuckle. Ah, I see. Popcorn is not on the forbidden list. Good. He was looking forward to this evening even more now. Hermione was settled deep into an armchair, watching Ron and Bill play chess, the crunch of Draco and Harry eating popcorn the only thing interrupting the silence in the room. Dear Sir, she was sore. Fleur's instructions for hand-to-hand had wiped her out, but she felt good about it because it felt more natural and easier than Bill's power-through strategy. Bill was actually starting to look worried as Ron picked off pawn after pawn. He should have known something was up the minute Malfoy had started spouting nonsense about popcorn. He bit his cheek and tried to get back in the game. Ron was having fun. He absolutely adored Hermione for coming up with this. He loved his brother and he knew Bill loved him as well, but it was hard living in the shadow of 5 older brothers, all spectacular on their own ways. Now Bill wasn't bad at chess. He just didn't have the patience to think more than 2 or 3 moves ahead. Ron basically had his whole game plan thought out from the first move. Then it was only to stick to it and things usually fell into place. I'm thinking Bill is starting to realize just what he's up against. Harry smiled at Draco and reached for more popcorn. He'd forgotten how much fun it was to watch Ron play when he really got into it. Draco's fingers brushed against Harry's in the bowl and he snickered at Bill's frown. I do believe you're right. Which will sting more, do you think? The loss or eating his words? Harry thought about it as he pulled his hand out of the popcorn bowl, bringing his catch to his mouth and nibbling on the popcorn. And if he let his tongue swipe over the fingers Draco had brushed? Well then that was his business and his alone. Humble pie never tastes very well. I think eating his words will be hardest for him. It will be good for Bill to see Ron as something more than just his baby brother. Hermione smiled as she watched Ron slowly decimate Bill at chess, and when he called checkmate she got up and stood behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and resting her cheek on the crown of his head as she addressed Bill. You see, Ron's my perfect match in every way. Her voice rang with quiet pride. I'm starting to see that, yes. Bill still stared at the chessboard as if it would explain his defeat. He looked up and locked eyes with Ron. Good game, little brother. I'm proud of you. Ron's ears turned red and he simply nodded quietly as he reached up and rested his hands on Hermione's around his neck. He couldn't remember Bill ever saying he was proud of him before, and it was almost embarrassing how much those simple words meant to him. Draco nibbled on his popcorn. you really should consider entering one of the big chess tournaments, Weasley. Once Curly is gone, that is. You'd make a killing. Ron's ears turned a darker shade of red and the blush spread over his cheeks and neck as well. I've never even considered something like that. I don't think it's for me. I only play for fun. A slim blonde brow rose, and what better way to make money than by having fun? But if you don't think it's for you, then that is fine as well, it's just an option. Ron stayed silent and bit the inside of his cheek in thought. Harry knew a seed had been planted in him, and personally he thought a chess tournament like that would be perfect for Ron. A chance to shine all on his own, it would be a good thing for him. You don't have to decide now, mate, you have time to think about it. He told his red-headed friend gently, and Ron nodded gratefully. Hermione gave Ron's shoulders a squeeze. I'm going to head up and take a shower before dinner. Fleur smiled and tugged at her husband's hair. Speaking of come, me whiz it. Smiling gently at his wife, Bill got up from his seat, leaned over and ruffled Ron's hair before following Fleur towards the kitchen. Yes, dear. He packed up his chess game carefully, placed a neckerchief around the box so it wouldn't break, and placed it in his bag. Then Ron got up from his seat as well. I'll just put this away upstairs. See you soon. He nodded to Harry and Draco and trotted upstairs. Draco hummed and looked over at Harry. Feel like a walk on the beach? Yeah, Harry nodded and wiped his hands on his jeans to get rid of any popcorn residue. Sounds like a good idea. He got to his feet and waited for Harry to do the same, poking his head into the kitchen to let Bill and Fleur know where they were going. Then they slipped out the door onto the beach. It was rather balmy for a winter night and perfectly clear, so it looked as if you could pluck a star from the sky for your very own. I rather like this. All of this. The soothing sound of the ocean next to them, the gritty feeling of the sand under his shoes, the velvety darkness, the welcoming lights from the cottage behind them, and the tall blonde walking next to him. All these things worked together for fill Harry with a sense of peace that was very unusual for him to feel. It was a beautiful night, and right at this moment his loved ones were safe behind the walls of Shell Cottage. Yeah, I do too. I like it a lot. Draco bent down to pick up a small shell. For a time I used to imagine a simpler way of living as opposed to the pure-blooded social requirements and expectations. Just something like this, quiet, my only companions people I actually like, no social obligations, and the freedom to look like a complete slob if I so chose. Now though I know it's not the exact life for me, I need a challenge, but it's a nice respite. I agree, it's a nice place to escape to, a place to recharge. I couldn't live like this forever though, not knowing the rest of the world is out there. Harry looked up at the blanket of stars, smiling when he caught sight of Sirius. He hoped that the man who bore the star's name was safe wherever he was. I'm just starting to learn that being pure-blooded doesn't equal being evil. That a lot of the traditions and things the pure-blooded families want to preserve are important. Nothing is ever completely black or white, and in that world, your world, I think you could do a lot of good in it. It's a thought. You know why Muggleborns first started being scorned? No. Harry shook his head and looked over at Draco. I've only heard about their dirty blood. Something I still don't agree with, by the way. At first it was because, before Hogwarts, a Muggleborn would have to seek out a master and apprentice to him or her, and when they did, they knew nothing. Not just nothing about magic, but they didn't know how to read or write. Many barely even understood simple mathematics. They were so uneducated that it was often more bother to train them than it was to leave them be. Then Christianity entered the picture, and Muggleborns feared their own magic, thought it a sign of evil, and persecuted others who had it more zealously than those who didn't have the potential to be a wizard. By the time Hogwarts was created, purebloods had grown disgusted with the witch burnings, hangings, drownings, he rolled a hand to express etc., and shunned the Muggleborns on principle, leaving them floundering in a new world, which, in hindsight, was a very bad idea, and not just because of the blood wars. Harry listened intently. This was a side of the story he'd never heard before, and it shed some light on the matter. Harry still didn't understand or agreed with everything, but neither did Draco from the sound of it. I do understand to a point. No one is entirely innocent and everyone has faults. Still, I know that someone like Hermione, as Muggleborn as they come. Look at her. She's an asset to the wizarding world. Think of everything she could do and teach to others. I can never agree to judge someone solely because the family they were born into. I'm just a half-blood myself. I'm not arguing. That's just how it began. Now Muggleborns who aren't as studious as Hermione come in and bring misconceptions with them, and the ones with the most ambition are often the ones who refuse to let go of those misconceptions. For example, vampires. Every Muggleborn comes in thinking of them as either soulless monsters or romantic heroes because of the myths that surround them in the Muggle world. The vampire laws were passed by a Muggleborn who'd read Stoker's Dracula a few too many times. I understand. I really do understand both sides' viewpoints. I was completely lost when I came to Hogwarts. I didn't even know magic existed, not to mention any of the rules or traditions for your world. There's still so many things that I don't know, that I don't understand. I still feel so lost, and I've had people around me willing to teach me. I can only imagine how other Muggleborns feel, children who come into this world knowing nothing and no one that takes the time to sit down and teach them. Harry scratched his head in frustration. There should be a class at Hogwarts, but the Board of Governors don't want to have the money spent to create a new class. Draco looked up. Bloody bureaucrats. Harry snorted in disgust. Ah, at least that's the same as in the Muggle world. Make everything as cheap as possible without a care of what or who suffers because of it. He stopped and looked out over the dark water. Still, recognizing a problem is the first step. Maybe things will change for the better if given a chance. I must hope for that, so that I know what it is I'm fighting for. Draco lifted a hand as if to touch Harry's shoulder, then let it drop, not sure he'd welcome his touch. He stepped closer up behind him so that Harry was near to enveloped in his body heat. Things will change. Once Curly is gone, I give you my word that I'll use every influence to see that good change comes about. I believe you. And in return I'll give you my word that the traditions and good viewpoints of the purebloods will be preserved. There's so much to learn from you. Harry stood still for a long while before he decided to take a chance, so he leaned backwards until he was leaning against Draco. He cautiously lifted his hands to rest on Harry's upper arms, all parts of him thrilling to his mate's trust and acceptance of the simple contact. In all honesty, I have to say there are things that Muggles have done so much better than we have. Like long-distance communication and music. We need to catch up to the technology. I don't disagree, still we need to figure out a way to get said technology to work alongside the magic. As it is now, magic causes all technological gadgets to go haywire. It's like putting metal inside a microwave. It was nice leaning against Draco with the other's hands on his shoulders and upper arms. He felt supported, like maybe he wouldn't have to do it all on his own. A soft chuckle rumbled in his chest. Certain purebloods, who can get around the misuse of Muggle artifacts department, have been seen visiting Gringotts and coming out with bright shiny Muggle technology that works quite well with magic. Really? Harry raised an eyebrow. His whole back tingled with the vibrations from Draco's chuckle, making him warm from the inside out. I'd love to see a stuffy old pureblood, in robes and pointed hat with a cell phone glued to his ear. Harry chuckled at the thought. Draco smiled, or more amusing yet, my father. Harry's chuckles turned into a full-bodied laughter at that. Oh yes, much more amusing. He liked hearing that laugh come out of Harry. You should do that more often. His hands rubbed Harry's arms slowly. Huh, do what? Harry twisted in Draco's hold so he could look up at the blonde, his hair brushing Draco's jaw. Laugh. Gray eyes looked down into green. You should laugh more. You've a good laugh. Oh, thank you, I guess. Harry stuttered and tore his eyes away from Draco's to look back out over the ocean. You're welcome, I guess. He squeezed Harry's shoulders. Tell me something about yourself. Something not common knowledge. It doesn't have to be something serious, just something not many know. Harry thought about it. He wasn't used to sharing things about himself, so he wasn't sure what to say. Most people didn't care to get to know that much about him. His name and his scar was usually enough. Well, I'm addicted to Twizzlers. It's a Muggle candy. My favorite color is blue, and don't tell Ron this, but I don't believe the Chudley Cannons will ever win a cup. The entire team flies like one-winged bumblebees. He turned his head again. Your turn. I collect figures of dolphins. My own favorite color, though I will deny it under torture, is red, and I can knit. You're right about the cannons. at least with the way their team selection is now. He shook his head, pathetic. I like dolphins too, but I've never seen one in real life. Molly would love you. She's been trying to teach all of us to knit, but so far the only one with any talent for it is my own. And this does not need to be shared, but she's not very good at it. The hats she knitted for the house elves were, well, they were in a class of their own. Harry smiled fondly. Draco's mouth turned up in a sardonic smile. Why did she ever got on that tangent about freeing house elves? Most love working and having a master. They can't stand being at loose ends. I believe your father's treatment of Dobby is what started her on this crusade. Harry replied. Ah, right. Draco sighed. I don't know what his problem with Dobby was, not completely. The other elves in the house are ignored by him for the most part, and even when he does deign to notice one, it's just a bored remark. I've met several house elves by now, and to me it seems that they all have different personalities just as people have. Maybe it's as simple as that their personalities clashed. Harry shrugged. Dobby is special. Even I admit that. Special? Yes, I do believe we'll go with that. He followed an impulse and nuzzled at Harry's hair. He means well though, and he's done his best to help me on several occasions. He almost killed me, but that's beside the point. Harry smiled and felt himself relax even more in Draco's hold. How was he when he was with you? Hyper. Always breaking things. Had an unhealthy fascination for the dark artifacts in the house, to the point he'd take them out to clean them. Elf magic is almost exclusively light magic, so I think he was curious about the magic so opposite his. It caused problems, however. I think he blew up the gazebo once, but I was very young, so I don't remember well. That sounds very much like him. I hope he's happy at Hogwarts now. He seems happy. Harry grinned. Very likely the best place for him, yes. He's still young in house elf terms, so the more experienced elves at Hogwarts will likely provide him the stability needed to know when and when not to experiment with his magic. He chuckled. He turned my mother's hair pink by accident the summer before my first year. I think my father was taking the brunt of her displeasure with it for 3 months after. I'm trying, and failing to scrounge up sympathy for your father, Harry said with a smile. I can't picture your mother as anything but perfect. Granted, I've only seen her a few times, but she always seemed perfectly put together. Not a hair out of place. Like you before, with that horrible slicked back hairdo. It was not horrible, it was classic. And better than the bowl cut of doom you were sporting, I'll have you know. It was so horrible, made you look like one of Trelawney's crystal balls. My bowl cut was an actual bowl cut, you know. My aunt placed a bowl on my head and cut along the edge of the bowl. She tried to shave my head once, but my magic, though I didn't know I had magic at the time, made it grow back overnight. Harry pulled on his wild hair. Now I've given up. Hermione was the last one to cut it when it grew too long. I don't care about my hair, it's just there. He tsked and moved his hands up to ruffle through the soft fluffy strands of dark hair. You and Granger just don't know how to appropriately handle unruly hair. It's a talent that few possess. If it involves the slickback from hell, then I doubt you have that talent as well. Harry teased and almost purred as Draco played with his hair. No, it does not involve a slickback. He leaned to speak into Harry's ear, more like a judicious trim and scrunching to give you the fresh shagged look rather than the, I don't know what a brush is look. MHHM. Harry hummed as goosebumps erupted over his skin from feeling Draco's breath against the shell of his ear. Brushes are overrated anyway. He tried for flippant instead of lingering on the mental images of what else he could do to get the freshly shagged look. Like actually shag. How many have died trying to tame your wildness? Harry. Draco. Dinner's ready. Hermione was waving at them from the dunes just beside the cottage. Come eat. For a split second Harry wanted to turn and yell at Hermione to just go away and leave them alone. He slipped out of Draco's arms with a sigh. Come on then, Vila boy. Food's waiting. I'll be right there. I want to check on something. Draco nudged Harry towards the cottage. Harry frowned but did as Draco said and walked to the cottage, leaving Draco alone on the beach behind him. Be sure to come soon. He called over his shoulder. Draco gave a wave even as he muttered softly, I wish I was coming soon. Then he trotted off into the forest to get something he'd found, started modifying, and left there earlier that day. He slipped it into his pocket and headed back to the cottage for dinner. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.